My wife is a beautiful CEO. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201, Gossip. Liu Kingxin was sealed in the acupuncture points and knelt outside the door. His face was red with a hint of black, and he closed his eyes tightly, feeling extremely humiliated. However, the people in the box ignored him. Tao Beihang stood in front of the table with her head down, looking respectful, waiting for Su Chen's decision. Su Chen said lightly, "Tao Beihang, why did you come to Bincheng?" Tao Beihang's face was embarrassed, and she said a little embarrassedly, in reply to Mr. Su, "You let me go in the provincial capital, but I didn't have the face to stay there. Therefore, I thought about finding a family in other prefecture level cities to be a worshipper. It just so happened that the old man of the Liu family in Bincheng had a physical condition. Their family urgently needed some Zhou Wanqiu masters to maintain the situation, so they offered a price of 2.5 million per month. So Su Chen immediately understood. People die for money, and birds die for food. It's a matter of course. Zhou Wanqiu masters also need to live. Especially when practicing, they need a lot of resources. For example, Su Chen, from childhood to adulthood, was raised by his grandfather with all kinds of natural treasures and elixirs, which made his martial arts foundation so strong. Moreover, later Su Chen still relied on a spiritual medicine, ebony flame Ganoderma, to successfully practice Zhou Wanqiu flame power, practice flame vitality, and successfully step into the innate realm. And Linglan was prepared to spend billions to buy this ebony flame Ganoderma. Although, other martial arts practitioners may not need such precious spiritual medicines for their practice. However, if the medicinal materials are sufficient and the elixirs are timely, the practice will undoubtedly be much smoother. The purchase of these medicinal materials and elixirs requires money. Su Chen thought about it, pointed at Liu and said lightly, "Since you are here to seek wealth, you will be my friend's offering in the future, and be responsible for protecting her safety. As for the price, I will not let you suffer a loss. I will give you a monthly fee of 3 million. Liu was stunned. Mr. Su is looking for a bodyguard for himself? Liu was surprised and happy. What made her happy was that Su Chen actually cared about her safety. What surprised her was the horrible price. On the side, the Feng brothers were also surprised. The price Su Chen offered was indeed a bit too high. Generally, the offering of a Zhou Wanqiu master would be more than 1 million to 2 million. The Liu family offered a price of 2.5 million because of their special situation. As the nominal first martial arts family in Bincheng, Liu Yuantong, who had the highest combat power, had an accident, so they had to pay a high price to hire a Zhou Wanqiu master. And Su Chen, on the basis of this high price, added another 500,000. In fact, Su Chen had his own considerations. Liu's father, Liu Dazzling, was a member of the Kinhu Guard, but he was only a dark force martial artist, and he often went out on business, so he couldn't protect Liu at all. It must not be so easy for Liu to suddenly take over Lao Zhenjiang's affairs. Tao Beihang is a Zhou Wanqiu master, and she is also a woman, so it is more appropriate for her to protect Liu. As for the price, since it was Lao Zhenjiang's money, Su Chen would not feel bad. With Lao Zhenjiang's family background, it would be easy for him to directly employ Tao Beihang for decades. However, Tao Beihang waved her hands repeatedly. She said in panic, "Mr. Su, you are embarrassing me. You spared my life in the provincial capital. How can I accept your money? I'm willing to follow Miss Liu in the future and serve her at her will. The past is long over. I don't want to take any advantage of you." Su Chen insisted. Tao Beihang took a step back. "Then the price is too high. 500,000. Su Chen shook his head. 3 million is 3 million. You don't have to push it anymore. Seeing Su Chen's serious face, Tao Beihang had no choice but to agree. On the side, Feng Zhongsheng and Feng Zhongxi saw Su Chen's generosity and smiled bitterly. It took a long time to bargain for 2 Dark Force masters, to spend hundreds of thousands of dollars. And Mr. Su, he even bargained for a higher price. Liu, on the other hand, said timidly, Mr. Su, I shouldn't need a bodyguard. It's too expensive. Su Chen smiled and said, it's not expensive. You are helping me take care of hundreds of billions of business now. What if you have an accident and it delays my business? Hearing Su Chen say this, Liu dared not object anymore. Su Chen smiled in his heart. He knew that this would convince Liu. At the door of the box, Liu Kingson raised his head and looked at Tao Beihang viciously. He had worked hard for several days to offer sacrifices, but he betrayed like this. Just wait. Wait until my father comes. Liu Kingson roared in his heart. Feng Zhongsheng felt guilty when he saw Liu Kingson's eyes. He said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, I think you should hide first. There is no need to confront the Liu family. The Liu family is the first martial arts family in Bincheng after all. Moreover, Liu Yuantang is not an ordinary innate strongman. It is said that he has a unique martial arts technique. Ordinary innate strongmen are not his opponents. You are still so young, it is really a disadvantage to fight with him. Why don't you let them go this time, and then you can get back at them when you break through to a higher level in the future. Su Chen did not comment. He asked curiously, you said that the Liu family has a special martial arts technique. What is it? Hearing this, Feng Zhongsheng smiled helplessly. Su Chen was not interested in his proposal at all, but was very curious about the Liu family's technique. I don't know what martial arts technique it is, but it's just because I was in Bincheng and heard some news by chance. Feng Zhongsheng explained. Su Chen nodded. He suddenly thought of someone, the doctor who almost killed Liu Yuantang, Qi Haosheng. Su Chen still remembered that Qi Haosheng had said that he wanted to kill the entire Liu family and then slowly find something himself. It seems that the mysterious special technique that could make Qi Haosheng ignore the favor of being a half-master and kill Liu Yuantang was the one he was looking for. However, Su Chen was just curious. He was not too interested in whether this technique was powerful or not. Liu Kingson, who was kneeling outside the box door, also heard Feng Zhongsheng's words. A trace of pride hung on his face. When his father Liu Yuantang comes, he will definitely let this bastard know how powerful he is. On the other side, Liu Kingson had already run back home to complain. At this time, Liu Yuantang was boxing in the garden. Each punch and kick seemed slow, but bursts of sonic booms sounded around. However, the surrounding flowers and plants were not damaged at all. Liu King, the eldest brother of the Liu family, stood respectfully aside. Not long after, Liu Yuantang put away all his movements and slowly exhaled in one breath. Whoosh! In an instant, a white air arrow shot out of his mouth. Bang! The rockery in front of him was instantly pierced. Dad, it seems that you have almost recovered, Liu King said happily. Liu Yuantang was in a good mood as well. He stroked his beard and said, thanks to Dr. Su. His medical skills are indeed magical. Not only did he help me detoxify, but he also seemed to have cured a lot of hidden injuries to my meridians. Otherwise, I wouldn't have recovered so quickly. I just don't know which master trained him to have such superb medical skills. However, it's a bit strange that he is still unknown today. Liu King said, maybe Mr. Su just doesn't like fame and fortune. That's possible. Liu Yuantang nodded, and he continued, by the way, Girl Yuan told me that Mr. Su is not only a magical doctor, but his martial arts skills are even more terrifying. It is said that the third disciple of the White Dragon King in the provincial capital, crossing Xianjiu, the god of speed, died in his hands. He is a genuine innate strong man. In front of Mr. Su in the future, remember not to rely on my Liu family to put on airs. Otherwise, I will never forgive you. Liu King bowed quickly. Dad, don't worry, I won't. Liu Yuantang nodded and said, King, I know you won't. I'm worried about your two younger brothers. Your second brother Kingson is ambitious but incompetent, narrow-minded. Your third brother Kingchen is even more ignorant and rude. You must take good care of him in the future. Yes. Liu King nodded in agreement. At this moment, a cry rang out. Dad, big brother, help. Then, a figure ran over. It was Liu Kingchen, the third brother of the Liu family. Liu Yuantang and Liu King both frowned slightly. Third brother, why are you crying? I'm not dead yet. Liu Yuantang was so angry when he saw Liu Qingchen. Liu Qingchen knelt on the ground and cried, Dad, you have to make the decision for us. Stop talking nonsense. Get straight to the point. Liu Yuantang glared and shouted. Liu Qingchen shuddered, his eyes wandering as he said, Dad, my second brother and I were having dinner with someone at the Bishu villa and were humiliated. The Bishu fish that we ordered in our private room was forcibly taken away. My second brother and I went to their private room to ask for an explanation, but the man killed my bodyguard, a dark force martial artist, and made my second brother kneel at the door of the private room. He said that our Liu family is nothing, and he deliberately let me come back to tell you the news, saying that even if you went there, you wouldn't dare to speak to him. After saying this, Liu Yuantang and Liu King were immediately furious. Chapter 202 Su Chen is the one who saved my life. Boom. A terrifying vitality burst out from Liu Yuantang. The surrounding rockery, flowers, plants, and trees were all destroyed. Liu King and Liu Qingchen were almost knocked to the ground by the strong wind. Liu Yuantang deliberately avoided them, otherwise they would have been shocked to death. So arrogant. Liu Yuantang, have not shown up for a while, and someone in Bincheng dares to humiliate me like this? Liu Yuantang was so angry that his hair and beard stood up. Suddenly, he glared at Liu Qingchen fiercely and said, are all the things you said true? Liu Qingchen panicked, but he pretended to be calm on the surface. Dad, I'm telling the truth. That guy really made my second brother kneel at the door of their box. He also really said that, even if you see him, you dare not touch him. These words were true and false. Liu Qingchen didn't dare to say that the blue water fish originally belonged to Su Chen's box, but instead made up that he was robbed. In his opinion, as long as Su Chen's humiliation of the Liu family and his second brother was true, his father would take action. Liu Yuantang was still furious and shouted, Big brother, third brother, let's go. Let's go to Bishu villa together to see who dares to ignore my Liu family. It's just the right opportunity to let the people of Bincheng know that I, Liu Yuantang, am back. Liu Qingchen was overjoyed. Come on. Dad, I'll drive. Let's go now. On the side, Liu King was also very angry. However, he looked at his third brother Liu Qingchen with some doubts. Is what his third brother said true? Liu King was a little skeptical. Forget it. When we get to Bishu villa, everything will be clear. Even if the third brother is a little exaggerated, we have to teach that person a lesson. The face of the Liu family cannot be insulted. Liu King thought secretly. The three of them sat in the same car and drove quickly towards Bishu villa. Bishu villa. In the luxurious box, Su Chen and others are still waiting. Feng Zhongsheng and Feng Zhongxi have given up persuading Su Chen. The two were worried and frightened. They still couldn't figure out what Su Chen relied on. At this time, the two people thought, let's die. As long as we don't die this time, we can hold Mr. Su's thigh tightly. This opportunity is rare. We can take a gamble. On the side, Tao Beihang didn't care at all. She was the one who knew Su Chen's strength best. And Liu, on the other hand, had no psychological pressure at all. Now she trusts Su Chen very much. It can be said that she is a little superstitious. In the quiet box, the clock ticked by. Suddenly, Wang Zhang trotted into the box. Mr. Su, the security guard at the gate, has news that Liu Yuantang, the head of the Liu family, and Uncle Liu King are here. Look, should we welcome them? Wang Zhang's face was very nervous. He used to be Lao Zhenjiang's housekeeper, so he naturally knew a lot of inside stories. At the beginning, Lao Zhenjiang was rampant in Bincheng, and finally he fell into the Liu family. Later, every time Liu Yuantang came to Bishu villa, Lao Zhenjiang would personally greet him respectfully. Even if it wasn't Liu Yuantang who came, Lao Zhenjiang would be very polite if any of the three second generation Liu family members came. And this is also the reason why Liu Qingchen dared to rob Su Chen's Bishu. From this point, we can also see Liu Yuantang's status and reputation. However, facing Wang Zhang's proposal, Su Chen shook his head. No need. If I go to meet him, he can't bear it. Su Chen said lightly. Wang Zhang was stunned, and a trace of anxiety flashed in his heart. He felt that Su Chen was too arrogant. Although Su Chen killed Lao Zhenjiang, Lao Zhenjiang was nothing in front of Liu Yuantang. This should not be the reason for Su Chen to be so arrogant. Wang Zhang's eyes flickered. He was already speculating in his heart. This time, my immediate boss will not be replaced by someone from the Liu family, right? Bishu Villa, catering building. Liu Yuantang took the lead and walked in front. Liu King and Liu Qingchen followed closely behind. Dad, turn right in front and walk to the end, that box. Liu Qingchen pointed the way. The three turned right. Then, Liu Yuantang stopped. Liu King was stunned, then looked forward. He saw that his second brother Liu Qingchen was kneeling at the door of the box with blood all over his head, looking embarrassed, as if atonement. In an instant, Liu Yuantang's heart was boiling with anger, and his whole body was bursting with vitality. Liu King felt that it was a little difficult to breathe, and Liu Qingchen was excited. Just now, he was worried that Su Chen would let his second brother stand up because he was afraid of his father. Unexpectedly, he was so rampant. Let's go. I want to see who dares to humiliate my Liu family like this. Liu Yuantang gritted his teeth and spoke word by word. Then, he took the lead and walked towards the box. Dap, dap, dap. Heavy footsteps sounded in the corridor. Like a war drum, it struck everyone's heart. Liu Qingchen, who was kneeling on the ground, was so excited that tears burst out when he saw his father with a gloomy face. Liu Yuantang walked up to his second son, looked down at him, and shot out a stream of energy, instantly breaking through his blocked acupuncture points. Liu Qingchen's acupuncture points were unblocked, and he knelt on the ground, crying, "Dad, my son is incompetent and let the rats insult my Liu family." Liu Qingchen, who was on the side, also reacted very quickly and knelt on the ground. "Dad, your son has embarrassed you and the Liu family." Liu Qingchen knew Liu Yuantang's character. The more he did this, the angrier Liu Yuantang was. Sure enough, Liu Yuantang reached out to help the two of them up and said with a gloomy face, "You get up. I want to see which immortal dares to humiliate my Liu family like this." Liu Qingchen and Liu Qingchen stood up quickly, pointing at the box and said, "That bastard is in there." Liu Yuantang sneered, turned around and stepped into the box. "Who hurt my son and humiliated my Liu family? Stand up." Liu Yuantang roared as he entered the door. The next second, Su Chen's calm voice sounded, "Me." Liu Yuantang looked at it and was stunned for a moment. At this time, the three Liu brothers also walked in. Liu King's expression was the same as Liu Yuantang's. All of them were stunned. But Liu Qingchen shouted, "Dad, did you see it? It's this bastard. Now that you are here, he is still so rampant, and he doesn't take you seriously at all." Dad. Liu Qingchen also had a face full of resentment and echoed, "If we don't abolish this kid's cultivation and beat him into a cripple, wouldn't it weaken the reputation of my Liu family?" The two had just finished speaking. Liu Yuantang turned around suddenly and raised his huge palm high. Snap, snap. Two crisp slaps suddenly sounded. Liu Qingchen and Liu Qingchen didn't react at all, and they were slapped away in the air. Liu Yuantang showed no mercy. The two brothers flew backwards and hit the wall hard. Wow. Puff. Liu Qingchen and Liu Qingchen both spit out blood, mixed with a few teeth. Dad. The two looked confused, holding their swollen cheeks, looking at Liu Yuantang in disbelief. However, Liu Yuantang ignored them, but saluted Su Chen with a fist. "Mr. Su, I failed to discipline my son, and my son behaved rudely. I offended Mr. Su. Please forgive me." Liu Yuantang was respectful. At the side, Liu King, the eldest uncle of the Liu family, also bowed and clasped his fists. "Mr. Su, my two younger brothers are young and do not know the etiquette. I offended you. Please don't take it to heart." For a while, the whole box was completely quiet. Feng Zhongxi and Feng Zhongsheng looked at each other, their eyes full of horror. If they had not seen Liu Yuantang and Liu King before, they would definitely suspect that the two people in front of them were pretended by Su Chen. And Wang Zhang, the housekeeper of Bishu Villa, was even more stunned. Back then, he had followed Lao Zhenjiang to see Liu Yuantang's domineering At this moment, Liu Yuantang was no longer arrogant. He was so respectful that he opened the door to respect him. He was so respectful. The power of his new master was probably far beyond his imagination. Thinking of this, Wang Zhang looked at Su Chen and Liu with even more passion. The stronger Su Chen was, the higher he could go. Liu Yuantang and Liu King looked at Su Chen respectfully, their hearts beating. Su Chen smiled coldly. Liu King came to my house to grab the blue water fish I ordered. I disagreed, so he sent his bodyguards to attack me. I beat back his bodyguards, and he invited Liu Kingson to deal with me. Liu Kingson couldn't do anything to me, so he directly moved the Liu family to suppress me. Now he is even clamoring to abolish my cultivation and beat me into a disability. Such overbearing and rude behavior, in the eyes of the head of the Liu family, is it just about parenting and rude behavior? In the eyes of the old man of the Liu family, are two middle-aged men in their 40s and 50s just young and ignorant of etiquette? If you two really think so, I really regret taking action yesterday. Liu Yuantang and Liu King looked ugly. They immediately analyzed the truth of the matter from Su Chen's words. Everything Liu King said must have been exaggerated. The real cause of the matter was that he wanted to rely on the power of the Liu family to forcibly grab Su Chen's blue water fish. Su Chen's last sentence even meant that he was breaking off relations with the Liu family. Liu Yuantang's face sank, and he gritted his teeth. His figure flashed like lightning, and he rushed to the side of Liu Kingson and Liu Kingchen. Two beasts. Why don't you kowtow to Mr. Su and apologize? Liu Yuantang roared, and directly grabbed Liu Kingson and Liu Kingchen, and forced them to kneel in front of Su Chen. Then, he suddenly kicked out, and kicked them hard on the legs. Crack, crack. The sound of two broken bones rang out. Ah. Ugh. Then, there were two more screams. Liu Kingson and Liu Kingchen knelt on the ground, curled up like shrimps, with blood flowing from their legs. It was obvious that Liu Yuantang broke their legs. Liu Kingson raised his head, his face was blue with veins, and he gritted his teeth and asked, Dad, why? You actually broke my legs and my third brother's legs for this kid. I don't accept it. Why? Why? Liu Yuantang shouted. Because Mr. Su is the one who saved my life. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 The Liu Family's Taboo. Liu Kingson was stunned on the spot. He never thought that the miracle doctor who saved his father was Su Chen in front of him. On the side, Liu Kingchen also widened his eyes, with an unbelievable look on his face. How could it be such a coincidence? The person he offended was the one who saved his father. To go further, Su Chen can even be said to be the one who saved the entire Liu family. The Liu family is known as the #1 martial arts family in Bincheng. But if Liu Yuantang was not there, it would only become prey in the eyes of all parties. Looking at the furious Liu Yuantang, Liu Kingson and Liu Kingchen completely shut up, lowered their heads, and endured the pain, not daring to speak again. Liu Yuantang bowed, and looked at Su Chen. Mr. Su, these two beasts are here. You are willing to fight or kill. I will never say a word. For a while, Liu Kingson and Liu Kingchen were drumming in their hearts. Su Chen said expressionlessly, Master Liu, you have already broken the legs of these two people. If I punish them again, won't it seem too much? Liu Yuantang's expression froze. Indeed, he broke the legs of Liu Kingson and Liu Kingchen. Although it was also a punishment for the two, it was more for Su Chen to see. In Liu Yuantang's view, he had already punished the two brothers, so Su Chen was embarrassed to say anything. At this moment, Su Chen pointed it out directly, and Liu Yuantang looked a little embarrassed. After thinking about it, he made up his mind and hit Liu Kingson with a palm. Bang! Liu Kingson was directly knocked out, and all the dark energy in his body disappeared in an instant. My dark energy. Liu Kingson's face was full of shock and panic. His martial arts cultivation had been completely abolished by Liu Yuantang, and Liu Kingchen did not dodge it. However, His martial arts cultivation was even worse than Liu Qingchen's. He was just a Mingjin warrior. Liu Yuantang raised his hand and abolished his cultivation. The two brothers were instantly filled with sadness. Liu Yuantang bowed to Su Chen again. Please forgive me, Mr. Su. Su Chen had a calm expression and waved his hand, saying, tell these two people not to appear in front of me again. Liu Yuantang and Liu Qing's faces suddenly showed a trace of joy. This meant that Su Chen would no longer pursue the matter. Thank you, Mr. Su. Liu Qing thanked him and asked someone to carry the two people to the car outside. For a moment, in the box, there were only the head of the Liu family and the eldest master of the Liu family. Liu Yuantang said respectfully, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. I have been obsessed with martial arts for these years and neglected to teach them. Su Chen waved his hand and said, this matter has been exposed. You just need to manage them well in the future. Okay, Mr. Su. Liu Yuantang's expression was gloomy. After all, these were his two sons. Su Chen looked at Liu Yuantang and said calmly, old Liu, maybe you will think that I'm a little too much. However, if the person sitting here today is not me, but an ordinary person, he may be humiliated by your son. Of course, if the person sitting here is a powerful person or a person in the divine realm, then the result of your Liu family will be gone. Which of these two results do you like? Liu Yuantang shuddered. No matter which one, it is not what Liu Yuantang wants to see. Thank you for your advice, Mr. Su. Liu Yuantang bowed deeply in a proper manner. Mr. Su, I will treat you to a meal. Su Chen smiled and said, no need. I have finished eating, maybe next time. A trace of regret flashed across Liu Yuantang's face, but in the end he could only say goodbye in dismay. In the room, Su Chen and others were left. The mood of the Feng brothers can no longer be described as excited. It can even be said to be taking off. They finally understood why Su Chen dared to say that Liu Yuantang would not dare to touch his fish even if he came. We've made a lot of money this time. We've found a real big boss. Feng Zhongsheng and Feng Zhongxi looked at each other, very excited. On the other side, Wang Zhong was even more stunned. He looked at Su Chen excitedly and said flatteringly, boss, you are so awesome. In the past, even Lao Zhenjiang was afraid of Liu Yuantang, but he respects you so much. You are the real boss. Boss is awesome. Hearing Wang Zhong's words that were somewhat inconsistent with his status, Su Chen smiled. Mr. Wang, stop joking. I'm not the boss either. The boss of Bishu Villa is Liu Yu. Wang Zhong apologized quickly. My fault. I was too excited. Boss Liu is awesome, and you are even more awesome. Su Chen asked with a smile. I'm so awesome, can I apply to pack a Bishu fish? Wang Zhong was stunned, then smiled and said, isn't it being polite for you to say that? I'll pack two for you. On the side, Feng Zhongsheng laughed and scolded. Old Wang, this is not genuine. Didn't they say that Bishu Villa only casts the net once in the morning? Do you make as many fish as you catch? This is my last one. How come there are still fish? Wang Zhong smiled and said, others don't have any, but if Mr. Su wants it, then there is. At most, I will release 2 more fish tomorrow to maintain the rules. Feng Zhongxi said angrily, you are too cunning. Everyone laughed. Su Chen also laughed. He asked Wang Zhong to prepare steamed clear water fish in order to bring it back for Yao Nana, Lily and others to eat. Especially Yao Nana, who followed him to Weicheng and ran around. He had to reward her. Wang Zhong made arrangements. Soon, several insulated boxes were delivered. Mr. Su, the dishes are ready for you. In addition to the clear water fish, there are several other chef's specialties. Wang Zhong said respectfully. After Su Chen thanked him, Feng Zhongsheng pulled him into the car and insisted on sending him back personally. Feng Zhongxi didn't even drive his own car, but got into Feng Zhongxi's car. 4 people in one car, ready to send Liu first, and then send Su Chen to Lila's house. On the other side, Liu Yuantang and Liu Qing walked out of the restaurant building and walked towards the parking space. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Liu Yuantang glanced at Liu Qing and saw that his face was slightly gloomy. Boss, what's wrong with you? Liu Qing looked embarrassed. I'm just a little worried. Will my second and third brothers feel uncomfortable? Especially my second brother. He has always been arrogant. As a result, this time, not only was his leg broken, but all his cultivation was abolished. Liu Yuantang snorted coldly, this is also their own fault. Kingxin, this bastard, has poor martial arts talent, but he is also arrogant. He will suffer a big loss sooner or later, there is no way to avoid it. As for your third brother Kingchen, he is even more of an ignorant bastard. If we don't keep a close eye on him, he will sooner or later bring countless troubles to the Liu family. This time, it can be regarded as a lesson for them. Liu King shook his head helplessly, alas. These two are really something. Why did they provoke Mr. Su when there are so many people to provoke, and they are not in the right? The father and son walked while chatting. Soon, the two walked to the side of the car. In the car, Liu Kingxin and Liu Kingchen half lying and half sitting in the back seat, uttering painful muffled sounds. Seeing Liu Yuantang coming back, Liu Kingxin's face was full of anger. Dad, I don't accept it. That's Su Chen. He just saved you once. Why did you destroy me and my third brother? Our Liu family is the first martial arts family in Bincheng. You don't want the face of our Liu family. Hearing this, Liu Yuantang was furious. It is you two beasts who made the Liu family lose face. Liu Yuantang shouted coldly. Liu Kingxin was dissatisfied and said, even if my third brother and I are a little wrong, so what? You are a congenital strongman. Why are you afraid of him? A doctor? Is it that serious? Liu Yuantang's eyes widened with anger. Liu King quickly persuaded, second brother, don't say it. Mr. Su is not an ordinary genius doctor. He practices both medicine and martial arts. His martial arts skills are also at the congenital level. He also killed Crossing Xianjiu, the disciple of the White Dragon King. What? He is a congenital strongman? Liu Kingxin was stunned and seemed a little difficult to accept. However, he quickly came to his senses and said to Liu Yuantang, but, Dad has that special technique. Even if Su Chen is a congenital strongman, he will not be Dad's opponent. Dad, if you are so timid, give me that technique. Let me support the face of the Liu family. Pa. Before he finished speaking, he was slapped by Liu Yuantang. Shut up. If you dare to mention that technique again, I will seal your mute point for life. Liu Yuantang stared at Liu Kingxin with a sharp gaze. Liu Kingxin trembled all over. He just remembered that technique was a taboo that no one in the Liu family could mention. Liu Kingxin closed his mouth, but his eyes kept flickering. I don't know what he was thinking, but from the looks of it, he was still unconvinced. On the side, Liu Kingchen shrank in the corner honestly, not daring to speak. Although he likes to bully others and make trouble, he dared not say much when facing Liu Yuantang, and at most he would provoke his second brother Liu Kingxin. Liu Yuantang looked at the two coldly and slammed the car door shut. Drive. The driver started the car and took the second and third masters of the Liu family away. Liu Yuantang and Liu King got on another car and followed closely behind. The father and son were full of thoughts, but they didn't know a new storm was brewing. Chapter 204, The Appearance of the Goo. On the way from Bishu Villa to Liu family manor, two luxury cars were driving smoothly. The one in front was carrying two patients, Liu Kingxin and Liu Kingchen. The one behind was carrying Liu Yuantang and Liu King, father and son. In the back car, the Liu family father and son were silent for a long time. After more than 10 minutes, Liu Yuantang slowly opened his mouth and asked, Boss, tell me the truth. Do you think the same as your second brother? Liu King was stunned and asked, what do you mean? Just as Kingxin said, let me confront Su Chen to the end for the face of the Liu family. Or even go to war with Su Chen directly, relying on that technique, to force him to bow his head. Liu Yuantang said lightly. Liu King thought about it and said, Dad, I don't think so. After all, Mr. Su is good friends with Kizu, and is also our Liu family's benefactor. It is not reasonable for us to fight with him. I just feel sorry for my second and third brothers. Liu Yuantang nodded. It's good that you think so. I tell you the truth. In fact, even if I try my best, I may not be Mr. Su's opponent. Liu Yuantang looked out the window and said slowly, Su Chen can kill Crossing Xianjiu, so he is no less than me. Our Liu family cannot afford the consequences of failure. Liu King was stunned. His father actually spoke so highly of Su Chen. Liu Yuan continued, moreover, I have to leave a way out for you brothers. If I leave in the future, that skill will definitely be coveted by countless people. Maybe Su Chen can help you one day. Liu King's face changed slightly. Dad, don't say that. Liu Yuan shook his head. I'm not talking nonsense. Last time, I fell down inexplicably, and Qi Yang Heo, that beast, attacked me. These things are all weird. I have a feeling that maybe in the future, our Liu family will ask Mr. Su for help. You two brothers don't understand these things. You must know them. Liu King nodded, and his eyes drifted to the car in front. In the car in front, Liu King leaned against the window, his face livid. His eyes flickered, as if he was hesitating about something. The third brother, Liu King, did not dare to speak and shrank in the corner. Liu King's miserable appearance today can be said to be half of his credit. The next second, Liu King took out a cell phone, found a number, and dialed it slowly. I've thought about it, Liu King said in a deep voice. A dry laugh came from the other side. Okay. The phone was hung up quickly. Liu King let out a long breath, as if he had finally let go of something in his heart. Liu King was still hiding in the corner, not daring to ask. On the other side, ding dong. The doorbell rang at Helila's house. Mr. Su, you're back. Helila's surprised voice rang. Zhao Zia and Yeo Nana came over quickly. Seeing Su Chen carrying a packing bag into the door, Yeo Nana asked first, that Liu, is she okay? Don't worry, she's fine. Su Chen briefly explained the situation. Yeo Nana was so angry that she cursed. This Li Changli is really a bastard. Fortunately, you went in time. If Liu was in trouble, killing this bastard would not be enough. Zhao Zia and Lily also cursed at the side. Su Chen could see that Yeo Nana had become more familiar with the two women. Okay. Don't be angry. Come and see what I got for you, Su Chen said with a smile. Then, he put the food he brought back from Bishu Villa on the table. The three girls were surprised and asked curiously, what is this? I packed a delicious meal for you, the steamed Bishu fish from Bishu Villa. Su Chen introduced. Yeo Nana was not very familiar with Bincheng, and was a little confused. On the side, Zhao Zia exclaimed in surprise. My god, is this the Bishu fish that is said to be caught only once a day, and that you may not be able to eat, even if you have money? Su Chen smiled and nodded. This fish is indeed caught only once a day. Zhao Zia exclaimed in surprise. Then, she introduced the rumors she had heard about Bishu fish to the other two girls. Yeo Nana and Lily immediately became interested. Come on. Come and try it, Su Chen called them. Yeo Nana quickly ran to the kitchen and took out the bowls and chopsticks. Then, he also brought out his daughter Zhao Jiao. Yeo Nana couldn't help but take a bite of the fish first. Soon, her eyes widened. Wow. It's so delicious. I didn't expect that there is such a delicacy in Bincheng. So tender. Zhao Zia also quickly followed and tasted it, and said in surprise, I thought they spread it around, but I didn't expect that this clear water fish is so delicious. In addition to the clear water fish, Wang Zhang also prepared a lot of other dishes for Su Chen. There were meat and vegetables, sour, sweet, salty and spicy, and all 5 flavors, but they were all very delicious. The girls ate with relish, and praised them endlessly. The little girl Wang Jiao ate so much that her mouth was full of oil. After a while, the girls were full. Seeing that there were still a lot of dishes left, Lily put them away and put them in the refrigerator. Zhao Zia accompanied Su Chen and Yeo Nana on the sofa to chat. Yeo Nana smiled and said, after you went to rooming advertising company today, I accompanied Sister He and Sister Zhao to visit the park. The sports park in the east is really good. Yeo Nana was still introducing. Suddenly, she found Su Chen's eyes staring straight at her. Yeo Nana was slightly stunned and asked, Mr. Su, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with me? Su Chen said seriously, Miss Yeo, don't move first. Yeo Nana's heart tightened, and she didn't dare to move for a moment. Lily and Zhao Zia were a little curious, not knowing what Su Chen was going to do. Next, they saw Su Chen walking towards Yeo Nana. He slowly stretched out a hand and approached Yeo Nana's head. Yao Nana was a little confused and could only watch Su Chen's hand getting closer and closer. Suddenly, Yao Nana felt something strange. Before she could react, a green light suddenly flew out of her body and rushed towards Su Chen like a lightning. This green light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it was already in front of Su Chen, as if it wanted to get into Su Chen's body. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. Then, a huge energy emitting a scorching temperature suddenly burst out. Stop. The huge energy formed an energy shield. It can even resist a car crash. However, the tiny green light actually broke through the obstruction of Su Chen's flame energy in an instant and rushed straight towards Su Chen. Seeing the green light approaching at a high speed, Su Chen shouted in a low voice, "Spiritual sharp thorn." Then, an invisible spiritual force instantly condensed into a spiral-shaped sharp thorn, fiercely piercing the green light. The next second, the green light suddenly stopped and staggered down. The terrifying flame energy swept up. Squeak. A sharp cry sounded. Then, the green light turned black and fell to the ground. Su Chen hurried forward to check. On the side, Yao Nana, He Lily and others did not dare to speak, for fear of affecting Su Chen. Su Chen checked for a while. He slowly raised his head, his face gloomy. Yao Nana asked in panic, "Mr. Su, what is this?" Su Chen spit out 2 words, "Goo worm." Everyone was shocked. They had not heard much about this thing, but looking at Su Chen's expression, it seemed very unusual. Yao Nana was even more shocked. She hurriedly explained, "Mr. Su, Su Chen waved his hands. "I know, it's not you. Someone wants to use you to deal with me. This kind of poisonous insect is called the yang-killing goo, which is specifically used to deal with men. It has no effect on women. This person must know that you are often with me, so he put the yang-killing goo on you. He waited for me to get close and took the opportunity to transfer the poisonous insect to me." He Lily and Zhao Zia were stunned. They had never heard of such a magical thing. Yao Nana was so angry that she cursed. "Which bastard is this, who came up with this dirty trick? It's so shameless." Su Chen asked, "Have you seen any strange people today?" Yao Nana thought carefully. "I remember that, when I was walking in the park with Sister He and Sister Zhao, a drunk old man almost fell down. At that time, Sister He was holding Zhao Jiao and Sister Zhao, and I helped him up. Could it be that the drunk old man was the bastard who put the poisonous insect?" Yao Nana asked angrily. Su Chen nodded. His eyes slowly turned to Zhao Zia beside him. Zhao Zia panicked, then reacted, "Could it be that I have it too?" Everyone was shocked. Su Chen carefully observed Zhao Zia, then nodded seriously. Zhao Zia's face suddenly panicked. What should I do?" Su Chen smiled faintly. "Sister Zhao, don't worry, this yang-killing goo is not harmful to women. Besides, I can deal with this yang-killing goo." Hearing this, Zhao Zia immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "Mr. Su, please help me kill the yang-killing goo," Zhao Zia said anxiously. Su Chen smiled faintly. "Don't worry. I want to use this yang-killing goo to find the person who poisoned it." Chapter 205. It's hard to guard against a thief in your home. Zhao Zia was stunned. "Mr. Su, what should I do?" She looked nervous. Su Chen smiled. "You don't have to do anything. Just stand there." Zhao Zia nodded, not daring to move. Just like before, Su Chen slowly stretched out her finger and approached Zhao Zia. Suddenly, buzz, another sharp sound rang out. Then, a ray of green light passed through Zhao Zia's body and flew directly towards Su Chen. This is the characteristic of the Miangu. As long as there are men around, especially men with strong blood and qi, the Miangu will be attracted. When the Miangu is on the man, it will then suck the man's blood and qi. This time, Su Chen was well prepared. He knew that the defense of the Miangu was particularly good, but its weakness was in mental strength. Therefore, Su Chen launched a mental attack at the first time. A sharp mental stab. Stabbed the little goo directly. Squeak. After a cry, the Biangu stopped instantly in the air and was about to fall. Su Chen did not use his energy, but continued to stimulate the insect with mental attacks. 2, 3 times. The yang-killing insect turned around and flew outside. It looked like it was fleeing. Yao Nana was surprised that little insect would run away. Su Chen nodded. "That's right. After being attacked by me, it was scared and wanted to flee back to its owner. You wait here. I want to follow and see who wants to attack me. As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen's figure had already flipped out of the window and chased after the yang-killing insect. Mr. Su. Seeing Su Chen jump out of the window and leave, Zhao Zia and Lily, who was holding her daughter, were frightened and hurried to the window. As a result, they only saw the back of Su Chen running downstairs. The two women were stunned. Yao Nana smiled and said, "You don't know, Su Chen is a martial arts master. He's a very powerful one." 4-year-old Wang Jiao looked surprised and asked, "Is Uncle Su more powerful than Sailor Moon?" Puff. Yao Nana laughed out loud. "Yes. He's as powerful as Sailor Moon." Su Chen followed the emerald green Miangu, neither fast nor slow. He followed all the way. He actually came to a manor. Su Chen frowned slightly. The more he looked at this place, the more familiar it looked. He seemed to have been here before. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. Isn't this Liu Yuantang's Liu family? Su Chen frowned slightly. Could it be that the Liu family was uncomfortable because of what happened in Bishu Villa today? But calculating the time, it seemed a little wrong. Su Chen didn't think about it anymore, followed the Miangu, and climbed over the wall into the Liu family. What surprised Su Chen was that the Liu family, which had a lot of servants and maids when he came last time, was unusually quiet this time. What's going on? Su Chen's mind flashed with doubt. He walked forward and suddenly stopped. Because, in front of him, a pile of bodies fell. Something happened, or thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. He quickened his pace and ran towards the main residence. Liu's manor, in the main villa. The hall was in a mess. The tables, chairs, and benches were all smashed into pieces. There were traces of fighting all around. Liu Yuantang, the head of the Liu family, fell in the corner with blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Around him, there were 3 sons, Liu King, Liu Kingson and Liu Qingchen. It seemed that all 4 of them were defeated by Yang Wuming. In front of the 4 people, there stood an old man in a pitch black robe, and inside was a pale skinny face. It was the old man who gave Shengxi and Dao to Lao Zhenjiang, the younger brother of the invincible Yang Wudi, Yang Wuming. Yang Wuming, I have no grudges against you. Why did you attack my family? Liu Yuantang roared. Yang Wuming sneered. Liu Yuantang, why do you have to pretend to be ignorant when you know the truth? Isn't that the only thing that attracts me? Yang Wuming, to your Liu family? Liu Yuantang was stunned, and then his face changed. Do you want that technique? The faces of the 3 brothers Liu King also changed drastically. Especially Liu King, he was even more shocked. After parting with Su Chen at Bishu Villa, his father Liu Yuantang just told him that something strange had happened recently. He suspected that someone was planning to take advantage of this technique. Unexpectedly, as soon as everyone returned to the manor, someone came to the door. Moreover, Liu King was directly injured by Yang Wuming while being poisoned, and Yang Wuming's real purpose turned out to be that technique. Yang Wuming sneered. Liu Yuantang, you also know a saying, an innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. When you were young, you could rely on the Shenai fist to compete with my brother Yang Wudi. You should know that such a boxing method is not worthy of you. Liu Yuantang sneered. Yang Wuming, I know you have always been dissatisfied with your brother Yang Wudi, the invincible Shenai fist, but you can only live under his shadow. But even if you get the Shenai fist, you can't surpass him. As soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Wuming's cold shout. Shut up. Whether I'm Yang Wudi's opponent or not is not up to you. What you have to do now is to take out the Shenai fist. Liu Yuantang said, I told you that it's useless, even if you get it. Yang Wuming said angrily, I'm asking you to take it out now. Liu Yuantang stopped talking. Yang Wuming was instantly furious, walked to the side, and pulled over Liu Qingchen, the 3rd master of the Liu family. Yang Wuming stretched out his hand to Liu Qingchen's forehead, staring at Liu Yuantang and saying, give me the Shenai fist, or don't blame me for being rude. A burst of stench came, and Liu Qingchen was frightened to the point of peeing his pants. He shouted loudly, Dad, give him the skill. I don't want to die. Give it to him. Liu Yuantang glanced at Liu Qingchen, but his face was as hen, and he was unmoved. Yang Wuming was immediately furious. He gritted his teeth. Okay. Then, Yang Wuming spit out the strength in his hand. Bang! Liu Qingchen was directly knocked out. The whole person's breath was extremely weak, and he was about to die. I will let you watch your son slowly die in front of you, Yang Wuming said coldly. On the side, the old man Liu King saw this scene, and shouted to Liu Yuantang, Dad, give him the Shenai fist quickly. The third brother will die soon. Please save him. Liu Yuantang closed his eyes slightly, and did not speak. Only the violent rise and fall of his chest proved that he was not calm. Seeing this scene, Yang Wuming said viciously, okay. Liu Yuantang, even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. I didn't expect you to be so cruel. He stepped forward and directly pulled Liu Qingchen out, still putting his hand on his forehead. This time, I will kill your second son, Yang Wuming said angrily. Liu Qingchen was also panicked. He shouted loudly, Dad, please save me. Give him the Shenai fist, otherwise you will lose 2 sons. At this time, Liu Yuantang said softly, you won't kill him. Everyone was stunned. Liu Qingchen's face was also a little abnormal. Liu Yuantang, what do you mean? Are you challenging my limits? Yang Wuming shouted angrily. Liu Yuantang said calmly, you should know what I mean. Yang Wuming was silent for a while. Second brother. Liu Yuantang turned his head and looked at Liu Qingchen. He said with a painful face, this time, the poisonous insect in my body should be you who gave me it, right? Liu Qingchen's face was panicked. Then, the expression on his face changed several times. Yang Wuming's hand was slowly taken away. Liu Qingchen's face showed a trace of ruthlessness, and he raised his head suddenly. Yes, I was the one who poisoned you. Everyone in the Liu family was stunned. Especially Liu King. His face was full of disbelief. Qingchen, what nonsense are you talking about? Why did you poison Dad? Are you going to destroy our Liu family? At this time, Liu Qingchen suddenly shouted, shut up. Liu King was stunned. Looking at his second brother who was furious in front of him, he actually felt a little strange. The one who wants to destroy our Liu family is not me, but him. Liu Qingchen's finger was pointing directly at Liu Yuantang. Liu King was furious and said, asshole. How can you point at my father like that? Father? What kind of father is he? Liu Qingchen was furious and said, just because I offended that Su Chen, he not only broke my leg, but also destroyed my cultivation. Is this the prestige of the Liu family, the first martial arts family in Bincheng? Liu King's face was full of pain. He said sadly, but you can't let the wolf into the house just for this reason. If you do this, the Liu family will be completely destroyed. Liu Qingchen smiled coldly, I only destroyed the old Liu family led by Liu Yuantang. And I will establish a new Liu family. I will use the Shenai fist to rebuild my martial arts path. I will worship Mr. Yang Wuming as my teacher. I will soon cultivate to become a master of Zhou Wanqiu, and then cultivate to become a congenital strongman. Finally, I will achieve the divine realm and let the Liu family become the real overlord in Nangzhou province. Ha ha ha. Liu Qingchen laughed wildly, and Liu Yuantang, on the other hand, had a wooden face and remained silent. Liu King looked at Liu Qingchen in disbelief. Second brother, how did you become like this? Can you blame me for this? Liu Qingchen roared. He pointed at Liu Yuantang and roared, it's all the fault of this damn old man. Look at him. Even if he has good things, he will only hide them. Shinai-kun is such a powerful skill. Why didn't he take it out for us to practice? He hid it himself, practiced it secretly, and didn't let us touch it. Otherwise, I would have been a master of Zhou Wanqiu long ago. Liu Qingchen looked painful. Second brother, just because of this skill, you joined forces with outsiders to deal with our Liu family? Our Liu family? Liu Qingchen snorted coldly, with a mocking sneer on the corner of his mouth. This is his Liu Yuantang's Liu family, and in the future it will be your Liu Qingchen's Liu family. Even if it is Shinai-kun, he will eventually pass it on to you, his most favored son. What does all this have to do with me? Only strength is mine. But Liu Yuantang didn't give me a chance. At this time, At the side, Liu Yuantong, who had been silent all the time, slowly spoke up. Second brother, there is something you said that is wrong. I will pass on the Liu family to the eldest brother, but I will not pass on the Shenai Quan. Haha. Liu Kingxin smiled coldly. It was obvious that he did not believe what Liu Yuantong said at all. However, Liu Yuantong continued in a hoarse voice. Do you know why I did not give the Shenai Quan to you? Liu Kingxin turned his gaze to Liu Yuantong. He wanted to hear what he could say. At the side, Yang Wuming also looked over. Liu Yuantong looked at several people and slowly spoke up. Because the Shenai Quan has a fatal flaw. In fact, I have also suffered greatly from it, and I often regret practicing this skill. Chapter 206. Like to suck. Let you suck as much as you want. Everyone was stunned when they heard what Liu Yuantong said. Shenai Quan has defects? Why have you never heard of it? Liu Kingxin sneered and curled his lips and said, it's already this time, you still say such things. Do you think I will believe it? Take it out for me. I will check if there are any defects myself. Liu Yuantong's face was full of pain. I didn't lie to you. Liu Kingxin turned his head and gave Yang Wuming a look. Yang Wuming nodded, walked forward, and directly pulled Liu King out. I don't care if you lied or not. Take out Shenai Quan, otherwise I will kill your most beloved eldest son. Yang Wuming's voice was without a trace of emotional fluctuations. Liu Yuantong stared at Yang Wuming. Tell me, if I give it to you, will you let our Liu family go? Yang Wuming's face twitched, and he smiled. Of course. After all, Liu Kingxin will be my apprentice in the future. Although he may not have any contact with your Liu family anymore, I will not kill his family. What he said was well reasoned. However, Liu Yuantong shook his head and said, I don't believe what you said. You showed no mercy when you attacked the third brother. I didn't let him show any mercy. Liu Kingxin suddenly said. Liu Yuantong and Liu King were both stunned. Liu Kingxin said coldly, the third brother is a sinister guy. He always stirs up trouble in the back and then makes me a gun in the front. This time, it even caused my legs to be broken and my skills to be wasted. Mr. Yang is also helping me to vent my anger. Besides, didn't I leave him a breath? Liu Yuantong's lips trembled with anger when he heard this. Since he returned home and found that he was poisoned, he suspected Liu Kingxin and Liu Qingchen. Therefore, he remained silent when Yang Wuming threatened Liu Kingchen. Unexpectedly, the mastermind behind the scenes was really his second son, and Liu Kingxin even asked Yang Wuming to beat Liu Qingchen seriously to death in order to vent his anger. Little beast, you are so cruel. That's your third brother. Liu Yuantong cursed. Liu Kingxin's eyes widened with anger when he used me as a gun. He never regarded me as his second brother. He used that little bit of cleverness to think that everyone was a fool. Humph. Hurry up and take out the Shenai fist, otherwise I will not only lose my third brother, but also my eldest brother. Liu Yuantong's face flushed with anger. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, okay, I'll give it to you. As he spoke, he reached out and fumbled through his clothes and finally took out a palm-sized ancient book. Liu Kingxin's eyes lit up. He had searched Liu Yuantong's room many times, but found nothing. It turned out that this Shenai fist was always carried with him. Yang Wuming was also a little surprised. He had just checked Liu Yuantong's whole body, but he didn't find any trace of the book. It seems that Liu Yuantong's clothes must also be made in secret, with a special interlayer for hiding things. This technique really has a huge loophole. Second brother, don't practice it. Liu Yuantong advised bitterly. Liu Kingxin didn't care about that. He just stepped forward and grabbed the little book. Ha ha ha. The Shenai Quan is finally in my hands. Liu Kingxin laughed while flipping through it. At this moment, be careful. Liu Yuantong shouted. Before Liu Kingxin could react, the Shenai Quan in his hand had already fallen into Yang Wuming's hands. Then, a huge wave of vitality came. Bang! Liu Kingxin flew out like a ragsack. Boom. His body hit the wall hard and then slowly slid down. Puff. Liu Kingxin spurted out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Yang Wuming in disbelief. Master, why did you Yang Wuming sneered and mocked. You don't really think that I want to accept you as my apprentice? What's the use of Shenai Quan in your hands? You are a waste in your 40s who haven't broken through the Zhou engine, and you are worthy of being my apprentice? What's more, you are not even engine now. Liu Kingson's face was full of pain. On the side, Liu Yuantang also cursed. Asshole. I have already given you the Shenai fist. You can just leave directly. Why do you have to kill us all? Yang Wuming sneered. Because I don't want to leave any trouble. I also don't want others to know that it was me who took the Shenai fist. So, you Liu family, all go to hell. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched, and the target was Liu Yuantang, who was the biggest threat. The vitality was aroused. Liu Yuantang gritted his teeth and roared, trying to raise the vitality in his body. The next second, ZHI, a sharp sound rang out. Liu Yuantang felt a sharp pain in his meridians, and all the vitality was dispersed at once. In an instant, Yang Wuming's vitality hit Liu Yuantang. Bang! Liu Yuantang flew backwards directly. He fell heavily on the ground. Yang Wuming continued to follow and punched him. It seemed that he wanted to blow Liu Yuantang's head apart. Dad! Liu King cried out in grief. Liu Kingson's face was also full of pain. Although he was dissatisfied with some of Liu Yuantang's actions, he had never thought of really killing him. But now, everything was out of his control. Yang Wuming's fist reached Liu Yuantang. Liu Yuantang's face was full of impatience and despair. At this moment, a silver light cut through the space. Whoosh! Yang Wuming's face changed instantly. He turned over and changed direction in the air. Avoided the silver light. Puff! The silver light directly pierced into the stone pillar beside. It penetrated 3/4 into the stone, and the tail was still shaking wildly. Who is it? Yang Wuming roared. Then, Su Chen's figure stepped in from outside the house. Mr. Su. A trace of ecstasy suddenly appeared on the faces of Liu Yuantang and Liu King. Su Chen is here. Maybe there is still some hope for the Liu family's life and death crisis this time. Asshole. It's you? Yang Wuming's face was ugly. Su Chen looked at him coldly. Do you know me? On the side, Liu Yuantang reminded. Mr. Su. His name is Yang Wuming, the younger brother of the invincible Yang Wudi. He is also a congenital master and good at poison. You must be careful. Su Chen suddenly realized, took out a green poison, and said coldly, so, this Yang killing poison is what you use to deal with me? Yang Wuming's face was slightly ugly. You are fine? Tell me, why did you attack me? Su Chen's eyes were slightly fixed. Yang Wuming said coldly, humph. Because you, a bastard, ruined my big plan. Before, I joined forces with Qi Yang Heo, thinking of gaining the trust of the Liu family, but you came to Bincheng, and not only saved Liu Yuantang, but also killed Qi Yang Heo. Later, you also killed my helper Lao Zhenjiang. Of course, if you hadn't forced Liu Kingson so badly, he wouldn't have chosen to agree to cooperate with me, and put the poison on Liu Yuantang. Su Chen understood it. It turned out that he had offended Yang Wuming so many times without knowing it. The Liu family members at the side finally understood that all these things were actually controlled by Yang Wuming behind the scenes. Su Chen, how should I thank you? Yang Wuming approached step by step. Su Chen said coldly, why not thank you with your death? Yang Wuming laughed. It seems that you don't know how stupid you are. Do you think I didn't prepare for you? As he spoke, Yang Wuming waved his hand and made a strange sound. This seemed to be a command. In an instant, a stream of bright light surrounded Su Chen from all directions and directly surrounded him. Su Chen's face instantly became serious. Break it for me. The powerful flame energy sprayed directly in all directions, like a wall of fire blocking those poisonous insects. Crackling. A sound like popping beans sounded. One by one, the poisonous insects fell directly to the ground. Su Chen immediately understood that not all poisonous insects were like the Miangu, which could resist the impact of the flame energy. The level of the poisonous insects released by Yang Wuming now can only be said to be average. However, Yang Wuming was not panicked at all. Flame vitality, you have good talent and luck. Yang Wuming sneered. But, this is the end of it. Life goo. Yang Wuming sneered. Then, a white light broke through the green light. At a lightning speed, it broke through Su Chen's flame vitality and rushed directly into Su Chen's body. In an instant, Su Chen paused. Yang Wuming laughed and said, haha. Su Chen, you didn't expect it? I have hidden my life goo among these ordinary goo worms. I'll let these ordinary goo worms rush up just to confuse you. Now my life goo has entered your body. Next, your vitality and blood will become the nutrients of my life goo. A congenital strongman with vigorous blood can give my life goo a good meal. Ha ha ha. Liu Yuan Tong and others looked ugly in an instant. One by one, they all looked at Su Chen nervously. Su Chen's face was icy cold. He could already feel that the white goo was already sucking his vitality and blood. Refine it for me. Su Chen activated the Zhuanshan flame power and the flame vitality in his body went to refine the life goo. However, Yang Wuming's life goo was higher in level than the Miang goo and was almost unaffected. Su Chen frowned slightly. His vitality had no effect on the life goo at all. Spiritual power. Su Chen used his mental power. Yang Wuming was surprised. You kid, you actually practice mental power. You can achieve innateness at such a young age. It's really good. Your vitality and blood are also strong, and you can still stand now. Soon, Su Chen frowned again. He found that his mental power could only control the life goo, but could not stop it. At this moment, the life goo was like a blood-sucking worm, feeding crazily on Su Chen, sucking his vitality and blood. On the side, everyone in the Liu family also saw Su Chen's dilemma, and was very anxious, but they were powerless. At this time, Su Chen gritted his teeth. Don't you want to suck? I'll let you suck enough. Su Chen was ruthless, and used his mental power to control Yang Wuming's natal goo, and then forced his own vitality and blood to be madly infused into the natal goo. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen's face turned pale at a speed visible to the naked eye. The natal goo quickly enlarged in size, but it let out a mournful cry. Squeak. Yang Wuming was startled. He quickly pounced on him and hit Su Chen hard with a palm. Boy, stop it. He never thought that Su Chen would use this method to deal with his natal goo. He didn't expect that Su Chen's martial arts foundation was so solid. However, when Yang Wuming's palm came, Su Chen didn't even dodge. Thump. The Hanyu Gong was activated, and Su Chen took Yang Wuming's palm. Then, he mixed Yang Wuming's vitality with his own vitality, and poured it into the natal goo. You like to eat, right? Eat enough. The next second. Squeak. Yang Wuming's natal goo expanded again, and finally bang, it exploded in Su Chen's meridians. Puff. Yang Wuming spurted out a mouthful of blood and flew back. The natal goo was related to his life, and he was seriously injured this time. However, Su Chen had no time to pay attention to him. Crash. In an instant, countless vitality instantly spread in Su Chen's body, making a sound like waves. Zhuanshan flame power. Su Chen shouted, and quickly refined this terrifying energy. The energy contained in Yang Wuming's natal goo far exceeded Su Chen's imagination. It can be said that this is Yang Wuming's accumulation over the years, and it is of extremely high quality and extremely easy to absorb. However, at this moment, it was a bargain for Su Chen. Yang Wuming felt the loss of the breath of the natal goo, and immediately spurted out another mouthful of blood. Puff. After years of hard work, he finally made wedding clothes for others. Chapter 207 How dare you be rude to Mr. Su? Crash. The flame energy flowed through the meridians like a tide. Su Chen's face was filled with a hint of ecstasy. He had already discovered that the flame energy in his body had turned into a fiery red color. The flame energy, the flame levels, were white, yellow, red, purple, and black. Each level was more powerful than the previous one. Now, with the help of Yang Wuming's life definition goo, he was actually upgraded to a higher level. Moreover, Su Chen could still feel that there was still a lot of energy from the life definition goo remaining in the meridians. In the future practice, the speed might be even faster. To some extent, Yang Wuming's life definition goo might not be worse than the effect of a spiritual medicine. Thank you for the gift, Mr. Yang. Su Chen sneered. The fluctuations of his energy were even more violent than before, and it seemed that he had made great progress. Yang Wuming, whose life definition goo died, had already suffered a heavy blow. At this moment, hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Wuming almost spit out blood again. Su Chen smiled coldly and walked towards Yang Wuming. Yang Wuming's face changed and he turned and ran away. What he was best at was poisonous insects. Now, his most powerful means had failed and he was seriously injured, so how could he dare to stay in front of Su Chen? He immediately ignored everything else and threw a handful of powder at Su Chen, but he himself flashed and ran away. At this time, Su Chen hit out with both palms. The fiery red energy, with a scorching temperature, was like an explosion. In the blink of an eye, the powder sprinkled by Yang Wuming was burned to ashes. On the other side, Su Chen's figure instantly passed through the powder and grabbed Yang Wuming directly. Yang Wuming was so scared that he wanted to escape, but he was powerless. "You also take my move," Su Chen shouted coldly. His figure was like lightning, and he directly printed a palm on Yang Wuming. Bang! The terrifying flame energy exploded directly. Puff! Yang Wuming spit out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person flew out, plowing a deep pit in the ground. He half sat and half lay on the ground, his face full of panic. At this moment, he finally felt the fear of death. "Su Chen, you can't kill me. My brother is the invincible Yang Wudi of the Divine Fist. If you kill me, my brother will definitely kill you," Yang Wuming shouted frantically. Su Chen sneered. "Do you think that, if I don't kill you, he won't cause trouble to me? His apprentice, Iron Fist Feng Dao, died in my hands. So, your threat is useless to me." Yang Wuming's face changed, and he quickly changed his words. "Su Chen, if you spare my life, I can help you make peace with my brother. If you let me go, I will persuade my brother to make friends with you." At this time, Liu Yuantang shouted, "Mr. Su, don't believe him. Just now, he said that he would let our Liu family go after getting the Divine Wolfist, but he still wanted to kill people to silence them. He also promised Kingxin that he would accept him as his apprentice, but in the end he regretted and killed him. Yang Wuming is a man who cannot be trusted." Yang Wuming's face suddenly changed. He wanted to explain, but Su Chen sneered. "Sorry, I don't believe you." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen struck out with a palm. A huge amount of vitality swept out. At this time, a huge fist intent burst out from Yang Wuming. It seemed that there was an unparalleled strong man blocking Su Chen. "Su Chen, this is my brother's fist intent. If you kill me, he will definitely feel it," Yang Wuming shouted. Su Chen smiled coldly. "Even if Yang Wudi comes in person, I'm not afraid. What's more, this fist intent. Break it for me." He raised his palm high, and a huge palm condensed by vitality pressed down fiercely. Crack. A shattering sound appeared. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying fist intent pressure disappeared instantly. Yang Wuming didn't have time to scream, and it hit him directly. "My brother will come to kill you." After saying this, Yang Wuming tilted his head and died on the spot. All the Liu family members were relieved when they saw this scene. Liu Yuantang burst into tears. Just 10 minutes ago, the Liu family was about to be destroyed. If Su Chen hadn't come, the Liu family would have been completely gone. Liu King was even more excited. Before leaving Bishu Villa, Liu Yuantang told him that there might be a place where he could ask Su Chen for help in the future, so he must go to Su Chen and make friends with him. Now, it has been proved that his father's vision is extremely accurate. Mr. Su Chen is definitely worthy of the highest level of courtesy. The next second, Liu Yuantang knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Chen, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Su, for saving my Liu family's lives." Liu King was stunned and quickly knelt on the side of Liu Yuantang. Su Chen stepped forward to help the two of them up and said politely, "You two don't have to be so polite, I will treat you too." Hearing this, Liu Yuantang hurriedly said, "Mr. Su, please save my third son Liu Qingchen and second son Liu Kingxin first." Just now, Yang Wuming beat Liu Qingchen and Liu Kingchen to death. If they are not rescued quickly, both of them may die. Although, Liu Kingxin was the biggest thief in this family crisis, but Liu Yuantang, as a father, couldn't bear to see his son die in front of him, even if he made a huge mistake. Su Chen sighed, stepped forward, and used the 9 Extremes life transforming needle to renew the lives of Liu Qingchen and Liu Qingxin. After saving the lives of these two people, Su Chen came back to treat Liu Qing. Relatively speaking, Liu Qing's injury was the lightest, and Su Chen quickly helped him solve it. Finally, Su Chen looked at Liu Yuantong. The main problem in your body should be that there is a goo worm in your meridians, which prevents you from using your vitality. I will help you control it. Don't resist my vitality. As he spoke, Su Chen urged his mental power. Soon, he found the goo worm in Liu Yuantong's meridians. Su Chen controlled the goo worm, and then poured his flame vitality into Liu Yuantong's meridians. Liu Yuantong was horrified. He never thought that Su Chen's vitality would be so domineering and strong. After entering his meridians, his vitality was instantly suppressed. In the blink of an eye, it surrounded the goo worm. The goo worm cried, but it had no effect. It was covered with red flames and swept up. Crack. A shattering sound was heard. The goo worm instantly turned into huge energy and scattered. Hurry up and refine and absorb. Su Chen took back his vitality and reminded loudly. Liu Yuantong put away the horror in his heart and quickly absorbed the energy from the goo worm. The goo worm that Yang Wuming used to deal with Liu Yuantong was also extraordinary. With the help of Su Chen, Liu Yuantong got huge benefits. Liu Yuantong sat cross-legged and slowly refined and absorbed energy. Su Chen slowly got up and said to Liu Qing, Mr. Liu, you take care of old Liu first. I'll go out to buy some medicinal materials first. Whether it was Liu Qingxin and Liu Qingchen, or Liu Yuantong's injuries, they all needed to be assisted by refining medicine. Moreover, Su Chen felt that he also needed to leave for a while, to let the Liu family deal with the internal conflicts in their family. Liu Qing bowed and said, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Su. Su Chen waved his hand and stood up to leave. Just as he walked out of the Liu family's gate, he saw 5 people walking towards him. The leader was a middle-aged man with a round face. The other 4 were all younger. What surprised Su Chen was that these people were all martial artists, and their cultivation was generally not low. The middle-aged man in the lead had reached the level of master of Zhuanjin. Su Chen only took a glance and then looked away. He was about to leave when suddenly a shout stopped him. Hey! Stop right there! Su Chen was stunned and turned around. Sure enough, he saw a squinting-eyed man among the 4 young men pointing his finger at him. What's wrong? Su Chen asked. Squinting-eyed asked, who are you? What's your name? My name is Su Chen. Su Chen asked, what do you want? Squinting-eyed said coldly, answer whatever I ask you. You don't need to ask me. Su Chen frowned slightly. The tone of the young man was very annoying. At this time, the middle-aged man in the front said, Mr. Su, I'm sorry. We are the Tiger Guards. My name is Pei Zhenchang. I need to take up your time to understand something. Hearing the 3 words Tiger Guards, Su Chen was slightly stunned. It turned out that he was in the same line of work as Liu Dazzling. Seeing that Pei Zhenchang's attitude was not bad, Su Chen stopped. Ask what's the matter. Su Chen smiled and said. At this time, the narrow-eyed man on the side shouted coldly, pay attention to your attitude. When talking to us, be serious and respectful. Tell me, what are you doing here? What are you doing now? At this time, Pei Zhenchang on the side frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. I came here to see a friend. Now, I'm going to buy medicine. What, am I breaking the law? Su Chen's face also turned cold. Oh, you have quite a temper. Squinting eyes sneered. We received a tip-off that Yang Wuming, a wanted warrior of the Tiger Guard, has appeared nearby. I suspect you have something to do with this matter. You can't go anywhere now. Wait until we find out before you leave. As he spoke, Squinting Eyes took out a pair of fine steel handcuffs and put them on Su Chen. This time, Su Chen couldn't bear it anymore. Get out of the way. He shouted coldly and struck out with a palm. Behind him, Pei Zhenchang's face changed drastically. Shan Guang, get out of the way. Squinting Eye's face changed drastically in an instant, but he didn't have time to dodge. Bang! A loud noise. Squinting Eyes had already flown out. Pei Zhenchang flashed out and caught Squinting Eyes Xiangang. Thump thump thump. He retreated 4 or 5 steps in a row before he stabilized his body. Pei Zhenchang looked at Su Chen with horror, and only then did he realize that Su Chen's martial arts skills in front of him were no less than his own. Looking at the narrow-eyed man at this time, he was holding his chest with a painful look on his face. "Sir, are you too cruel?" Pei Zhenchang stared at Su Chen and said angrily. Su Chen sneered, "Don't worry, you won't die. You." The remaining 3 young men were furious. Su Chen said coldly, "When he was rude to me, you didn't come out to uphold justice, but now you are full of justice. Is this layer of skin on your body used to distinguish who is your own?" Pei Zhenchang's face was unfriendly. "In any case, we represent the Tiger Guards and have the right to check. You attacked the Tiger Guards, which is a violation. Is it your procedure to arrest people for no reason and without showing any documents?" Su Chen smiled coldly. He had talked to Liu Dazzling about the Tiger Guards and knew their procedures. Sure enough, Pei Zhenchang and others changed their faces slightly. Shan Guan with narrowed eyes was impatient and reckless, which was indeed not in line with the regulations. Pei Zhenchang took out his documents and showed them to Su Chen. "Mr. Su, you have seen the documents. We, the Tiger Guard, have received news that the warrior Yang Wuming on the wanted list has appeared here, so we came to investigate. Therefore, you must cooperate." Su Chen was about to speak. Boom. A sound of breaking wind was heard. A corpse hit Pei Zhenchang. Pei Zhenchang's face changed drastically, and then he mobilized all his strength to meet the corpse. Bang. A loud noise. Pei Zhenchang was directly knocked away, and even the 4 young men behind him also fell to the ground. The 5 people were in a mess. "Who is it?" Pei Zhenchang looked nervous. A young man pointed to the corpse on the ground and said, "Brother Chang, this corpse is Yang Wuming." Pei Zhenchang's face changed drastically. Yang Wuming is an evergreen on the wanted list of the Tiger Guard and has not been caught for many years. At this moment, they just received the news and came here, but they only saw a corpse. This shows that a master has already killed Yang Wuming. Who is this person? The next second, a figure suddenly appeared in the field like a breeze. Master Liu. Pei Zhenchang and others hurriedly saluted respectfully. In their opinion, it must be Liu Yuantang who killed Yang Wuming. However, Liu Yuantang snorted coldly, "You are so bold. How dare you be rude to Mr. Su?" Chapter 208 Prepare for a rainy day. A figure stood in front of everyone. The vitality in his body rolled like waves, as if it was real, with an amazing pressure. It was Liu Yuantang. At this moment, Liu Yuantang had just absorbed the huge energy from Yang Wuming's poisonous insect, and his vitality was hard to suppress. Pei Zhenchang and others saw this scene, and they immediately looked nervous. Meet the head of the Liu family. At this moment, the group of people no longer had the arrogant look just now, and each one was more respectful than the other. Even Shan Guang, who was the most arrogant, was trying to support his injured body and salute Liu Yuantang. After Su Chen saw it, he laughed in his heart. It turned out that the 4 words "strength is respected" are still useful for these people who eat official meals. In the face of the respect of the people of the Tiger Capture Guard, Liu Yuantang did not give them any good face. "Tiger Capture Guard? Haha. So majestic and domineering. You dare to bully me to the door of my Liu family." Liu Yuantang snorted coldly. Pei Zhenchang was shocked and said quickly, "Master Liu, please don't blame us. We dare not do this. We dare not?" Liu Yuantang said angrily, "You are going to handcuff my Liu family's distinguished guest, and you still say you dare not?" Pei Zhenchang and others looked at Su Chen and secretly groaned in their hearts. They never thought that Su Chen could be considered Liu Yuantang's distinguished guest. Liu Yuantang pointed at the body of Yang Wuming on the ground and said, "Aren't you looking for Yang Wuming? His body is here. I tell you, Yang Wuming is." Originally, Liu Yuantang wanted to use Yang Wuming to raise Su Chen's status and tell the people of Qinhuai that Yang Wuming died in Su Chen's hands. As a result, he saw Su Chen shook his head slightly at him. Liu Yuantang immediately changed his words. "This Yang Wuming is. I killed him. You can take it and report it. Also, don't show up near my Liu family in the future. You are not welcome here." Seeing Liu Yuantang's unfriendly face, Pei Zhenchang and others hurriedly asked people to pick up Yang Wuming's body. "Mr. Su, I'm sorry for disturbing you, because my little brother is so reckless. Master Liu, goodbye." If there is a reward for killing Yang Wuming, I will give it to you. Pei Zhenshang said respectfully. Liu Yuantang waved his hand and said, no need, as long as you don't appear in front of me again. Seeing Liu Yuantang's attitude, Pei Zhenshang was a little embarrassed. However, he still bowed to the two of them and then led the team away. The people of the Tiger Guard disappeared, and Liu Yuantang bowed to Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, I'm really sorry to let these people disturb you. Su Chen smiled. It's okay, but I think you seem to have some opinions about them. Liu Yuantang's face darkened. In the past, I had some disputes with the Tiger Guard. Su Chen saw that Liu Yuantang's face was not very good, so he didn't ask any more questions. Okay, I'll go buy some medicinal materials for you. You should go back and continue to refine the energy of the poisonous insect. Don't waste this good opportunity. Su Chen said lightly. Now, Liu Yuantang's vitality fluctuates violently. This is because there is still a huge amount of energy in his body that has not been absorbed and refined. I think it was because he was in a hurry to come out to help Su Chen. Liu Yuantang clasped his fists towards Su Chen, bowed slightly and said, thank you for your hard work, Mr. Su. Su Chen didn't care at all and turned away. Liu Yuantang hurried back to continue absorbing. On the other side, Pei Zhenshang led the 4 members of the Tiger Guard and left quickly until they were far away from the Liu family manor. A member of the Tiger Capture Guard side, this Liu Yuantang is indeed worthy of being the #1 martial arts master in Bincheng. The fluctuations of his vitality are really terrifying. On the side, another team member said, of course. Otherwise, he would not be able to kill Yang Wuming. Yang Wuming is the younger brother of Yang Wudi, the invincible divine fist. We, the Tiger Capture Guard, once sent 5 or 6 innate masters to surround and kill him, but he all escaped. Unexpectedly, he died at the hands of Liu Yuantang. At this time, Shan Guang with squinting eyes suddenly spoke, who is the background of that bastard who defeated me? I see that Liu Yuantang seems to respect him very much. When I go back, I have to check him out. This bastard actually dared to attack me. Pei Zhenshang said, Shan Guang, you have to change your temper. Although Mr. Su looks young, his martial arts skills are probably already a master of Zhou Wanqiu. If you cause trouble for him again, you may suffer a great loss. Hearing this, Shan Guang seemed to be a little dissatisfied. He muttered, he is just a master of Zhou Wanqiu. What's so great about him? There are many of them in our Kinhu Guard. If he dares to be ungrateful again next time, I will let him know how powerful Kinhu Guard is. Pei Zhenshang glanced at Shan Guang, shook his head slightly, and said nothing more. Most of these young people who have just joined Kinhu Guard think highly of themselves. They will not listen to simple verbal preaching at all. They have to suffer a little before they can learn how to be a man. However, Pei Zhenshang always felt that Liu Yuantang's attitude was a little strange. The head of the Liu family seemed to be a little too respectful to the young man Su Chen. On the other side, Su Chen found a medicine shop and prepared several prescriptions as needed. Then, he boiled the medicine directly in the medicine shop. Taking this time, Su Chen contacted Yao Nana to let them rest assured. After the medicine was boiled, he returned to the Liu family manor with the medicine. At this time, all the mess had been cleaned up. Liu Qingxin and Liu Qingchen were also sent to other rooms. Seeing Su Chen coming back, Liu Yuantang and Liu Qing went to greet him immediately. Mr. Su, you are back. Liu Yuantang was respectful and polite. At this time, the fluctuations of his vitality had completely subsided, and only his eyes were full of brilliance. This showed that he had absorbed all the energy of the insect. Su Chen handed the prepared medicine in his hand to Liu Qing and asked him to distribute it. Turning around, he bowed to Liu Yuantang and said, congratulations, Mr. Liu, your martial arts cultivation has made a great progress. Mr. Su is too polite. This is also thanks to you. Liu Yuantang smiled. Then, he sighed and said, but for me, whether my martial arts cultivation has improved or not is actually not important. As long as I can live for another 2 years, until my Liu family has a suitable successor, it will be fine. Su Chen asked lightly, is Mr. Liu worried about his mental problems? Hearing this, Liu Yuantang's whole body shook violently, and he looked at Su Chen with disbelief. Mr. Su, can you see the problem with my body? Liu Yuantang asked excitedly. Su Chen explained, last time, when I examined Elder Liu, I found that your mind seemed to be a little disordered. However, your main problem at that time was poisoning, so I didn't ask too much. Liu Yuantang stared at Su Chen. Mr. Su, are you sure you can treat this disease? Su Chen thought for a while and said, if I'm not mistaken, you should have practiced some kind of martial arts to be in this condition, right? Liu Yuantang was stunned and finally sighed. He slowly took out an ancient book the size of a palm, which was the Shenai Fist. Before, when Liu Yuantang threw Yang Wuming's body to the tiger guards, he took this martial arts back. Mr. Su, it was this Shenai Fist that caused my mental problems. And this time, Yang Wuming attacked my Liu family for this Shenai Fist. Liu Yuantang introduced. Su Chen suddenly became quite interested. He asked, can I take a look? Liu Yuantang nodded without hesitation and said, of course. You are the savior of our Liu family. What's a set of exercises worth? However, I suggest that you should not practice it, Mr. Su. Because although this set of exercises is powerful, it has flaws. Then, Liu Yuantang introduced it. Many years ago, I accidentally discovered this Shenai Fist. As soon as I came into contact with it, I was attracted by the mystery in it, and couldn't help practicing this set of boxing. I have to say, that this set of boxing is really powerful. I have only practiced for a period of time, and I have already shown my edge. Later, I can even compete with the invincible Yang Wudi of the Divine Fist. At that time, although Yang Wudi was only at the level of Zhou Wanqiu, he had already made an invincible reputation among the masters of Zhou Wanqiu. With a pair of iron fists, he was almost invincible, and he was extremely fierce. My set of Shenai Fist is more about intention than form, and I will not lose to him. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. When he was in Bincheng, he killed Iron Fist Feng Dao, the last disciple of the invincible Divine Fist Yang Wudi. When he arrived in Weicheng, he killed Yang Wudi's brother Yang Wuming. There is a high probability that there will be a big battle between him and Yang Wudi. Therefore, he should prepare for it. If this Divine Will Fist is so powerful, it can be a good way to deal with Yang Wudi. But why don't you suggest me to practice it? Su Chen asked. I was just about to say it. Liu Yuantang smiled bitterly. As I practiced later, I found a huge flaw in this technique. What flaw? Su Chen asked, while flipping through Divine Will Fist. Chapter 209. One book for another. Liu Yuantang looked into the distance, as if reminiscing. However, his expression was slightly sad. Su Chen did not urge him. After a moment, Liu Yuantang slowly said, this set of Shenai Quan emphasizes intention rather than form, so when practicing, you need to mobilize more mental power to participate in it. Every time I finish practicing, I always feel very tired, and there is a kind of schizophrenic hallucination and pain. Moreover, when practicing and fighting, I often immerse my whole mind in the boxing, and even completely ignore everything in the outside world. The most hateful thing is that I often lose myself in practice. Once, my wife approached me when I was practicing, and I was seriously injured by her. In the end, at this point, Liu Yuantang burst into tears. Su Chen frowned slightly. This technique is so evil, no wonder Liu Yuantang doesn't let his children learn it. Old Liu, can I study this technique? Su Chen asked. Liu Yuantang nodded. You can study it, but I still want to advise you not to practice it as much as possible. Su Chen smiled and said, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. After saying that, Su Chen took the Shenai Fist to the garden and read it carefully. Seeing Su Chen's fascination, Liu Yuantang sighed. Few people who practice martial arts can resist the temptation of this set of boxing. But even if Su Chen wants to practice, he has no reason to stop him. Su Chen sat quietly in the corner, flipping through this palm-sized ancient book. This Shenai Fist is yellowed in color and the paper is old. It looks very old. However, the handwriting and images in it are very clear. When people practice boxing, they usually focus on form and neglect intention. Even worse, it is better to establish the intention of boxing first, and when the intention of boxing is established, it can be used to form a method. Shenai fist comes from its origin. The intention is established first, and then the 10,000 fists are broken. Su Chen became more and more interested as he read it. This Shenai fist is really different from other martial arts. Most other techniques teach the training routes and moves, so that practitioners can follow them. However, this boxing method allows the warrior to feel the meaning of the boxing first, and then cooperate with the moves. You don't even need to care about the moves, because after the boxing meaning is established, any random strike is a great move. Of course, this ancient book also gives some moves, but these moves are used to help people who practice Shinai-kun to understand the meaning of the boxing. Su Chen stood up and punched out according to the method described in the book. These punches were ordinary, just like an ordinary person swinging his fist. However, Su Chen's face became more and more serious. He could feel that as he punched out, his mental power became more and more concentrated. In the end, all the mental power was condensed into his fist. In an instant, Su Chen suddenly felt that everything in the world seemed to have disappeared. All he had was this fist in his hand. At this moment, the flame energy in his body seemed to be stimulated and flowed wildly, like a rushing river. Su Chen took a breath slowly, and then punched out fiercely. In an instant, the huge vitality in the body rushed out like it had found a flood outlet. Boom. A loud bang exploded. In front of Su Chen, a deep earth pit stretched directly to the distance. Along the way, all the trees and rockery was mashed into slag. Even a large section of the Liu family's courtyard wall was blown down. Su Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at the power of this punch with satisfaction. This Shenai fist is indeed very powerful. Once the fist intention is formed, with the blessing of mental power, all of Su Chen's strength can be concentrated on one point, allowing him to really go all out. Moreover, if in a real battle, the powerful fist intention can also affect the opponent's performance. It can be said that this is a practical boxing method that strengthens oneself and weakens the enemy. I picked up a treasure. Su Chen was happy. However, his face changed immediately. He just remembered that he was in the Liu family, and this punch directly destroyed the other person's garden. Su Chen quickly turned his head and looked at Liu Yuantang on the side. Liu Yuantang was staring at him in amazement. Mr. Liu, I'm so sorry. I lost control and destroyed your garden. Su Chen said a little embarrassedly. Liu Yuantang came back to his senses. He hurried forward and asked, "There's nothing wrong with the garden. Mr. Su, have you mastered your Shenai boxing?" Su Chen scratched his head and said, "I should have mastered it. But I'm at the 5th level of Shenai boxing, and I'm just getting started at best." Liu Yuantang smiled bitterly. "Do you know, when I was practicing, it took me more than half a year to get started with the 1st level. After that, I practiced for many years and only reached the 2nd level. Later, I couldn't control myself and didn't dare to continue practicing. You only took half a day. No, it should be said that half an hour to get started. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating." Su Chen smiled and said, "This Shenai boxing focuses on the intention of fist and is closely related to mental strength. In this regard, I have taken quite an advantage." Liu Yuantang smiled helplessly. "You don't have to comfort me. This is the difference in talent. In the future, there may be a place for you, Su Chen, at the pinnacle of the martial arts world." Su Chen smiled. At this time, Liu Yuantang suddenly asked, "By the way, Mr. Su, do you feel particularly tired or have a severe headache, hallucinations, etc.?" Su Chen shook his head. Liu Yuantang was puzzled. At this time, Su Chen's eyes lit up and said, "Mr. Liu, I know where your problem lies." "Where?" Liu Yuantang was very excited. Su Chen slowly uttered 3 words, "spiritual power." Liu Yuantang asked puzzledly, "What does this have to do with mental power?" Su Chen explained, "Shinai-kun emphasizes fist intention. The formation of fist intention depends on mental power, and the release of fist intention depends on mental power. In the process of using Shinai-kun, it is mental power, not vitality, that plays a role of the engine. If a person with strong mental power uses Shinai-kun, he can control the powerful fist intention and control the release of vitality. If the mental power is weaker, it will feel like a small horse pulling a big cart, struggling when going uphill, and losing control when going downhill. When struggling, it will cause mental exhaustion and weakness, and when losing control, it will. Su Chen did not continue. Because Liu Yuantang has completely understood it. When he practiced Shinaiquan, he used his own vitality to drive it, and his mental power could only be regarded as passively involved. Therefore, he always felt that his mental power was hollowed out, and even schizophrenia. Sometimes, he would even be coerced by this boxing. The whole person was immersed in the boxing, and couldn't extricate himself, causing tragedy without knowing it. Mr. Su, do you have a solution? Liu Yuantang asked anxiously. Su Chen thought about it and said, in fact, there are ways, and there is more than one. The first way is to find some spiritual medicines that can enhance mental power. During the practice, keep taking them to enhance mental power. When your mental power can keep up with and control the boxing, there will be no more disadvantages. Liu Yuantang's face was a little embarrassed. Spiritual medicine is hard to find, not to mention spiritual medicine that assists in mental practice. Mr. Su, is there any other way? Liu Yuantang asked. Su Chen said, yes. That is the practice method to enhance mental strength. In fact, you have become an innate strong man, and you should also know that to step into the realm of gods, you must have perfect blood, perfect spirit, and perfect vitality. This is the only way. So, you should have collected the methods of mental power practice, right? Liu Yuantang smiled bitterly. Mr. Su, of course I know this. However, my talent and financial resources will probably stop me at the innate realm. I didn't even dare to think about the realm of gods. So, over the years, I only considered practicing my vitality to the extreme. As for the mental practice methods, I didn't think about it too much. Su Chen smiled and said, if you had found the mental practice methods earlier and improved your mental strength, you might have been able to control the divine wolfist long ago. If you want to step into the realm of gods, it's best to go hand in hand. If you think about going to the end of a single road and then taking another road, it's easy to suffer a loss. Liu Yuantang smiled bitterly. Now, it's too late to say all this. I can only spend all my family fortune to find some elixirs to replenish mental strength. Su Chen looked at Liu Yuantang and said with a smile, it's not too late. Since you generously showed me Shinaiquan, I'll give you this method. As he spoke, Su Chen took out a book and handed it to Liu Yuantang. It was the Shen concentration technique he got from Master Heo of the Ran family in the provincial capital. Since Liu Yuantang had generously shared Shinaiquan with him, Su Chen didn't mind sharing his own method with him. This is. Liu Yuantang took the Shen concentration technique, flipped through it briefly, and then his eyes widened. Mr. Su, this is actually a method to cultivate mental power. This is too precious. Liu Yuantang's face flushed with excitement. Su Chen smiled and said, let's exchange books. However, I still want to remind you that no matter whether it is the art of concentration or the divine wolfist, you have to practice it in the innate realm. Although the divine wolfist can be practiced at the Zhuanjin master stage, it puts too much burden on mental power. You must be careful. Liu Yuantang nodded vigorously. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Su, I understand. Then, Su Chen instructed Liu Yuantang to slowly get started in mental power practice. After Liu Yuantang initially mastered the art of concentration, he suddenly felt that the pain in his head was much weaker. He couldn't help but be more grateful to Su Chen and had to treat Su Chen to a banquet. At this time, ding-ling-ling, Su Chen's mobile phone rang. After answering, Liu Yu's anxious voice came. Mr. Su, please save my father quickly. Su Chen was shocked. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210. Why do girls always like to get into my arms? Su Chen was startled. He knew that Liu Dazzling had rushed back to participate in the mission early in the morning. but he didn't expect that something would happen as soon as he returned. Liu on the opposite side cried and explained the matter. Su Chen finally figured out the general situation. Liu, don't worry, I'll go to the hospital right away. Don't worry, your father will be fine with me here, Su Chen said. Liu said before hanging up the phone. Su Chen hung up the phone and said to Liu Antong, Mr. Liu, I have something urgent here and need to leave. Liu Antong's face was stern and he asked quickly, Mr. Su, what happened? Do you need my help? Su Chen shook his head, don't worry. It's just a small matter, I can handle it. Liu Antong nodded. Mr. Su, if you need my Liu family to do anything, just tell me. My Liu family will definitely go through fire and water without hesitation. Now, Liu Antong has identified Su Chen and decided to hold this fight tightly and never let go. Su Chen smiled. Okay. After leaving the Liu family, Su Chen rushed to the hospital as soon as possible. When Su Chen walked outside Liu Dalong's ward, there were already many people waiting at the door. He saw Liu, who was crying. Beside Liu, there were some martial arts practitioners wearing uniforms, who seemed to be comforting her. These people's clothes were the same as Pei Zhenchang and Shan Guan, who stopped Su Chen outside the Liu family. They must be members of the Tiger Guards and colleagues of Liu Dalong. Liu, Su Chen called out. When Liu saw Su Chen, a hint of surprise suddenly appeared in her eyes. Brother Su, she called out, and then trotted over. Swish. Liu, like a fledgling bird, plunged into Su Chen's arms and hugged him. Su Chen was stunned and did not dare to move. Liu was crying loudly. Brother Su, my father is seriously injured. The doctor said that his life is in danger. I don't want to lose my father. Woo woo. Su Chen only felt a wetness in his chest. Liu's tears had soaked his clothes. Su Chen patted Liu's shoulders and comforted him. Don't worry, I'm here, and nothing will happen to your father. Liu looked up at Su Chen with tears in her eyes. Really? Su Chen smiled and said, don't you believe me yet? Liu looked at Su Chen's confident face, and then he slowly put his mind at ease. Let me go first. I'll go find out about your father's condition, Su Chen said. Liu was stunned, and then she noticed her movements. Her pretty face blushed, and she quickly let go of her hand, and took 2 steps back. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to walk into the ward to see Liu Dalong. On the side, a middle-aged man in uniform came over, and stretched out his palm to Su Chen. Hello. My name is Li Dingyuan, and I'm Liu Dalong's team leader. Su Chen looked up and down at the round-faced middle-aged man, and stretched out his hand. Hello. My name is Su Chen, and I'm Uncle Liu's good friend. Can I ask what's going on with Uncle Liu? Li Dingyuan nodded and introduced. This time, our team received a mission to search for a Zhou Wanqiu master who committed a crime. Liu Dalong discovered the whereabouts of this Zhou Wanqiu master. After sending a signal, Liu Dalong was hit by 2 palms from the Zhou Wanqiu master in order to hold him back. Li Dingyuan said with admiration, thanks to Liu Dalong, who used his strength as a dark force martial artist to hold back the Zhou Wanqiu master. Otherwise, we would not have been able to arrive in time to kill the criminal. It's just that the Zhou Wanqiu master practiced yin shaki hard, and Liu Dalong's meridians were invaded by the yin shaki in his Zhou Wanqiu, and his internal organs were eroded. The situation is very serious. Su Chen frowned when he heard it. In that case, why don't you treat him quickly? Li Dingyuan explained. The doctors in the hospital have no way to treat this kind of injury caused by the evil spirit entering the body. We, the Kinhu Guard, have already sent someone to invite the little genius doctor inside, and she will be here soon. Su Chen shook his head. This kind of injury is best treated immediately. Otherwise, it will easily affect Liu Dalong's future martial arts practice. As he spoke, Su Chen was about to push open the door of the ward and go in. But Li Dingyuan stretched out his hand to stop him. Mr. Su, please wait. The little genius doctor said that Liu Dalong's current condition should not be tampered with. If a doctor who doesn't understand the situation tampered with it, it would be easy for the evil spirit in his meridians to disperse, and it would be extremely difficult to expel it all at that time. Su Chen frowned slightly and said, if the evil spirit is not resolved now, it will still gradually erode the meridians and internal organs, and even affect Liu Dalong's life safety. We can't pin our hopes on a little genius doctor who may arrive at any time. Then, Su Chen was about to push the door and enter the ward. Leading Yuan still tried to stop him. Mr. Su, I think we should wait for the little doctor. His words showed a hint of distrust towards Su Chen. Su Chen frowned. At this time, Liu stepped forward and said, Uncle Li, please get out of the way. I believe in Su Chen. Zhou Yu. Leading Yuan looked at Liu. However, Liu's eyes were firm. Leading Yuan could only sigh and get out of the way. Soon, Su Chen walked into the ward. Leading Yuan wanted to follow him in, but Liu stopped him and said, Uncle Li, we just need to wait outside. Brother Su will definitely be able to save me. Who is this Mr. Su? Is his medical skill reliable? Leading Yuan asked in confusion. He felt that Liu's trust in Su Chen seemed a little too much. However, Liu shook his head and said, Mr. Su is very powerful. However, I don't know if he can cure my father's injury. But I believe in him. He is really powerful. Leading Yuan was stunned. He secretly groaned in his heart. In his opinion, Liu must have been fooled by Su Chen. He was about to push open the door of the ward and go in to stop Su Chen. At this time, a sound of footsteps came from outside. A woman with short hair and good looks walked over quickly. Team Leader Li, I'm Zhang Ke. Where is the patient now? How is the condition now? The woman went straight to the point. Leading Yuan showed a trace of embarrassment on his face. Little miracle doctor, you are here. Zhang Ke saw that Leading Yuan was unnatural, and she hurriedly asked, Team Leader Li, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the patient? Leading Yuan said, it's not that something happened, but just now there was a Mr. Su who went in to treat Liu Dalong first. Hearing this, Zhang Ke was immediately furious. Team Leader Li, what did I tell you before? Liu Dalong has a lot of evil spirits in his body. If it is not handled properly, it will only make the evil spirits lose control and explode in his body. How can you let others interfere with the treatment? Don't you consider your team members at all? Leading Yuan is the leader of the Tiger Guards, and his status is no less than that of the head of a city, but he was also embarrassed by the scolding. It's not that he is afraid of Zhang Ke, but because this woman is indeed extraordinary. It is said that this woman's father is a top master in the Saint Hand list. She has magical medical skills, all of which are from her family. She has treated many seriously injured patients of the Tiger Guards and has a very good reputation within the organization. In addition, she is also kind-hearted for Liu Dalong, so Leading Yuan naturally can't say anything. I also tried to dissuade him, but Mr. Su seemed very confident. Leading Yuan looked embarrassed and defended himself. Zhang Ke was immediately furious. He said he was sure. Is he really sure? This kind of quack doctor who is half full and half full always brags loudly when he speaks. Zhang Ke became more and more angry and finally said angrily, I want to see where this doctor came from who dares to be so arrogant. As he spoke, Zhang Ke ran to Liu Dalong's ward angrily. At this moment, the door of the ward suddenly opened. Zhang Ke didn't pay attention and plunged directly into Su Chen's arms. Su Chen was confused. He didn't know what happened, and he felt a fragrant breeze blowing on his face, and then he felt warm and soft in his arms. Su Chen thought it was Liu, and was about to pat her shoulder. As a result, a strong force came from his chest. The beautiful figure in his arms blushed and pushed Su Chen hard. However, Su Chen's figure just swayed, without retreating at all. But Zhang Ke took a few steps back, and finally sat on the ground with a pop. Su Chen then saw clearly that the woman who rushed into his arms was not Liu at all. Why do these girls like to get into his arms? Su Chen was a little puzzled. Who are you? Su Chen asked. Zhang Ke was embarrassed and angry. She struggled to get up and pointed at Su Chen angrily. You still ask who I am, but I haven't asked you who you are yet. Do you know how serious the consequences will be if the evil spirit in Liu Dalong's body is accidentally triggered? Do you know how much trouble it will cause in the future if the evil spirit in his body is not expelled all at once? Su Chen nodded. I know. Zhang Ke's mouth full of scolding was stuck in his mouth for a while. Chapter 211 Yuan Kizu's Trouble. Seeing Su Chen's serious look, Zhang Ke suddenly became even more angry. You know and you still dare to touch Liu Dazzling. You set off his evil spirit, and there are few people in the world who can save him. Do you understand? Su Chen said lightly. I didn't touch him. Besides, even if it explodes, I can save him. It's just a little troublesome. Hearing this, Zhang Ke instantly got angry. If the evil spirit explodes, even she can't do anything. She can only go home and call her father. But this guy in front of him actually said he can do it. And what about it's just a little troublesome? Is this a little troublesome? You. Zhang Ke gritted her teeth and said, I'll go see Liu Dazzling now. You stay here. Don't leave. If Liu Dazzling has any sequelae later, you can wait to go to jail. Arrogant and conceited guy. As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed open the door of the ward. In the eyes, Liu Dazzling had already sat up on the bed, looking outside with a smile on his face. Team leader Li, Jua, I'm fine now. Thank you for your hard work. Help me find Mr. Su. Hearing this, Liu and leading Guan ran into the ward excitedly. Zhang Ke stood at the door of the ward, his face changing constantly. Dad, you scared me to death. How do you feel now? Liu threw herself on Liu Dazzling's bed and asked Liu Dazzling with concern. She was relieved when she learned that Liu Dazzling was fine. On the side, leading Guan said to Liu Dazzling, Dazzling, this time our team can complete the mission, or relying on you to hold the enemy back. Fortunately you are fine, otherwise I will never forgive myself in this life. Liu Dazzling smiled and said, Team leader, you are polite. This is my responsibility. You should thank Mr. Su. He not only saved my life, but also helped me to keep my cultivation. I feel very healthy now, and I can continue to participate in the mission today. Leading Guan laughed and scolded. Look at how scared your daughter is, and she is still thinking about the mission. Hurry up and accompany your daughter first, and then check her body carefully. After making sure there is no problem, go to participate in the mission. Liu Dazzling looked at Liu apologetically and scratched his head. At this time, Zhang Ke on the side said, Mr. Liu, I'm Zhang Ke, I want to help you check your body again. Liu Dazzling was shocked when he heard Zhang Ke's name. Among the tiger catching guards, the reputation of the little genius Dr. Zhang Ke is still very loud. Not only is she beautiful, but she is also a skilled doctor. She has saved several seriously injured and dying tiger guards. Many tiger guards said that Zhang Ke's medical skills were no less than those of some famous doctors on the saint hand list, but he was not selected because he was too young. However, although Zhang Ke was so high in status, Liu Dazzling did not agree immediately. He looked at Su Chen first. After all, he was saved by Su Chen, and Zhang Ke's words were somewhat questioning Su Chen's meaning. However, Su Chen did not care at all and nodded gently. This female doctor obviously had some doubts about herself, so it would be good to let her check it out. Seeing Su Chen's action, Liu Dazzling smiled and said, Little godly doctor, come on. Zhang Ke looked serious. She took out a few silver needles and inserted them into several key acupuncture points of Liu Dazzling. After a while, when she pulled them out to check, a trace of shock appeared on her face. Impossible. It's impossible that there is no yin shaki at all. Zhang Ke murmured. Then, she changed acupuncture points one after another, but no evil spirit was found. This made Zhang Ke doubt her life. Even if she came to treat Liu Dazzling in person, there would be residual evil spirit, but Liu Dazzling could bear and dissolve it with his own dark energy. In any case, it is unlikely that there is no residue at all. Then, Zhang Ke took Liu Dazzling's wrist and felt his pulse. As a result, Liu Dazzling's pulse was strong and powerful, just like an ordinary person. Liu, who was standing aside, saw Zhang Ke's face constantly changing, and couldn't help asking, Dr. Zhang, how is my father's health? Zhang Ke's face froze, but he still introduced, Mr. Liu's pulse is stable and strong, and he has basically recovered completely. And the evil spirit in his body has been completely removed, and there will be no subsequent effects. Hearing this, Liu was overjoyed. I knew that brother Su could definitely do it. A trace of gratitude also appeared in Liu Dazzling's eyes. Mr. Su, I, Liu Dazzling, owe you another life. If you need me in the future, I, Liu Dazzling, will never refuse. Liu Dalang said gratefully. Last time, Su Chen saved his life from Feng Kai. Now, Su Chen saved him again. On the side, leading Guan also smiled and said, this is also a favor that we, the Tiger Guard, owe Mr. Su. If you need anything in the future, just say hello. Leading Guan also deliberately made friends with Su Chen. Not to mention anything else, but based on Su Chen's medical skills, it is worth making friends with him. There are too many people in the Tiger Guard who get injured while on missions. Making friends with a miracle doctor is sometimes equivalent to having an extra life. Faced with the kindness of everyone, Su Chen did not take credit for himself, but responded politely. At this time, Zhang Ke walked closer to Su Chen. Su Chen looked at this young and beautiful woman, a little confused. Dr. Zhang, what's the matter? Su Chen asked. Zhang Ke glared at Su Chen angrily when he heard this title. Are you mocking me? Su Chen apologized quickly. No, I just heard Mr. Liu and Mr. Li call you that. Seeing that Su Chen's apology was quite sincere, Zhang Ke's face looked better. I dare not say that my medical skills are miracle doctors in front of you. Zhang Ke said with a gloomy face. Can you tell me how you removed the evil spirit from Liu Dalang's body so cleanly? Su Chen smiled. This is very simple. At the beginning, I used silver needles to confirm. Then, Su Chen briefly introduced the method he used. Su Chen did not hide his secrets. He learned these methods from the ancient books, collected by his grandfather. They are all ways to cure diseases and save lives. He thinks there is no need to play the trick of rare goods. If he teaches Zhang Ke, she can save many people through her hands. As Su Chen introduced, Zhang Ke's eyes became brighter and brighter. She didn't expect that Su Chen in front of her was not a blind cat that caught a dead mouse, but really had something. When Su Chen finished speaking, Zhang Ke completely put away his contempt and looked at Su Chen with respect. Mr. Su, I want to apologize to you. My attitude was so bad just now, but you explained it to me so clearly. I'm sorry. You are a real miracle doctor. Zhang Ke bowed deeply to Su Chen. Su Chen quickly helped Zhang Ke up. No need to do that. Let's learn from each other and learn from each other. Don't say that. I'm asking you for advice. Zhang Ke looked at Su Chen with even more respect. On the side, leading Guan was also very happy to see this scene. Miss Zhang, Miss Su, please don't be polite to each other. I should thank you two for coming here especially for my team members. Thank you. Leading Guan bowed to the two. Zhang Ke and Su Chen quickly helped leading Guan up. At this time, ding-ling-ling, leading Guan's mobile phone suddenly rang. He smiled at the two apologetically and then answered the call. Hello. This is leading Guan. What? That Deng Hualong is still not quiet? This is already the fourth warehouse of Fenking Group. Does he have a grudge against Fenking Group? Okay. You go to other warehouses to ambush first and see if you can catch him off guard. Leading Guan hung up the phone with a worried look on his face. Su Chen, who was standing next to him, had a slightly changed expression. He just heard leading Guan's call, and it seemed that someone was attacking the warehouse of Fenking Group. If he remembered correctly, Fenking Group seemed to be Yuan Kisu's group. Thinking of this, Su Chen asked, Team Leader Li, I just heard that there are experts targeting Fenking Group, right? Is it Yuan Kisu's Fenking Group? Leading Guan did not hide anything and said directly, yes, it's her. I don't know who this Yuan Kisu offended. The warehouses of Fenking Group have been attacked one after another, and countless grains and vegetables have been ruined. There are also many food raw materials stored by Fenking Group, which have not been spared. If these troublemakers are not caught in time, Yuan Kisu will probably be in trouble. Su Chen asked, who is this troublemaker? Leading Guan said, according to our analysis, it should be Qian Li Zufengsen, Deng Hualong. Su Chen was stunned. He had never heard of this name. I have some friendship with Yuan Kisu and Yuan Deng. So, I want to ask, can I investigate this matter with you? Su Chen asked. Leading Guan was worried that he could not find a way to get closer to Su Chen. When he heard Su Chen's proposal, he immediately agreed. Leading Guan said, of course. You are welcome to join us. What should we do now? Su Chen asked. Leading Guan said, let's go to Fenking Group to find out the situation first and then wait for further news. If there is any news about Deng Hualong, We will go out and catch him immediately. Su Chen nodded. Okay. At this moment, Fenking Group. Yuan Kizu was very upset. Chapter 212. I can find him. Yuan Kizu was in a bad mood. Beside her, Wu Anping was constantly comforting her. This is the fourth one. This is the fourth warehouse that has had an accident. If it continues, the operation of the entire Fenking Group will be in trouble. Yuan Kizu was very anxious and angry. Wu Anping comforted her. Don't worry too much. Haven't we already found the tiger guards? I believe they will be able to catch the suspect soon. Yuan Kizu sighed. Alas. Now we can only put our hopes on them. According to the surveillance video at the scene, that person should be a martial arts practitioner and a master. The tiger guards will definitely pay attention to it. After all, if Fenking Company has an accident, the grain and vegetable supply of the entire Dongzhou province will be in trouble. Wu Anping said. Yuan Kizu nodded. I hope so. But I still can't figure out why there would be a high-level warrior to do such a thing. Suddenly, a bright light flashed through Yuan Kizu's mind. Husband, do you think it could be the White Dragon King's people? Yuan Kizu suddenly said. Wu Anping was stunned, then nodded and said, it's really possible. If it's the White Dragon King, this matter may not be so easy to solve. Yuan Kizu's face also sank. I didn't expect that this old man would be so shameless. Then what should we do now? Should we find Uncle Liu Yuantan or Mr. Su Chen? Wu Anping asked. Yuan Kizu thought for a while and said, let's wait for the news from the tiger guards. If they can catch that person, it is estimated that they can also deter the White Dragon King. Uncle Liu has just recovered, so let's not disturb him first. As for Mr. Su, the same is true. Let's wait for the results from the tiger guards. If they can't do anything, I'm afraid we really have to trouble Mr. Su again. Wu Anping nodded, and he said with a sad face, in fact, what I'm more worried about now is your second uncle. At this point, Yuan Kizu's face also showed a trace of worry. Although she is the grain and vegetable queen of the entire Bincheng and the chairman of Fenking Group. However, it does not mean that she has no enemies in Fenking Group. Fenking Group is a family business of the Yuan family. Yuan Kizu took over the group from her father. Although she holds the highest proportion of shares in the group, her second uncle Yuan Hongli has always been restless. Usually, Yuan Kizu manages the entire Fenking Group smoothly, so Yuan Hongli naturally has no chance. Now that the warehouse is destroyed, I'm afraid that the second uncle Yuan Hongli will come out to make trouble again. Speak of the devil. As soon as the two finished their words, there was a burst of noise outside the door. Bang! The door of the chairman's office opened. A fat and short old man rushed in. It was Yuan Kizu's second uncle Yuan Hongli. Behind Yuan Hongli, there were 4 or 5 men. These people are shareholders of Fenking Group. Although they don't hold too many shares, they can barely compete with Yuan Kizu when they join forces with Yuan Hongli. Therefore, these shareholders are also quite excited. When Yuan Kizu saw Yuan Hongli coming in, she frowned slightly. Uncle, although you are my uncle, shouldn't you knock on the door before entering my office? Yuan Hongli said coldly. Knock? I should knock on your head. As soon as he came in, Yuan Hongli acted like an elder. Hearing this, Yuan Kizu was immediately furious. She raised her eyebrows and shouted sternly, Yuan Hongli, I respect you and call you uncle, but don't get ahead of me. In Fenking Group, put away your tricks. For a long time, Yuan Kizu has been showing the image of an iron lady in the group. Although these people came to make trouble for Yuan Kizu, they were still scared when they saw her glaring. Yuan Hongli didn't dare to put on airs anymore. He shouted, Yuan Kizu, let me ask you, what is going on with the attack on 4 warehouses of our Fenking Group? Wu Anping stepped forward and said, second uncle, we have already reported this matter. Shut up. Did I ask you? Who are you to our Fenking Group? Are you qualified to answer me? Yuan Hongli scolded directly. Wu Anping was stunned and looked quite embarrassed. Yuan Kizu frowned. Yuan Hongli, I'm ready to give half of the shares to my husband. He is also a major shareholder of our company. Why don't you have the right to speak? You dare? This is our Yuan family shares. Yuan Hongli was furious. Yuan Kizu was not a good-tempered person either. If you say one more word, I will transfer all the shares to his name. You can try to see if I dare. Yuan Hongli was so angry that he dared not say a word. Yuan Kizu looked at Wu Anping. Wu Anping suppressed his smile and continued, we have reported this matter to the Kinhu guards, and they have sent people to take over this matter. I believe that they will soon find out the truth and bring the suspect to justice. Yuan Hongli said angrily, what's the point of finding out the truth? What's the point of arresting people? Now, it is an indisputable fact that our Fenking company has suffered huge losses. Shouldn't you, the chairman, take responsibility for this matter? Also, we have received reliable information that this matter is likely caused by your offense to the White Dragon King. You must step down and let others take over. Yuan Kizu and Wu Anping looked at each other, and both of them looked unhappy. They didn't expect that Yuan Hongli was so well informed that he could find out the truth so quickly. At this time, several other shareholders also shouted, yes, you must be responsible. Step down and let others take over. Let Mr. Yuan Hongli be the chairman. Support Mr. Yuan Hongli as the chairman of Fenking Group. Yuan Hongli had a smug smile on his face. In his opinion, he had already won. At this time, a light laugh was heard. Hey, what's going on? It's so lively. Then, the door of the room opened again. A young man walked in. It was Su Chen. Beside him, there were leading Yuan and 2 members of the Tiger Guard. Mr. Su, why are you here? Didn't you go back to Bincheng? Yuan Kizu and Wu Anping asked in surprise. Su Chen smiled and said, I wanted to go back, but something delayed me. I just heard that something happened to you, so I came to see you. At this time, on the side, Yuan Hongli interrupted and said, Yuan Kizu, is this your chairman's office? Anyone can come and visit? Su Chen frowned slightly and looked at Yuan Hongli. Who is this? Yuan Hongli said proudly, I'm Yuan Hongli. I'm now the vice chairman of Fenking Group and will soon be the chairman of Fenking Group. Su Chen smiled and said, oh, you are the new chairman of Fenking Group. That's great. This time, the Kinhui investigated the case of the destruction of your group's warehouse and found that the suspect is a martial arts master. We need the chairman to go to the front line with us to help us capture the criminal. At this time, leading Yuan was also very sensible. He stepped forward and took out his ID. I'm leading Yuan, the leader of the Chenlan group of the Kinhui. Please cooperate with our work. Yuan Hongli's expression tightened, and he asked quickly, going to the front line to capture? Will it be dangerous? Su Chen said lightly, of course there is danger. After all, it is a fight between masters of Zhou Wanqiu. Even we may die in the battle. Hearing this, Yuan Hongli's face changed instantly. Chairman Yuan, thank you for coming with us. We will try our best to protect you. Su Chen said seriously. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hongli took 2 steps back. He shook his head quickly. No, I'm not the chairman yet. Our chairman is Yuan Kizu, not me. Well, I have something else to do. I'm leaving first. Then, Yuan Hongli disappeared with the other shareholders at the fastest speed. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Su, you are so awesome. You almost scared him to tears. Yuan Kizu laughed. Su Chen smiled. Everyone introduced themselves to each other and soon became familiar with each other. Leading Yuan also stated his purpose. Chairman Yuan, we came to you to check the surveillance of several warehouses. Yuan Kizu quickly connected to the internet and called up the surveillance of several warehouses when they were destroyed. Soon, the image of a skinny old man appeared on the computer. The members of the Tiger Guard on the side took out the equipment to investigate the data and soon confirmed it. Team leader, the appearance of the suspect is consistent with the analysis results of the breath we collected at the scene. It should be the 1,000-mile wind chasing a mortal Dong Hua Lang. The suspect was completely confirmed. Okay, then the next step is to determine his whereabouts. Leading Yuan said. The other party's target is very clear, that is, the warehouse of Fenking Group. Director Yuan, among the remaining warehouses of Fenking Group, which one do you think is more likely to be the other party's target? Leading Yuan asked. Yuan Kizu shook her head. We have 10 large warehouses in Fenking Group, and there is actually not much difference. Moreover, I think Dong Hua Lang's crime seems to have no purpose, more like a spur-of-the-moment action. Normal analysis may make it difficult to predict his next target. Leading Yuan frowned. If this is the case, it will be too difficult for us to capture him. According to the information in our wanted database, the cultivation level of this 1000 miles chasing wind immortal Dan Hualong is at least the late stage of Zhou Wanqiu master, and he is extremely good at speed. Although there are two teams of tiger capture guards in Bincheng now, one is our Chenlong team, and the other is Pei Zhenshang's Shenhao team. But if we separate, it will probably be difficult to capture Dan Hualong. Everyone sighed. If we don't know Dan Hualong's location, it will be too difficult to capture him. At this time, Su Chen suddenly spoke. I can find him. Chapter 213 Su Chen's method. Everyone was stunned. Then, everyone looked at Su Chen. Leading Guan said, Mr. Su, are you serious? This is not a joke. Su Chen smiled and said, I can really find him, but I still need some things. Leading Guan saw Su Chen's serious expression, and immediately patted his chest and said, as long as you can find Dan Hualong's location, I will give you whatever you want. Dan Hualong, the 1000-mile wine chaser, is a criminal on the wanted list of the Tiger Guard. If he is captured or killed, it will be a great achievement. Although the Tiger Guard is a whole, there are different teams in various provinces across the country. In Dongzhou province, there are also different groups, namely rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, pig, 12 groups, grouped according to the earthly branches. Leading Guan is the leader of the dragon group, and the Pei Zhenshang group that almost clashed with Su Chen belongs to the monkey group. There is actually competition between the various groups. A martial artist criminal like Dan Hualong, the 1000 miles wine chaser, who has been on the run for a long time, is a great merit that all groups want to catch. Even if there was no incident at the Fenking Company warehouse, Leading Guan and others would have tried their best to capture or kill him. Therefore, Leading Guan was so anxious when he heard that Su Chen had a way to find Dan Hualong. Su Chen looked at Leading Guan's anxious look and said with a smile, Team Leader Li, don't worry, you must have this thing. It is the breath of Dan Hualong captured by your team members at the scene. Leading Guan was overjoyed when he heard it. We have this thing. I'll call now and have someone send it over. Then, Leading Guan made a call. After hanging up the phone, Leading Guan looked excited. Mr. Su, can you tell me what method you are going to use to find Dan Hualong? Su Chen smiled and said, you will know when Dan Hualong's breath is delivered. Leading Guan was itching because of Su Chen's suspense, but he could only wait patiently. At this time, Wu Anping said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, I'm sorry to bother you again this time. Su Chen smiled and said, you don't have to be polite. This matter is actually caused by me. If there is any loss, I can compensate you. Now, Su Chen has a lot of money in his hands. Moreover, he has received hundreds of billions of assets from Lao Zhenjiang in Bincheng, so he is also confident. However, Yuan Kisu waved her hand and said, Mr. Su, you are being polite. Although Dan Hualong destroyed 4 warehouses, we found it in time and the loss is not too big. Besides, our warehouses have also bought insurance, so you don't have to worry too much. Now, it's just a temporary allocation of goods, which is a bit troublesome. Su Chen nodded. Wu Anping said, Mr. Su, when this matter is over, I must treat you to a simple meal. No problem. Su Chen smiled. While the few people were talking and laughing, a pretty figure pushed the door open. The person who came was a young woman with short and cute short hair and healthy wheat-colored skin. She is tall but not thin, and her long legs are full of power. She has a round figure but not cumbersome. She is very energetic and straightforward. Team leader, I'm here. The woman greeted Leading Guan. Leading Guan also introduced everyone. This is the team leader of our Chenlong team, Han Suling. Han Suling simply greeted everyone and then took out 2 transparent bags. One of them contained a piece of clothing and the other was bulging. Han Suling said, Team leader, this is what you want. Then, she looked at Leading Guan and questioned, Team leader, have you been fooled? Just relying on this piece of clothing and breath, you can find the location of Dan Hualong? Which bastard fooled you? When everyone heard this, they were embarrassed. Leading Guan even pretended to cough repeatedly to remind Han Suling. Han Suling didn't notice it at all and continued, why are you coughing again? I'm right. Can you find Dan Hualong just by relying on this thing? Unless it's a dog's nose. If this thing is useful, then wouldn't the tracking class we learned in Qinhui be in vain? leading Yuan was so embarrassed. Yuan Kizu and Wu Anping didn't say anything either, looking like they wanted to laugh but couldn't. Su Chen was also quite speechless. When he first saw this long-legged girl, he thought she was a cold goddess. As a result, as soon as she opened her mouth, she became silly again. Su Chen felt that, if he didn't say anything, this girl in front of him would say something. By then, leading Yuan would probably be even more embarrassed. Ahem. Su Chen cleared his throat and said, in fact, with these things, we can find Dong Hu along. Swish. Han Suling turned around suddenly and looked at Su Chen. Who are you? Su Chen said indifferently, I'm the dog-nosed bastard you just mentioned, who deceived people. Han Suling was stunned, and then reacted. The person she had just suspected for a long time was right in front of her. Her pretty face turned red, and her whole face was covered with red clouds. On the side, leading Yuan and others couldn't help laughing. However, Han Suling quickly recovered and said unconvincedly, then I was not wrong. Who can find someone with this thing? Su Chen didn't care. I can try. Here. I want to see how you fail. Han Suling gave the 2 bags of things to Su Chen in a rage. At this time, leading Yuan and others also surrounded them. They were also very curious about how Su Chen found people. Su Chen took the things and took out a small bottle directly from his arms. Opening the bottle cap, a small green insect slowly crawled out. It was a yang killing goo that Su Chen got from Yang Wuming. Su Chen relied on the Yang Mi goo to track Yang Wuming to the Liu family manor. After killing Yang Wuming, Su Chen was so excited that he did not destroy the Yang Mi goo, but tried to control it with the goo control technique in his grandfather's ancient book, and it turned out to be successful. So he kept the Yang Mi goo, but he did not expect that it would work so quickly. However, the appearance of the goo worm shocked the others around. Goo worm. Mr. Su, are you our goo master? Leading Yuan screamed. There was also a hint of caution in his eyes when he looked at Su Chen. In the martial arts world, many goo masters act quite strangely. Some goo masters even take human lives to raise goo in order to cultivate powerful goo worms and do many heinous evil things. Therefore, both goo worms and goo masters do not have a very good reputation. Mysterious and evil are the synonyms of this kind of people. And Han Suling and others also took 2 steps back in fear. Su Chen smiled faintly and said, don't worry. I'm not a goo master. This yang killing goo is just something I obtained by chance. Hearing this, leading Yuan was reluctantly relieved. He suddenly thought of something and asked, today, I heard from Shen Hao team leader Pei Zhenshang that Yang Wu, his brother Yang Wuming, is a goo master. And he was killed recently, and this goo worm. Su Chen nodded and said, that's right. This yang killing goo is what he used to deal with me, and I kept it. Leading Yuan was shocked and said, it is said that Yang Wuming is already a congenital strongman. Mr. Su was able to escape from his goo worm and leave him a goo worm. It's really amazing. Su Chen said modestly, my skills are quite special, which can just restrain goo worms. I see. Leading Yuan nodded. However, although Mr. Su's skills are special, it is also very amazing to be able to escape from the hands of a congenital strongman. He didn't think too much, just thought that Yang Wuming put his energy on the Liu family, and Su Chen was just lucky at most, so he escaped the attack of Yang Wuming's goo worm. Su Chen smiled, and didn't explain too much. Yuan Kizu and Wu Anping on the side were amused. Mr. Su could even kill the innate master crossing Xianjiu, so what could a small poisonous insect do? But since Su Chen did not explain, they did not say anything. Su Chen continued his movements and directly let the Miangu absorb Dong Hu Alang's breath. Then, he pinched his fingers and urged his mental power. The next second, the Miangu flew up and flew outside. Team Leader Li, the poisonous insect has started to look for Dong Hu Alang. Let's catch up. Su Chen said. Leading Yuan was stunned, and then hurriedly set off. On the side, Han Suling was a little stunned. This actually works. Everyone hurriedly said goodbye to Yuan Kizu and his wife, and went out to chase the poisonous insect. Wu Anping also shouted to Su Chen, Mr. Su, when you solve this problem, you must come to the banquet. Okay. Definitely. Su Chen responded, and left with everyone. Chapter 214 The Argument. Su Chen, leading Yuan, Han Suling and others set out to chase the Miangu. Soon, They had already chased from the city to the outside of the city. Until then, Han Suling's mood still did not calm down. Team leader, where did you find this genius? He can even control goo. Han Suling asked. Leading Guan smiled. I didn't find him. To be precise, Su Chen was lucky to meet me. Then, Leading Guan told the story of Su Chen treating Liu Dazzling. After hearing this, Han Suling was shocked. What? He is even better than our little genius Dr. Zhang Ken. Among the Kinhu guards, the prestige of the little genius Dr. Zhang Ken is very high. Now that she heard that someone was better than her in medical skills, Han Suling's first reaction was shock and suspicion. But looking at Leading Guan's serious eyes, Han Suling closed her mouth. Turning her head to look at Su Chen not far away, she pouted and said, "It turns out that you have some medical skills. No wonder you are so arrogant." With Su Chen's skills, Han Suling's voice naturally could not escape his ears. But he just smiled faintly and didn't take it to heart. Han Suling looked at Su Chen, who was leading the way not far ahead, and asked Leading Guan beside her, "Team leader, how is Su Chen's martial arts skills?" Leading Guan shook his head. "I don't know the details, but from what Liu Dazzling said, Mr. Su should be a master." "He is a master?" Han Suling said, unconvinced. "He knows medicine and poison control, so he shouldn't be too good at martial arts, right? After all, people don't have so much energy. It's good enough to be able to specialize in 1 or 2 lines." Leading Guan smiled. "That's not necessarily the case. Some geniuses are born to create miracles. Didn't you notice? Su Chen is leading the way in front. From the time he left Fengking Group until now, his speed has not slowed down at all, and it seems that he still has a lot of spare energy. From this point of view alone, his cultivation is no lower than that of a dark force martial artist." As he spoke, Leading Guan looked at Han Suling with a smile. "Why? You are so concerned about Su Chen? Could it be that the flower of our Chenlan group of the Tiger Guard has finally fallen in love with him?" Han Suling's face turned red when she heard Leading Guan's teasing words. "Team leader, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore," Han Suling said angrily. "Ha ha ha. Okay, I won't say anything more." Leading Guan laughed. After a while, the blush on Han Suling's face faded. She suddenly asked, "By the way, team leader, what is the cultivation level of Dong Hualong, the 1,000-mile wind-chasing immortal? If we find him, can we deal with him?" And according to our information, Dong Hualong is very good at body skills and speed. If you are alone, I'm afraid you can't stop him. Leading Guan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've been prepared for this. I have contacted Pei Zhenshang, the team leader of the Shenhao group, and he will bring people to meet us soon." "Oh." Han Suling responded, then quietly pointed to Su Chen in front of her, and asked in a low voice, "Didn't you say that Su Chen is a master? Why did you ask team leader Pei of the Shenhao group to come over?" Leading Guan was stunned, then smiled and said, "Mr. Su may have a good martial arts cultivation level, but he is probably just a beginner in Zhuanjin. Dong Hualong's cultivation level is at least in the late stage of Zhuanjin, and he may not be able to help much. Pei Zhenshang is in the late stage of Zhuanjin, and I'm at the peak of Zhuanjin. If the two of us join forces, it should not be a problem to deal with Dong Hualong." Han Suling nodded. "Well, then I'm relieved. I was just worried that you would lead us to die." Han Suling accidentally said what was in her heart. "What?" Leading Guan was so angry that he glared. Han Suling stuck out her tongue and apologized quickly. "Team leader, I was joking." "Don't be so frivolous," Leading Guan said unhappily. Han Suling smiled and pretended to be crazy and stupid to get away with it. Leading Guan wanted to scold her, but suddenly a cell phone rang. He had to answer the phone first. Soon, Leading Guan hung up the phone and a smile appeared on his face. "Pei Zhenshang and the others are here." Not long after Leading Guan finished speaking, several figures quickly approached from a distance. Su Chen looked over and saw that they were the members of the Tiger Guards who he met at the door of Liu Yuantang's house. "It's you? Why are you here?" Xian Guang, a member of the Tiger Guards of Pei Zhenshang's group, stared at Su Chen and said. There was a hint of unkindness in his eyes. Last time, at the doorstep of Liu Yuantang's house, he was the first to cause trouble to Su Chen, but was beaten away by Su Chen. Now when he sees Su Chen again, he feels like an enemy meeting and getting jealous. Before Su Chen could speak, leading Guan on the side asked in surprise, "Why, do you know each other?" Su Chen's face was calm, and he said slowly, "Yes, we have dealt with each other once." Seeing Su Chen's cold reaction in Qian Guang's eyes, leading Guan roughly guessed something. He hurriedly said, "If you know each other, it would be even better. However, let me introduce him to you. This is Mr. Su Chen, a good friend of our Tiger Guards. Liu Dalang of our Qianlang group was saved by him. And this time, we tracked down the 1,000 miles wind chasing immortal Dong Hualong, relying on Mr. Su Chen." Then, leading Guan introduced Su Chen's search for Dong Hualong through the Yang Migu. "Relying on a little bug, can you find Dong Hualong? I think we have to go for nothing again." Xian Guang said disdainfully. "Xian Guang, shut up." Pei Zhenshang scolded in a low voice. Xian Guang's face was stern, and he dared not say anything more, but his eyes were still full of dissatisfaction. Pei Zhenshang turned around and said to Su Chen, "Mr. Su, you have worked hard, but I also ask you to understand that our time is very precious. If it is because of your wrong judgment that our two groups waste a lot of time, you must bear this responsibility. If it is because you gathered the leaders of our two groups together, it will give the 1,000 miles chasing wind fairy Dong Hualong the opportunity to commit crimes in other places. We also have reason to doubt your motives." These words were said politely, but they were very oppressive. Leading Guan and Han Suling frowned after hearing them. Xian Guang, who was standing aside, had a smug smile on his face. Pei Zhenshang's words were well reasoned and justified, as if he had defeated Su Chen. Leading Guan said quickly, "You can't say that. Now we have no way to find Dong Hualong. Mr. Su is helping us by providing us with this plan. Even if there is a deviation in the end, we should thank Mr. Su." Seeing leading Guan speak for Su Chen, Pei Zhenshang frowned slightly and wanted to stop caring. However, at this time, Su Chen said lightly, "I can definitely help you find the person. I'm afraid that I can find the person for you, but you can't catch him." Hearing Su Chen's words, Pei Zhenshang, whose expression had eased, immediately said in a cold voice, "Mr. Su, don't bother with this. As long as you can find the person, I can capture Dong Hualong alive. I'm afraid that you can't find the person at all." Good guy. The two sides fought as soon as they met. One said, "As long as you can find the person for us, I can capture him alive, but I'm afraid you can't find the person." The other said, "I can definitely find the person for you, but I'm afraid you can't beat him." On the side, everyone in the Qianlang group, led by leading Guan, was scratching their heads. Han Suling also came up to Su Chen, pulled his sleeve and advised, "Hey, big brother, let's not talk so much. If you talk like this, if you really can't find him later, our team leader won't be able to speak for you." Su Chen said lightly, "No, if in 3 minutes, I can take you to see Dong Hualong." As soon as the voice fell, the Yang Kilingu suddenly accelerated and turned into a stream of light. Su Chen quickened his pace and followed closely. Seeing this scene, the rest of the people were stunned. "This arrogant king," Han Suling complained, and then hurriedly followed. Leading Guan also hurriedly said to everyone, "Everyone be careful, you may run into Dong Hualong soon." Everyone in the Qianlang group also hurriedly followed. Only the Shenhao group, which had just arrived, was left, looking at each other. "Oh, you are such an arrogant person. I'll see how you embarrass yourself later," Xian Guang said disdainfully. Pei Zhenshang frowned slightly, but he actually felt that Su Chen was not an impulsive person. But at this time, he could only shout, "Follow him first." Everyone was a martial arts practitioner, so they were naturally very fast. Soon they passed through a jungle and arrived at an abandoned factory area. Everyone followed Su Chen and slowly approached an abandoned workshop. At this time, Xian Guang couldn't help but sneer. Dong Hualong, the 1,000-mile wine chaser, is a famous master of Zhu engine. He would hide in such a broken place. It's funny. 3 minutes are almost up now. I wonder what some people have to say. The members of the Tiger Guard of Pei Zhenshang's group all had a smile on their lips, as if they were waiting to see Su Chen's joke. On the side, leading Guan and Han Suling looked a little unnatural. He thought about it, and was about to step forward to smooth things over. However, Su Chen smiled faintly. He picked up a stone, and threw it into the abandoned workshop. Bang! A crisp sound rang out. Shan Guang curled his lips and was about to sneer. At this moment, boom! A loud noise came. Damn you, you actually found me. A roar exploded. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a short and slender figure rushed out from the abandoned workshop. It was the 1,000 miles wine chaser, Deng Hualang. For a moment, everyone looked at Su Chen, stunned. Chapter 215, Hunter becomes prey. Deng Hualang's appearance stunned everyone. Even Li Dingyuan and Han Suling from the Chenlong team didn't believe that Su Chen could find Deng Hualang at first. The two of them had been skeptical, but they didn't expect that Su Chen would really give them a big surprise. The people from the Shenhao team had a complicated look on their faces. They had discovered the 1,000-mile wind chasing immortal Deng Hualang. If they could kill him or capture him alive, it would be a great achievement, whether it was done in cooperation with the Chenlong team or not. However, Su Chen's finding Deng Hualang was a slap in the face of their team leader. Su Chen didn't say much, but just glanced at Pei Zhenchang indifferently. The meaning was very clear. I said I could find him, and it's already been done. Next, whether to capture him alive or alive, it's up to you. Pei Zhenchang's face froze, and the joy of finding Deng Hualang in his heart was reduced by half. Humph. Pei Zhenchang snorted coldly. Boy, step back. Stay away. Leave it to us next. This is a battle at the level of Master of Zhuanjin. Don't hurt you. Su Chen didn't care and smiled and stepped back 2 steps. The members of the Chenlong group and the Shenhao group of the Tiger Catching Guard instantly formed a formation to surround Deng Hualang. Although not all the people came from the 2 groups, there were still quite a few of them. Su Chen took a quick look and found that the formation was not complicated, but just a simple combined attack formation. However, although it was simple, it was very useful. It seemed that these people often worked together. Deng Hualang saw the actions of the members of the Tiger Catching Guard with a sneer on his face. He did not run away, but looked at the crowd surrounding him indifferently. Deng Hualang, you didn't expect it, did you? You hid here, but we found you. Pei Zhenchang sneered. If you surrender now, maybe you can reduce your punishment. If you hold on to the end, I can't guarantee that you can survive. Deng Hualang was short, but his eyes were extremely sharp. He looked around and curled up a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Are you the only ones here? Hearing Deng Hualang's slightly sarcastic words, everyone felt humiliated. Shan Guang was furious and said, how dare you? Or thief who relies on his body skills to hide everywhere dares to look down on us. Just us, we are enough to capture you alive. Haha. Deng Hualang sneered repeatedly, and he sighed. Alas. The Tiger Guards look down on people a little bit. You stinky sweet potatoes and rotten eggs dare to come to me. Thief, die. Shan Guang was furious, and after a roar, he rushed forward. However, the moment his figure moved, Deng Hualang's body on the opposite side had already left a residual image. Bang! Shan Guang didn't see what was going on at all, and the whole person was struck by lightning. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Shan Guang flew back. Plop! Shan Guang's body hit the ground hard, dragging a deep ditch several meters long. And Deng Hualang's figure has returned to the previous position again, as if he had never moved. Su Chen looked at Deng Hualang with a little surprise. No wonder this guy is called the 1,000-mile wine chaser. This speed alone is indeed enough to be called this title. And Li Dingyuan's eyes also showed a trace of caution. Deng Hualang's speed, or those below the Zhuanjin master, can't see it clearly at all. The advantage of numbers may be completely useless. Only Pei Zhenchang and himself, as well as some Zhuanjin masters can help deal with him. On the other side, the people of the Shenhao group were shocked. Shan Guang. They rushed forward one by one and helped Shan Guang up. But Shan Guang's mouth was full of blood foam, and his breath was greatly reduced. You bastard. Seeing Shan Guang's miserable state, Pei Zhenchang glared at Deng Hualang, and the whole person was like a volcano about to erupt. Deng Hualang said sarcastically, haha, you don't expect me to show mercy to you dogs, right? Hahaha. It's really funny. Pei Zhenchang's eyes were full of anger, and he shouted, all the Kinhu guards below the Zhuanjin master, just stand guard and hold the formation. Don't directly participate in the battle. Yes. The discipline of the Kinhu guards is still very strong. In an instant, the two teams of members of the Chenlan group and the Shenhao group retreated at the same time. In the battlefield, only 4 people were left surrounding Deng Hualang. In addition to leading Guan and Pei Zhenshang, the Chenlan group also had a mid-stage Zhuanjin, and the Shenhao group had an early-stage Zhuanjin. The 4 Zhuanjin masters stared at Deng Hualang with a covetous look, as if they were ready to attack at any time. Deng Hualang, prepare to die. Pei Zhenshang shouted, and then took the lead, to rush towards Deng Hualang. The 4 Zhuanjin masters attacked Deng Hualang from different directions according to the combined attack method within the Kinhu guard. Deng Hualang flashed, and barely avoided the attack of the 4 people, and then slipped away from the gap of the combined attack. Where are you running? Thunder Palm. Pei Zhenshang changed direction temporarily. Crackling arcs of electricity appeared in his palms and fiercely printed on Deng Hualang. However, Deng Hualang dodged it again with a flash. Bang! A big pit was blown out on the ground. But Deng Hualang stood at the edge of the pit with a hint of mockery on his face. On the other side, leading Guan's black evil fist followed immediately. However, it was also dodged by Deng Hualang. Then, it was the other 2 Zhuanjin masters of the Tiger Guard. The 4 Zhuanjin masters kept attacking, and Deng Hualang looked like he was fleeing in a panic, but in the end, he was not hit at all. Leading Guan, Pei Zhenshang and the other 4 were very anxious. The Dark Force martial artists in the outer circle, who were responsible for the defense, were very excited. Haha. This Deng Hualang was so arrogant just now, but now he is running like a mouse. That's right, I thought Qian Li Zifengxin was so powerful. It turns out that he is the best at running. Wait a minute, the team leader will break his legs and see if he can still show off. A group of people were very excited. Shan Guan was also helped to stand up by his teammates, looking at Deng Hualang, who had seriously injured him, with an angry face. Bastard. Wait a minute, the team leader catches you alive, and I will break your bones one by one. Shan Guan said hatefully. At this time, Su Chen said calmly, looking at the current situation, I guess you don't have this chance. Hearing Su Chen's words, Shan Guan was instantly furious. He glared at Su Chen. What did you say, you bastard? Not only did you not cheer for the team leader, but you also dared to pour cold water here. Su Chen said calmly, I'm just telling the truth. Wait until the team leader takes down the enemy, and I'll see where you can put your face. Shan Guan glared at Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen didn't care about his words at all. On the side, Han Suling asked, Su Chen, don't you think the team leader will be good? How badly have they forced Deng Hualang? It's just an appearance. Su Chen said calmly, this is just Deng Hualang playing with them. Han Suling covered her mouth, her face full of disbelief. Nonsense. You are just talking nonsense to attract attention. You can't understand how powerful the team leader and his men are. At most, in 10 more rounds, the team leader and his men will seriously injure Deng Hualang. Shan Guan turned around and scolded Su Chen. Su Chen said lightly, it won't take 10 rounds. Within 3 rounds, your team leader and his men will suffer. Shan Guan wanted to scold Su Chen. However, there was a slight change in the battle situation. The next second, Deng Hualang, who was still hiding, suddenly stopped, as if he was exhausted. Seeing him stop, the 4 Zhuanjin masters of the Tiger Guards were overjoyed. The 4 of them attacked Deng Hualang together. At this time, Han Suling's mind flashed Su Chen's words, and she shouted, as if she had hit the wrong string, team leader, be careful. Leading Guan's movements paused, and then he became more cautious. However, at this time, Deng Hualang had a sneer on his lips. I won't play with you anymore. The next second, the terrifying vitality exploded on the battlefield. Deng Hualang's figure turned into a residual image. A pair of flesh palms, stirring up the vitality, with sharp wind blades, hit the 4 people. Bang, 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 puff. Among the 4 people, only leading Guan, who was prepared in his heart, dodged this palm. In an instant, 3 figures flew backwards. Blood soaked their combat uniforms. And leading Guan's figure also shot back quickly. At this time, his clothes were tattered, and blood was oozing out. His face was full of shock and worry. Just now, although he dodged that palm, He was also touched by Dong Hualong's vitality palm wind, and the result was that he became like this. The lethality of vitality is far beyond Zhou Wanqiu. On the other side, Pei Zhenchang and the other two had fallen to the ground at this moment. One by one, they vomited blood and their breath was weak. You are actually a congenital strongman. Leading Guan covered his chest. His face was like gold paper. His face was full of disbelief and anger, as well as deep worry. This time, I'm afraid that all the members of the Tiger Capture Guard will find it difficult to escape. Shan Guang and Han Suling looked at Su Chen in shock. They seemed to want to know how Su Chen judged it. Su Chen ignored the two of them, but looked at the proud Dong Hualong. At this moment, Dong Hualong had a mocking smile on his face. How does it feel to change from hunter to prey? I'm just playing with you, and you take it seriously? Haha. I've been waiting for such an opportunity to give you Tiger Capture Guards a hard time, and now I'm finally here. Two team leaders of the Tiger Capture Guard died at once, and there are so many young seeds. This is such a wonderful thing. Hahaha. Everyone looked ugly. It's too easy for a congenital strongman to deal with a group of dark force martial artists. What's more, this Dong Hualong is a congenital strongman who is good at body movement and speed. It's difficult for them to escape. At this time, although a group of Tiger Capture Guards surrounded Dong Hualong, it felt like they were surrounded by Dong Hualong. Tell me, how do you want to die? Dong Hualong had a cruel smile on his face. Death was approaching, and everyone was panicking. Some young warriors even shed tears. Leading Guan looked at everyone, his face extremely ugly. He stepped forward and slowly said, Dong Hualong, I'm willing to commit suicide in front of you. Please let these young people go. I beg you. Ha ha ha. Dong Hualong laughed wildly. Your life is in my hands. What qualifications do you have to negotiate with me? All of you must die. Leading Guan's eyes widened, but he was powerless. He looked back at Su Chen and apologized. Mr. Su, I'm sorry, we have dragged you down. Later, I will try my best to stop Dong Hualong. If you can run away, run as soon as possible. Su Chen smiled. Run? No need. He should run. After this, Leading Guan was stunned. Chapter 216 Forgive me, bastard. The scene was silent. Everyone stared at Su Chen in a daze. Leading Guan even felt as if he had heard wrongly. On the side, Han Suling also stared at Su Chen with her beautiful eyes. Mr. Su, don't joke around at this time. Leading Guan said with a wry smile. Su Chen didn't explain too much, but stepped forward and stood in front of Leading Guan, facing the 1,000-mile wind chasing immortal Dong Hualong. On the side, the tiger catching guards of the Shenhao group were dumbfounded. Shan Guang looked at Su Chen as if he was a fool. Our team leader and the other four can't do it, but you can do it alone. On the opposite side, Dong Hualong sneered at Su Chen who came out. Dong Hualong sneered, boy, you are not a member of the Kinhu Guard, right? Why do you take the initiative to stand up and ask for death? If you kneel down and beg me now, maybe I will consider giving you a way out and let you go back alive to help me publicize my achievements. Su Chen looked at Dong Hualong indifferently. If you kneel down and beg me now, maybe I will consider giving you a way out and just beat you half to death. However, you destroyed 4 warehouses of Fengking Group, so it is unlikely that I will let you go. The people of Kinhu Guard were all stunned when they heard Su Chen's words. Han Suling even covered her forehead with her hand. Big brother, what time is it now, and you are still bragging here? The person in front of him is a ruthless person on the list of Kinhu Guard criminals, and he really wants to kill people. Sure enough, Dong Hualong's face became completely gloomy. Good boy. I will break your limbs first, and then kill the bastards of Kinhu Guard. After that, I will play with you slowly. Dong Hualong's voice fell, and then the whole person turned into a residual image. In a flash, they were close to Su Chen. Su Chen, be careful. Han Suling shouted hurriedly. Leading Guan stepped on his feet and rushed forward quickly, wanting to rescue Su Chen. However, his speed was much worse than Dong Hualong. Now he was injured by Dong Hualong and his speed was much slower. How could he beat Dong Hualong? Leading Guan was very anxious. Dong Hualong smiled grimly and brazenly stretched out his claws. Wine-breaking claw. The huge energy fluctuations carried a trace of wind blades, as if to tear everything apart. The two groups of the Tiger Guards, whether it was the Chen Lan group or the Shen Hao group, were so scared that they closed their eyes. In their opinion, Su Chen would be torn into pieces in the next second. Shan Guang supported the unconscious Pei Zhenshang and even complained, looking for death. However, in the center of the battle, Su Chen looked at the wind-breaking claw that was grabbed on his head, his face calm. He punched out lightly. In an instant, a heat wave erupted from Su Chen. The strong energy of heaven and earth surged like a tide. Crash! A fiery red light suddenly appeared. In an instant, the surging energy wave, with a red energy flame, flooded towards Deng Hualong. Deng Hualong's face changed drastically. Innate strongman. Deng Hualong took the initiative to attack, but he was unable to withdraw at this time, and was directly covered by Su Chen's flame energy. Boom. The wind claw was broken in an instant. Deng Hualong flew backwards. His body was burnt in many places, and he was in a mess. You are actually an innate strongman. After standing firm, Deng Hualong stared at Su Chen with an unbelievable look. On the other side, the people of the Tiger Guard were also stunned on the spot. How is it possible? He is so young, and he is an innate strongman. Shan Guang was even more dumbfounded. The guy he had been provoking and offending turned out to be a master. At this moment, he didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Leading Guan was also stunned on the spot. Liu Dalong told him that Su Chen was a master, but he never said that he was a congenital master or a master of vitality. Of course, if Liu Dalong told him the truth, he probably wouldn't believe it. Where can there be a congenital master in his early 20s? Han Suling ran over excitedly and grabbed his sleeve fiercely. Team leader, Mr. Su is a congenital master. We are saved. The other tiger catching guards also suddenly realized that they might not have to die. Everyone was excited. Deng Hualong's face was ugly. He stared at Su Chen, and his heart was full of caution. Although he had only fought with Su Chen once just now, but the domineering and tyrannical flame vitality of Su Chen still made him very afraid. He was wind attributed vitality, and if he fought hard, he couldn't compare with Su Chen's explosive and domineering fire attributed vitality. Boy, if I can't kill you, I'll kill these bastards of the tiger catching guards first. I see how many you can save. Deng Hualong changed his strategy instantly. He was good at speed and body skills, and he could play guerrilla warfare and kill others first. Anyway, I don't think Su Chen can stop me. Hearing this, everyone's face instantly turned terrified. Su Chen sneered, "You think too much." As soon as the voice fell, Su Chen stepped on the gang step and punched. However, Deng Hualong turned into a residual shadow and ran away, rushing towards a tiger catching guard. Su Chen hurriedly caught up, and Deng Hualong immediately let go of that man and turned to another person. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Stinky boy, you can't protect everyone. Ha ha ha. Looking at Deng Hualong who was like a loach, Su Chen smiled coldly. I don't need to protect everyone. I just need to kill you. As he spoke, Su Chen stood still. He slowly raised his hand, aimed at Deng Hualong's direction, and slowly punched out. The huge mental power surged. In an instant, everything in the world disappeared in Su Chen's mind. Only his punch and Deng Hualong were left. Deng Hualong's mind tightened. He felt that the space around him was like a quagmire, pulling his body. I've been locked in. In Deng Hualong's sight, a fist of energy burning with red flames quickly enlarged and smashed over. Shenai fist. Su Chen shouted in a low voice. The energy fist that seemed slow, but was actually fast arrived in front of Deng Hualong in the blink of an eye. Bang! A stream of energy hit his chest hard. Puff! Deng Hualong spurted out a mouthful of blood, his face full of disbelief, and slowly fell to the ground. The dead body fell to the ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. No one thought that the result would be like this. After a while, Han Suling's scream rang out. We are saved. Deng Hualong is dead. Han Suling rushed to the front, grabbed Su Chen's arm, and asked a lot of questions. Su Chen, you actually killed Deng Hualong. Are you really a congenital strongman? You are so young, and your martial arts skills are already congenital strongman. How did you do it? I heard that you are also very good at medicine, and can control poison. Are you from Shangjing? The other members of the Tiger Guard also reacted and hurried to greet Su Chen and make friends with him. This is a congenital strongman. Just a few words of advice may help them avoid detours. Even if there is no advice, leaving an impression is also considered an acquaintance. A group of people surrounded Su Chen, flattering and praising him in various ways. Among them, there are not only leading Guan's Chenlan group, but also Pei Zhenshang's Shenhao group. At this time, who cares about the little grudges between Pei Zhenshang and Shan Guang and Su Chen? Even if Pei Zhenshang comes back to make trouble, they can say that they are grateful to Su Chen for saving their lives. Is it wrong to repay a favor and thank others? Only Shan Guang squatted aside, supporting Pei Zhenshang who had fainted. At this moment, Shan Guang felt sour, bitter, and painful in his heart, and a little bit of pain, because he had just been beaten by Deng Hualang. Fortunately, Deng Hualang just wanted to play with them at the beginning, otherwise Shan Guang would have died in an instant. A group of people surrounded Su Chen and flattered him for a long time. Su Chen was a little uncomfortable. Ahem. Leading Guan coughed, and everyone made way. Mr. Su, you have kept it a secret from us. Leading Guan smiled bitterly. Su Chen smiled and said, you can't blame me for this. I wanted to help at the beginning, but the leader of the Shenhao team insisted that I stay away, otherwise I would be hurt. Hearing this, Leading Guan was a little embarrassed. It was Pei Zhenshang who took the initiative to ask Su Chen to stay away. Fortunately, this guy fainted, otherwise he would have to dig a hole to bury himself. Leading Guan sighed and said, Mr. Su, I know you are also very good at medicine. Can you please treat the injured person? Su Chen smiled and nodded. Leading Guan's attitude towards him has always been good. Su Chen naturally had no objection to him. He did whatever he could to help. Then, Leading Guan led Su Chen to a wounded man. This is the deputy leader of our group, Jiang Zhang. He was just hit by Deng Hualang's palm, and the situation seems a bit serious. Leading Guan frowned. Su Chen recognized him at a glance. This was one of the four great masters of Zhou Wanqiu who had just attacked Deng Hualang. But he didn't expect that Jiang Zhang was still a deputy leader. At this time, Jiang Zhang's face was painful, pale, and cold sweat kept flowing down. Crack. There were sounds coming from his body from time to time. Su Chen nodded and said, there is a vitality of Deng Hualang in his body, which is constantly destroying his meridians. Leading Guan was shocked. What should I do? It's not a big problem. I'll drain it out for him. Su Chen smiled. As he spoke, he took out a silver needle and inserted it into several key acupuncture points in Jiang Zhang. Then, he injected his flame vitality into Jiang Zhang's meridians. Not long after, puff, 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 there were sounds of air shooting. Several holes appeared on the ground. These were a wind-attributed vital energy discharged from Jiang Zhang's body. Sure enough, the pain on Jiang Zhang's face disappeared, and his expression calmed down. Su Chen used the 9 Extremes life-transforming needle to stimulate his vitality. Soon, Jiang Zhang woke up slowly. Leading Guan, Han Suling and other members of the Chenlan group were overjoyed. The people of the Shenhao group on the side looked embarrassed. There were also 2 injured people on their side. If Shan Guang is included, there should be 3. One is their team leader Pei Zhenshang, and the other is Hao Qi, the Zhou Wanqiu master of their group who just dealt with Deng Hualang. Hao Qi is a Zhou Wanqiu early stage cultivator, with the lowest cultivation level, so he was also the most seriously injured in the battle just now. At this moment, he is already dying. Seeing that Jiang Zhang's injury has improved, the people of the Shenhao group are tangled in their hearts. They want to ask Su Chen for help, but their team leader and Shan Guang have just offended him like that. How can they open their mouths? But if they don't say it, Hao Qi may die. Finally, a tiger catching guard who had the best relationship with Hao Qi stepped forward. He bowed to Su Chen. Mr. Su, please save my good brother Hao Qi. He is an honest man, has never done anything bad, and has saved my life. And just now, he didn't say anything bad about you, nor did he offend you. Please save him. Su Chen smiled and stretched out his hand to interrupt him. No need to say so much. Take me there. The people in the Shenhao group were excited when they saw Su Chen's friendly appearance. Mr. Su, you are so generous. Soon, Su Chen also controlled Hao Qi's injuries. Everyone was overjoyed. At this time, among all the wounded, only Pei Zhenshang fell to the ground. Next to Pei Zhenshang, Shan Guang's face was red and black, and I don't know what he was thinking. Pei Zhenshang and the other members of the Shenhao group also wanted to apologize for their team leader. However, they were afraid that Pei Zhenshang would blame them later, and they were also afraid that Su Chen would not accept it at all. Puff. At this time, Pei Zhenshang, who was in a coma, spurted out another mouthful of blood. Shan Guang gritted his teeth, stood up, and walked to Su Chen. Puff. Shan Guang knelt directly on the ground. Bang, bang, bang. Shan Guang didn't care about his face at this time, and kowtowed directly to Su Chen. Mr. Su, in the past conflicts, I was blind and offended you. Our team leader stood up for me, and made a grudge with you. I'm a bastard. I apologize to you. Please, forgive me, this bastard's mistake, and save our captain. If you have any errands in the future, I will climb mountains of swords, and descend seas of fire without hesitation. Su Chen looked at Shan Guang deeply. Finally, in the latter's pleading eyes, he slowly said, I don't need you to help me climb mountains of swords, and descend seas of fire. Just don't be so arrogant in the future. After that, Su Chen turned, and walked towards Pei Zhenshang. Shan Guang burst into tears. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217. You are so bad. I like you so much. Seeing that Su Chen agreed to help Pei Zhenshang with his treatment, all the members of the Shenhao group showed excitement on their faces. On the side, leading Guan also breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Su Chen would insist on his own opinion and make things difficult for Pei Zhenshang. In this way, if Pei Zhenshang really died, Su Chen might also have a grudge with the Qinhu guards. This is what leading Guan didn't want to see. But now, leading Guan felt that he was judging others by his own standards. Su Chen's mind and bearing far exceeded his imagination. On the side, Han Suling smiled and said, Team leader, were you worried that Su Chen would refuse to treat team leader Pei? I'm not worried. I knew at first glance that Su Chen was not a grudge-bearing person. He is very generous. Now it proves that my vision is accurate. Leading Guan denied it immediately. Han Suling pouted and muttered, TFK. I don't know who it was, but he was so nervous that he clenched his fists, just like he was going to hit someone. Leading Guan's old face turned red and he scolded, Han Suling, you are very observant, right? Today's report on the pursuit and killing of Deng Hualong is given to you to write. It must not be less than 10,000 words. Do you hear me? Han Suling's face suddenly changed. Team leader, no. I was wrong. How about 5,000 words? Facing Han Suling's plea for mercy, leading Guan finally put on a smile. Little girl, I can't cure you. Just 10,000 words, not a word less. It must be detailed, and no details can be missed. This is an order. Leading Guan deliberately said with a stern face. Yes. Han Suling looked miserable. Soon, Su Chen finished treating Pei Zhenshang. After Pei Zhenshang woke up faintly, a group of people from the Shenhao team surrounded him directly. Su Chen left the crowd directly. He returned to the Chenlang team. Leading Guan stepped forward and said with gratitude, Mr. Su, thanks to you this time, otherwise. Su Chen stopped leading Guan and said, don't say that. Yuan Kizu and Deng Hualong have done me a favor, and I was going to kill this Hualong. Leading Guan smiled and said, then we also have to thank you for treating our wounded, especially Pei Zhenshang, that fool. Su Chen smiled, nothing, just helping out. What should we do next? Leading Guan thought for a while and said, I will send a few people to send Deng Hualong's body to the organization. When the time comes, if there is any reward, I will send it to you. No need. I'm not one of your Qinhu guards. Su Chen smiled. Leading Guan waved his hand. That won't do. You killed Deng Hualong and saved so many of our colleagues. You deserve the reward. Seeing that Leading Guan insisted, Su Chen didn't say anything else. As for the rest of us, let's go to the hospital first. A few of us still need to be bandaged. It's just right that we can pick up Liu Dalang on the way, leading Yuan said. Su Chen nodded and said nothing more. As soon as the two finished talking, Pei Zhenshang came over with the support of Xian Guang. Just now, the people from the Shenhao group had told him everything. Mr. Su, I apologize to you for my previous stupidity and arrogance. Pei Zhenshang bowed his head and bowed deeply to Su Chen. Xian Guang on the side also bowed quickly. Su Chen said calmly, okay, there is not much conflict. As long as you remember in the future, don't be so arrogant. The Tiger Guard is an official organization. Although it gives you a special status, you should live up to this honor. The higher the status, the more humble and cautious you should be. Pei Zhenshang nodded. Thank you, Mr. Su. Finally, the clouds in the sky dissipated. The conflict between Su Chen and the Shenhao group of the Tiger Guard of Dongzhou province was completely resolved. On the way back, everyone was full of laughter. Even though Su Chen was the main force in the battle, they could still share some of the credit for killing Dong Hualong, who was at the level of an innate strongman. Su Chen found that everyone was very happy, except Han Suling, who pouted and looked unhappy. What's wrong with you? Su Chen asked curiously. Han Suling told Su Chen with a miserable face that she was punished to write a 10,000-word situation report. Su Chen smiled. Do you really not want to write? Han Suling glared and said, of course. I hate writing the most. At this moment, Han Suling was like a primary school student who only wanted to play and didn't want to do homework. As she spoke, her eyes lit up and she looked at Su Chen fiercely. What? Do you have a way to make me not write the situation report? It's unlikely, right? Su Chen smiled and said, I'll tell you a way. As long as you do what I say, leading Yuan will definitely not let you write it again. Han Suling said with disbelief, unless you ask for it in person and ask Team Leader Li to intercede for me, he may cancel the task for me, otherwise I won't think about it. I don't even need to show up. I'll just teach you one sentence. As long as you say it out, your team leader will not let you write it again. Su Chen said mysteriously. Han Suling rolled her eyes and said, I admire your great medical skills. I also admire your ability to control poison. I admire your martial arts skills that have reached the innate realm even more. But I absolutely don't believe that you can make Team Leader Li, the stingy guy, take back his order just by teaching me one sentence. Su Chen smiled. What if I do it? Whatever you say is what it is. Whoever doesn't obey is a puppy. Han Suling said immediately. Su Chen thought about it and said, okay. If you succeed, you can learn to bark like a puppy 3 times. Haha. If you can do that, I'll give you another meow like a kitten. Han Suling's face was full of disbelief. However, she still urged, hurry up and tell me what I want to say to him. Su Chen approached Han Suling and said something. Han Suling's expression froze for a moment, then she was shocked, and finally she grinned. Okay, wait. I'll go find Team Leader Li now. Han Suling said with a smile. Su Chen watched Han Suling jumping and running towards leading Yuan, and then said something in front of him. Then, leading Yuan's face changed, he scolded a few words, and drove Han Suling back. How is it? Su Chen asked with a smile. Han Suling was very excited. She said with a sly smile, Su Chen, you are so awesome. I will do as you said, and tell Team Leader Li that I will write a good report, and describe how badly Dong Hualong beat Team Leader Li. 10,000 words are not enough, I can write 20,000 words. Before I finished speaking, his face turned black, and he scolded me for my poor writing skills, and stopped me from writing. Ha ha ha. Su Chen, you are so mean. I like it so much. Haha. The next second, Han Suling approached Su Chen, raised her head slightly, and looked at Su Chen, whispering, woof, 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 meow. Then, she ran away with a red face. Su Chen smiled. He was just joking, but Han Suling took it seriously. Soon, the group returned to the hospital. Those with minor injuries were bandaged simply. Then, leading Yuan accompanied Su Chen to see Liu Dalang. Liu Dalang had already completed the discharge procedures, and Liu was accompanying him. Team leader, I have recovered, and can return to the team at any time. Liu Dalang stood at attention, and said with full energy. Leading Yuan laughed and said, why are you in such a hurry? Why don't you take advantage of this injury to have a good rest and accompany your daughter? Liu Dalang scratched his head and said, if my injury really didn't heal, I would have gone to rest for a while. As a result, Mr. Su's medical skills are so good that he cured all my injuries directly. It would be a bit unreasonable for me to lie in the hospital again. Besides, my daughter has taken over a big store recently. She has a lot to learn and a lot of things to do. Liu Dalang glanced at Su Chen and smiled gratefully. Whether it was his injury or the industry of Lao Zhenjiang that Liu took over, they were all brought by Su Chen. Su Chen smiled and said nothing. Leading Yuan said helplessly, okay. You are a workaholic. I hope your daughter won't blame me. Liu smiled and said, no. My father often said that you, team leaderly, take the best care of him. Everyone laughed and talked for a while. Liu Dalang said, Mr. Su, I will be joining the team later. Let my daughter treat you to a meal on my behalf to express my gratitude. Please agree. Su Chen smiled and said, okay. Then, he said to Liu, however, I have to go meet someone first. It's a good opportunity for you to go with me to meet him. It will be good for your career in Bincheng. Liu asked curiously, who is it? Yuan Kizu. Su Chen smiled. Deng Hualang's matter was settled. Su Chen wanted to talk to Yuan Kizu and also had to tell her about some other things. In addition, Wu Anping kept saying that he wanted to have dinner with Su Chen, and Su Chen also wanted to solve it together. When Liu heard the 3 words Yuan Kizu, she was immediately shocked. Grain and vegetable queen? She screamed. The name Yuan Kizu still has a very high status in the hearts of women in Bincheng. Liu was excited. Su Chen took Liu and said goodbye to Liu Dalang and leading Yuan. Then, the two went to Fengking Company. Bang! As soon as Su Chen and Liu arrived, they heard a loud noise. Chapter 218, Just a Peak Dark Force. Bang, bang, bang. A series of loud noises suddenly sounded. Liu was not prepared and was directly startled. Before Su Chen could make any move, he saw many gold papers and small ribbons slowly floating down from the sky. On both sides, a group of Fengking Group employees suddenly surrounded them. The leaders were naturally Yuan Kizu and Wu Anping. In their hands, they held large and small handheld salutes. It turned out that the loud noises just now were the sound of handheld salutes. Liu and Su Chen were a little confused when they saw this scene. Thank you Mr. Su for solving the warehouse problem for Fengking Group. Yuan Kizu and his wife, together with a group of employees, bowed. Su Chen's face was full of helpless smiles. He didn't expect that Yuan Kizu and the others actually got the news in advance and arranged such a scene. Director Yuan, Mr. Wu, you are embarrassing me, Su Chen said with a smile. Yuan Kizu smiled and said, it's my duty. I was thinking of hiring a lion dance and drum band, but my wife stopped me. She said you might not like these. Ha ha ha. Wu Anping laughed. Su Chen was stunned. Please forgive me. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Then, Yuan Kizu and Wu Anping welcomed Su Chen and his partner to the chairman's office. Su Chen briefly explained the process. Yuan Kizu said, thank you, Mr. Su, for helping our Fengking Group solve this problem. Su Chen shook his head. I should thank you. If you hadn't helped Zhao's catering group supply goods, we wouldn't have offended the White Dragon King. Then should I thank you for saving my husband? Yuan Kizu smiled. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. This is how friends are. You help me, I repay you, and you repay me. There is a give and take. In Su Chen's heart, he already regarded Yuan Kizu and her husband as his friends. And the same is true for Yuan Kizu and her husband. They even respect Su Chen more. Su Chen then asked, your second uncle Yuan Hongli, he didn't do anything weird again, right? Yuan Kizu smiled and said, you have dealt with Deng Hualong, and the company is stable, so how dare they make trouble? That's good. Su Chen nodded and said, the Qinhui also said that they will not leave Bincheng in the short term, and they will arrange some people to help you keep an eye on the warehouse. Yuan Kizu was overjoyed. Really? Thank you so much. It is rare for an organization like the Qinhui to help keep an eye on the warehouse. In fact, leading Yuan deliberately made such an arrangement because he heard that Su Chen and Yuan Kizu had a good relationship, and his purpose was naturally to do Su Chen a favor. After everyone chatted for a long time, Su Chen also introduced Liu to Yuan Kizu, and the two added contact information. Yuan Kizu also said that, if Liu had any problems in the future, he could come to her directly. This made Liu, who always regarded Yuan Kizu as an idol, very excited. After a while, Wu Anping said, "Mr. Su, it's almost time, let's go have dinner. I've wanted to invite you to dinner for a long time, and now I finally have the chance." Su Chen naturally had no objection. However, Yuan Kizu apologized. "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry, I can't go over to accompany you. I still have to deal with some follow-up matters of the group's warehouse, and I can't leave for the time being. I will invite you to a private dinner later to apologize to you." Su Chen smiled and said a few polite words. Finally, Wu Anping drove away with Su Chen and Liu. In the car, Wu Anping smiled and said, "Mr. Su, the place where I invite you to dinner this time is the most famous restaurant in our Bincheng, Bishu Villa. In our Bincheng, there is a saying that, if you haven't eaten at Bishu Villa, you haven't been to Bincheng. Moreover, Bishu Villa has a famous dish that you must have never eaten." Su Chen and Liu looked at each other. A smile flashed in their eyes. However, Su Chen did not mention that he killed Lao Zhenjiang and took over Bishu Villa. On the contrary, he was very cooperative and asked, "What dish?" "Bishu fish." Wu Anping looked mysterious. He introduced, "Let me tell you, this Bishu fish is only found in the Bishu Villa in the middle of the Bishu River. It is extremely delicious. Moreover, we only cast one net every day, and we cook as many as we can. I finally got one. Maybe it's also your luck. The last time I ate it was 5 or 6 years ago." Su Chen nodded and said with a smile, "Then I will definitely try it later." At the side, Liu covered her mouth and looked at Su Chen with a smile. She was wondering what Wu Anping would think if he knew that Bishu Villa now belonged to Su Chen. Soon, the car arrived at Bishu Villa. The car was parked in the parking lot. Wu Anping led the way in front, and Su Chen and Liu followed behind. The three were walking towards the restaurant building when they heard a burst of cursing. "Damn. It's so unlucky. I came here for a meal and met these bastards. Yeah. And that Liu Mingchen. I used to think he was nice, but now he's like a pug. It's disgusting. It's better not to eat this meal. I feel disgusted eating in the same place with these people." Su Chen and others looked at the source of the noise and saw two middle-aged men walking towards the parking lot. One had a mustache on his face and was short and fat. The other was tall and strong, with bulging muscles all over his body, and looked like a martial artist. When Wu Anping saw the two men, he was immediately surprised and shouted, "Zhang Huatao, Niu Hao." The two men turned around and saw Wu Anping. They were stunned at first, and then their faces were ecstatic. "Damn. Anping. Wu Anping. How did you stand up?" The two men ran over with excitement. They punched Wu Anping in the chest. "You bastard. You used to complain about everything every day, and now you stand up, and you don't even say hello to your two fathers. You bastard." The fat man Zhang Huatao laughed and scolded. Wu Anping also laughed and scolded. "Dad's leg just healed, and I haven't had time to inform you two sons. Who would have thought that I would meet you here?" The three people claimed to be each other's fathers, and laughed and scolded for a while. Su Chen could feel that the three of them had a very close relationship, and had known each other for many years. Wu Anping turned around, his face a little embarrassed. "Mr. Su, these two are my friends for many years. Can we go together?" Su Chen was naturally willing to help others. "No problem. Thank you, Mr. Su." Wu Anping was overjoyed, and then said to Zhang Huatao and Liu Hao, "My two sons, this is Mr. Su Chen. Your father's leg was cured by Mr. Su." Zhang Huatao and Liu Hao's expression suddenly changed, and they bowed to Su Chen together, with an extremely sincere attitude. "Thank you, Mr. Su." Su Chen hurriedly said politely. The five of them immediately walked into the private room reserved by Wu Anping. Everyone chatted and soon became familiar with each other. Su Chen also got to know these two people. Zhang Huatao and Liu Hao are both sincere and cheerful people. Among them, Zhang Huatao is a businessman. Although he cannot compare with Yuan Kizu, he is also quite wealthy. Niu Heo, on the other hand, is a martial artist, and his cultivation has barely broken through to the early stage of dark energy. The three of them have been playing together since they were young, and there were several other people at that time, forming a small group. And Wu Anping is considered the core of their small group. However, after Wu Anping was injured, he became depressed and rarely went out, and the small group gradually dispersed. Only Zhang Huatao and Niu Heo, the two brothers who have the closest relationship with him, occasionally go to see him. Everyone drank and ate, reminiscing about the past, and sighed. After drinking some wine, Niu Heo's face also turned a little red. He said under the influence of alcohol, "Brother Ping, you have been depressed in the past few years. My son Zhang Huatao and I were very worried. Now you are fine. Taozi and I are really happy for you. It's just a pity for your martial arts talent. 5 years ago, you were already at the peak of dark energy. If nothing happened, you would definitely be a master of Zhuangjian now. Even Lao Zhenjiang from Bishuvilla would probably look up to you. Now, Niu Heo sighed. Wu Anping's face darkened. Back then, he did have a very good martial arts talent. However, the incident 5 years ago not only delayed him for a few years, but also made his dark energy cultivation regress year after year, and now he is only in the early stage of dark energy. Haha. It's okay, this also makes me see some people more clearly. Wu Anping smiled and comforted. Niu Heo glared. Yes, old Niu, have also seen through some people. Especially that grandson of Liu Mingchen. When he was with us, he was always calling you Brother Ping all the time. Later, when you got into trouble, he immediately ran to Kang Liliang's side. Just now, I saw that grandson. He said that Kang Liliang's grandson held a promotion banquet at Bishuvilla and has been promoted to the peak of dark energy and will soon be able to reach the mysterious energy. Damn his ancestors. What's so great about him? Isn't it just relying on his father Kang Xuantang? Without Kang Xuantang's help, Kang Liliang would never have thought of breaking through to the peak of dark energy in his life. When Wu Anping heard the name Kang Liliang, a trace of anger suddenly appeared in his eyes. Because his injury was caused by Kang Liliang. Zhang Huatao saw Wu Anping's face and immediately glared at Niu Heo. Big stupid cow. Why are you mentioning those bastards on such a happy day? Zhang Huatao scolded. Niu Heo then noticed that Wu Anping looked unnatural, and he quickly shut up. Wu Anping sighed and said, "It's okay. It's over anyway. Now, I can leave the wheelchair and have dinner and drinks with you friends. I'm already very happy. As for martial arts cultivation, it doesn't matter whether Kang Liliang is at the peak of dark energy or the peak of mysterious energy. It has nothing to do with me." Zhang Huatao and Niu Heo looked at each other and knew that Wu Anping was comforting them, and a trace of helplessness flashed in their eyes. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly smiled and said, "In fact, Mr. Wu can still continue to pursue martial arts cultivation. It's just a peak of dark energy. It won't take long to recover." In an instant, the whole scene was quiet. Wu Anping looked at Su Chen with surprise. Chapter 219 Have you asked me? On the side, Zhang Huatao and Niu Heo were also shocked. "Mr. Su, you are not kidding, are you?" Niu Heo asked in shock. "You may not be a martial artist, so you don't understand how much effort it takes to go from the early stage of dark energy to the peak of dark energy." Hearing this, Liu on the side almost laughed. Now, she has some understanding of the realm of martial arts. Su Chen can even kill an 8 strongman. How could he not understand? At this time, Su Chen smiled and said, "You are talking about practicing from the early stage of dark energy to the peak of dark energy, which is naturally more difficult. However, Mr. Wu is different. He used to be the peak of dark energy. Now he has fallen to the early stage of dark energy, but it is only because of the weakening of qi and blood in recent years that his realm has declined greatly. As long as we replenish his qi and blood and stimulate his body, it is still easy to restore his dark energy." Wu Anping and the other two people's eyes suddenly brightened. Niu Heo was the most impatient. He stood up quickly and clasped his fists towards Su Chen and said, "Mr. Su, please help Brother Ping recover his martial arts skills. In the future, if you need my son and Zhang Huatao, we will do it without hesitation." Zhang Huatao was so angry that he pushed Niu Hao. Damn it, you bastard, you interrupted me. He also bowed deeply to Su Chen. Mr. Su, what conditions do you think are needed to treat Wu Anping's grandson? Just ask. Wu Anping looked at Zhang Huatao and Niu Hao. His eyes were a little red. Go to your uncles. I need you two to help me make a wish. Wu Anping cursed with a smile. Then, he also said respectfully to Su Chen, Mr. Su, you don't have to pay attention to these two fools. If it's troublesome, you don't have to waste your energy. I'm quite satisfied now. Su Chen looked at the appearance of the three people and felt very relieved. Wu Anping is quite happy. His wife Yuanqiu is considerate and caring to him, and his two brothers are also very concerned about him. Of course, this also shows from the side that Wu Anping's character is also strong enough. Liu, who was standing aside, was very moved when he saw the three people's appearance. He wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. Su Chen smiled and said, it's not a big deal. I can restore your dark energy to its peak right now. Really? Wu Anping's voice trembled. Do I need to prepare anything? No, just sit down and wait patiently. Su Chen stood up. Zhang Huatao and Niu Hao didn't dare to breathe. Su Chen smiled and reached out to take out a wooden box. After opening it, a blood red ginseng was revealed inside. It was a red blood dragon ginseng that An Linglan gave to Su Chen. Su Chen only used a little of this red blood dragon ginseng, which is a real elixir for replenishing qi in blood. Red blood dragon ginseng. Wu Anping shouted out, his face full of surprise. On the side, Niu Hao was also shocked. Zhang Huatao was not a martial artist, so he asked in confusion, what is the red blood dragon ginseng? Niu Hao explained, this is a spiritual medicine. The medicinal effect is very powerful and can replenish the blood of warriors. However, this spiritual medicine is very rare, so the price is also very expensive. How much is one plant? Zhang Huatao asked curiously. Niu Hao shook his head and said, different spiritual medicines have different prices, and the price will also fluctuate due to various factors. If there are users with urgent needs, it is possible to bid at a sky-high price. Even if no one is in urgent need, this red blood dragon ginseng will not be less than hundreds of millions. What? Hundreds of millions? Zhang Huatao was completely dumbfounded. With his net worth, it may not be enough to buy this spiritual medicine. Wu Anping also hurriedly said, Mr. Su, your spiritual medicine is too expensive. I can't. Su Chen smiled and said, then you don't treat me as a friend. In Su Chen's heart, Wu Anping is already his friend. Su Chen never feels bad for giving benefits to his own people. Besides, it's just a red blood dragon ginseng, which he doesn't particularly care about. In a word, Wu Anping was gagged. Su Chen smiled, cut off a small piece of the red blood dragon ginseng, and stuffed it directly into Wu Anping's mouth. The red blood dragon ginseng melted in his mouth. Wu Anping only felt a warm current spreading from his mouth along his throat to his body. Su Chen raised his hand, and several silver needles directly pierced Wu Anping's body acupuncture points. In an instant, explosive energy spread throughout his body. Concentrate your mind, and hold your breath, and unite your thoughts. Mobilize the dark energy, and absorb the medicinal power. Su Chen shouted coldly, and hit Wu Anping on the back with a palm. In an instant, the terrifying flame energy rushed into Wu Anping's meridians like a river bursting its banks, helping him refine and absorb the medicinal power. Hoo. As Wu Anping breathed, white mist overflowed from his mouth and nose, and wisps of smoke rose from his head. Not long after, Wu Anping's breath became stronger and stronger. Finally, Su Chen withdrew his hand and retreated. Wu Anping's closed eyes suddenly opened, and a gleam of light flashed. He stretched out his palm and gently pressed it on the table beside him. The dark energy was gently released. Puff. The wooden table was like tofu, and a handprint was deeply imprinted. Brother Ping, you have recovered the peak of the dark energy. Niu Hao was excited. Zhang Huatao was also very happy. Wu Anping suppressed his excitement and bowed deeply to Su Chen. Thank you, Mr. Su. He didn't know what to say. Su Chen smiled and waved his hands. Everyone sat down again, very excited. Niu Heo patted Su Chen on the shoulder and said, "Brother Su, you and I are brothers from now on, and we will be Wu Anping's father together. If you have anything, just tell me, I will never say no. Fuck you. Mr. Su and I are your fathers." Wu Anping was in a good mood and scolded Niu Heo. Niu Heo said with a smile, "With our relationship, is there any need to argue about who is whose father?" Wu Anping was stunned, then reacted and scolded with a smile, "Nonsense. Of course, I'm your father. Ha ha ha." Everyone laughed. Wu Anping said, "Today, I have recovered the peak of dark energy, which is a great joy. There is another great joy, and I have to tell you two about it." Zhang Huateo and Niu Heo were immediately curious. Niu Heo was in a good mood and asked jokingly, "What's the matter? Did your old man give you another brother?" "Fuck you." Wu Anping scolded unhappily. Liu was amused by the two and covered her mouth and laughed. Wu Anping continued, "Today, I ordered a blue water fish from Bishu Villa. It will probably be served soon. Damn, this is good." Niu Heo was very excited. "I have only heard of it, but I haven't eaten it yet." Zhang Huateo said, "I ate it once many years ago, and then I ordered it several times, but I couldn't order it. I really want this one." The two were very excited. Wu Anping said with a proud look on his face, "You two sons are also benefiting from Mr. Su's help. You can also try something new." This time, Niu Heo did not refute, but excitedly said, "It is also our blessing to benefit from Mr. Su's help." Then, he said with a little anger, "Anping, you don't know, just now Zhang Huateo and I were going to have a meal here, but we met Liu Mingchuan's grandson. Now, this guy is Kang Liliang's lackey, and he is very good at it. Just now, he also provoked us, saying that Kang Liliang's Dark Power Peak promotion banquet had blue water fish, and mocked us that we would never be able to eat it in this life. I'm eating it now. I have to take a short video and send it to Liu Mingchuan to piss that grandson off." Niu Heo's face was full of a proud smile. Zhang Huateo also smiled and said, "Then I have to take one too. That grandson also mocked me." Su Chen realized that when he met these two people in the parking lot just now, the person they scolded was the traitor Liu Mingchuan. Niu Heo laughed and said, "That bastard Kang Liliang is at the promotion banquet for the Peak of Dark Power, and this is also Anping's promotion banquet. They have blue water fish, and we have them too. We are no worse than them. If that Liu Mingchuan sees you, Anping, stand up. I wonder if he will defect again." Definitely not. Wu Anping shook his head. Kang Liliang's father Kang Zuantang is a master of Zuan power. He is deeply trusted by their leader in the Tiger Guard rat group, and has a much higher status than me. That's true. Niu Heo and Zhang Huateo sighed. Su Chen was a little puzzled. He is just an ordinary member of the Tiger Guard. Is his status so high? Su Chen had come into contact with some Tiger Guards, and didn't feel much. After all, even the leader of the Chen Lang group leading Guan and the leader of the Shen Hao group Pei Zhenshang were polite to him, and the other ordinary members were even more smiling. Therefore, Su Chen didn't feel that the Tiger Guards were so great. Niu Heo quickly explained, "Mr. Su, you don't know. The administrative level of a leader of a Tiger Guard subgroup is the same as that of the head of a city. Even ordinary members of the Tiger Guard can investigate high-ranking officials in a city at will, and their power is very great. Especially for warriors, these Tiger Guards have greater jurisdiction. Moreover, Kang Liliang's father Kang Zuantang is said to be the deputy leader of the Tiger Guard rat group soon. In the future, his power will be even greater, and he can't afford to offend him." Su Chen nodded. It turns out that the Tiger Guard is so powerful. On the side, Zhang Huateo said indignantly, "If it weren't for Kang Zuantang, Anping's cultivation was destroyed by Kang Liliang's sneak attack. Why didn't he dare to retaliate? Isn't it because he is afraid of his father?" "Huatao, why are you talking about this?" Wu Anping scolded. Zhang Huateo quickly shut up. Su Chen's eyes turned cold. It turned out that Wu Anping's injury was caused by this. It seems that there are quite a few scumbags in the Tiger Guard. Wu Anping didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. Everyone changed the topic and started chatting. After a while, the waiter knocked on the door and brought the blue water fish to the table. Zhang Huateo and Liu Heo's eyes lit up. "The blue water fish is here. Let's eat it." Niu Heo laughed. At this moment, clang, the door suddenly opened again. The waiter was kicked in. A man with a mustache walked in arrogantly. "Don't touch this plate of blue water fish. This is for our table." The stupid waiter just sent the wrong one and sent the blue water fish from our table to yours. Wu Anping looked grim. Sun Mingchen, Niu Heo and Zhang Huateo also looked grim. "Hey, Wu Anping, you useless man is out. Are you recovering?" Sun Mingchen was obviously stunned when he saw Wu Anping, and there was a hint of unnaturalness in his expression. However, soon a trace of disdain appeared on his face again. "Haha. Even if you recover, you are still a waste. Did you hear what I said just now? This is the blue water fish for our table." "No." The waiter looked aggrieved. "The blue water fish on your table has been served." Sun Mingchen sneered. "The one you put on our table is from their box, but we accidentally ate it. Now the one on their table is the one we ordered, so I want to take it away." Everyone was stunned. Too damn shameless. Wu Anping and others were immediately furious. However, Sun Mingchen threatened, "You don't want Mr. Kang Lilian to come and get it in person, do you? Ha ha ha." After these words came out, Wu Anping, Niu Heo and the other two were stunned. Sun Mingchen laughed. Then, with a smug smile on his face, he reached out to take the blue water fish on the table. Wu Anping and the other two looked ugly, but they were struggling whether to stop him. At this moment, Su Chen's eyes flashed. Swish! A black light flew through the air. Puff! Ah! Sun Mingchen screamed. At this moment, a chopstick pierced his palm directly, and blood flowed out. Su Chen's cold voice sounded. "You want to touch the fish, did you ask me?" Chapter 220. It's your own fault. Ah! Liu Mingchen held his hand and screamed. On his right palm, a chopstick pierced through the middle. Blood dripped onto the ground like running water. It looked very scary. At the side, Liu turned his head in fear. Wu Anping and the other two were also stunned. They didn't expect Su Chen to be so decisive. As soon as he made a move, it was a ruthless move. Liu Mingchen's face was full of pain, and he glared at Su Chen. "You bastard, you dare to do this to me." Su Chen's face was calm. "If you touch this fish again, I guarantee that your other hand will not be safe." Liu Mingchen was immediately frightened, and he took 2 steps back. "You bastard, wait. Don't leave if you have the guts." As he spoke, he covered his injured hand and ran out of the box. It seemed that he was going to get help. Niu Heo was full of admiration. He said excitedly, "Brother Su, you are so awesome. I, old Niu, admire you very much." Liu Mingchen, that grandson, is just asking for trouble. "You big stupid cow. Stop making trouble." Zhang Huateo said hurriedly. Liu Mingchen must have gone to find Kang Lilian. Kang Lilian will definitely make trouble when he sees Anping recover. I think we should leave quickly. Wu Anping looked at Su Chen. He was now looking at Su Chen's intention. If Su Chen wanted to leave, he would not care about his face. If Su Chen wanted to fight with Kang Lilian, he would fight with Kang Lilian to the end. Su Chen smiled casually. "Why leave? Our green water fish has just been caught. If we leave, it will be a bargain for others. Come on, eat fish." As he spoke, Su Chen took the lead in picking up his chopsticks and picked up a large piece of fish for Liu. Seeing that Su Chen was still eating peacefully, Zhang Huateo was a little anxious. "Mr. Su, you may not be familiar with that bastard Kang Lilian. That guy is domineering because his father is in the Tiger Guard. At the beginning, Anping was just because his martial arts skills and talent were better than his, which might affect his selection for the Tiger Guard. He took advantage of the competition to sneak attack Anping with insidious means and directly crippled Anping. Later, because his methods were not glorious, he was not selected for the Tiger Guard. This bastard took out his anger on Anping and cut his meridians and tendons. With his father Kang Zuantang in the Tiger Guard, no one can do anything to him. I heard from Liu Ming that Kang Zuantang is about to become the deputy team leader. In this way, even Lao Zhenjiang, the owner of this Bishu villa, has to give him some face. So, let's go quickly. Zhang Huateo was born a businessman, so he was more cautious. Niu Heo said dissatisfiedly, "What are you afraid of? At worst, we can fight them. Do they dare to kill us?" Looking at Niu Heo's reckless look, Su Chen smiled. Wu Anping thought for a moment and said, Mr. Su, I'll think about it carefully. It's better for us to leave. Although your cultivation is relatively high, you are not afraid of Kang Liliang. But his father Kang Zuan will soon become the deputy leader of the Tiger Guard. If you offend him, it will be very disadvantageous to you. People with official status like them generally cannot be offended easily. Once he accuses you, you will become the public enemy of the Tiger Guard, and you will definitely be unable to move forward in the future. Su Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. It doesn't matter. I don't believe that there is no justice in the Tiger Guard. Come on. Stop talking. Eat fish. Eat fish. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Wu Anping and Zhang Huateo could only sigh, and followed Su Chen to pick up fish to eat. However, the two of them didn't eat the green water fish so deliciously this time. Niu Hao was bold and directly picked up a large piece of fish meat, praising it while eating. Liu didn't care about anything else, and concentrated on eating the dishes. In her heart, Su Chen was omnipotent, and that Kang Liliang was not a big deal at all. The 5 people started eating together, and a plate of blue water fish was quickly emptied. At this moment, bang, the door of the box was kicked open. Several men rushed in directly. The leader was Liu Mingchuan, who had just escaped. At this moment, his hands were bandaged. Next to Liu Mingchuan was a tall and thin man. This man had a shriveled face and a sinister look in his eyes. He was a sinister person at first glance. Kang Liliang. Wu Anping's face was gloomy, and he uttered 3 words. Kang Liliang walked in and swept his sinister eyes over everyone. When he saw Wu Anping, his eyes suddenly fixed. Wu Anping, you really recovered. Kang Liliang smiled sinisterly. Wu Anping's eyes were cold and his tone was unfriendly. Thanks to you. Kang Liliang sneered. You useless person. You delayed me from joining the Tiger Guard for 5 years. You have been shrinking, so I can't make trouble for you. Now you come out, I will make you regret coming out to show your face. Hearing this, Wu Anping and others almost exploded with anger. 5 years ago, it was this bastard who harmed Wu Anping, but now he blames Wu Anping for delaying him from entering the Kinhu Guard. If you have no shame, you are invincible. You understand the essence of this sentence. Wu Anping said angrily. Kang Liliang looked at him coldly and said lightly, I will deal with you later. Now, I just want to ask one question. Which bastard just hurt my brother? At this time, Liu Mingchuan jumped out and pointed at Su Chen and said, Brother Liang, it's this bastard. For a moment, everyone's eyes turned to Su Chen. Kang Liliang stared at Su Chen and said condescendingly, chop off one of your hands and I will spare your life. Wu Anping said angrily, Kang Liliang, don't go too far. This dish of green water fish originally belonged to our box. Liu Ming came to rob us, so we can naturally fight back. Kang Liliang sneered, I don't care about the reason. I only care about the result. Now, either let this bastard chop off one of his hands to make amends, or I will report you to my dad for gathering and plotting against the law. When you fall into my dad's hands, it will be even more impossible for the 4 of you to have all your limbs intact. Wu Anping was immediately furious. He stood up and said angrily, Kang Liliang, don't go too far. Kang Liliang smiled coldly, I went too far. What can you do? You're not going to do it, right? I'll do it myself. As he spoke, Kang Liliang stepped on his feet. Bang! A loud bang exploded, and the floor shattered instantly. Kang Liliang's figure approached quickly. Su Chen's eyes turned cold, and he was about to take action. On the side, Wu Anping rushed forward and said, if you want to touch Mr. Su, you have to get past me first. What a dog's guts. Then I will destroy you again. Kang Liliang shouted angrily. He gathered all his dark energy in his fist, wanting to severely injure Wu Anping, who had just recovered. Anping. Zhang Huateo and Liu Hao worriedly said. Both of them were worried that the brother who had just recovered from a serious injury was not Kang Liliang's opponent. Su Chen comforted him lightly. Don't worry. This Kang Liliang can't take advantage. He used Dragon Bone Mysterious Vine to connect Wu Anping's meridians and used Red Blood Dragon Ginseng to restore his cultivation. Naturally, he was sure that Wu Anping's strength would be restored without any problems. Although Kang Liliang's cultivation was also at the peak of dark energy, his foundation was weak. It was obviously recently forcibly improved by relying on pills. In the doubtful eyes of Niu Hao and Zhang Huatao, Wu Anping and Kang Liliang's fists collided fiercely. Bang! A loud bang exploded. Strong winds blew in all directions. Wu Anping's figure remained motionless. And Kang Liliang. Bang! 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 He took 3 steps back in succession before he stabilized his body. Wu Anping looked at his hands, somewhat unbelievable. Zhang Huatao and Niu Hao were also surprised. And Kang Liliang stabilized his shaking body. His face was extremely ugly. You actually recovered your cultivation? The anger in Kang Liliang's eyes almost burst out. 5 years ago, he was not Wu Anping's opponent. Now 5 years have passed, and Wu Anping, who has been a useless man for 5 years, can still easily repel him. The friends Kang Liliang brought with him also looked unbelievable. I don't believe it. You must have used shameful means. Kang Liliang roared and pounced on Wu Anping again. Wu Anping was naturally not afraid and went to meet him. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of fists and feet hitting each other came from time to time. In the room, strong winds were dancing. Kang Liliang brought people who were forced by the dark wind and quickly retreated to the corner. When those strong winds reached the dining table of Su Chen and others, they automatically dissipated. However, no one noticed this situation, but they all stared at the 2 people on the battlefield. The 2 fought for dozens of rounds. Wu Anping got better and better, while Kang Liliang's face became uglier and uglier. Now, he has been completely suppressed by Wu Anping. It is estimated that he will be knocked down in a few rounds. Son of a bitch. You force me to do this. A trace of viciousness flashed across Kang Liliang's face. He touched his waist silently, and a silver needle with a black glow was between his fingers. This kind of hidden weapon is called a vein-breaking poison needle, which can completely destroy the meridians of a martial arts practitioner. In the martial arts world, it has always been notorious. Go to hell. Kang Liliang roared, and the silver needle was like lightning. Wu Anping on the opposite side never thought that Kang Liliang would suddenly attack. Moreover, the vein-breaking poison needle was as fast as the wind, and it was in front of Wu Anping in the blink of an eye. Kang Liliang had a smug grin on his face. In a flash, Su Chen raised his hand. A stream of energy came from behind and arrived first. Ding. With a crisp sound, the vein-breaking poison needle suddenly turned around and flew towards Kang Liliang. Puff. The sound of the silver needle entering the body was extremely small, but to Kang Liliang, it was like thunder. He felt a pain in his chest, and then a stabbing pain broke out from his meridians. Ah! Kang Liliang's face was full of panic. He already understood what happened. He used the vein-breaking poison needle to sneak attack and stabbed himself. This is called, you get what you deserve. Chapter 221. What you said doesn't work. Waves of numbness and burning sensations came from the meridians. Kang Liliang's body softened, and he fell to the ground. The abnormality in his body clearly told Kang Liliang that his meridians were going to be completely destroyed, and his martial arts journey would also stop here. Ah! Ah! Kang Liliang fell to the ground and screamed. It was because of the pain in his body and the panic in his heart. Everyone in the box was stunned. Whether it was Wu Anping's people or Kang Liliang's people, most of them didn't see what was going on. They just heard Kang Liliang shout go to hell, and then he fell to the ground and groaned in pain. What was going on? Wu Anping could barely see clearly that Kang Liliang attacked him, but was counterattacked by Su Chen. But he didn't know what Kang Liliang used to attack him. However, seeing Kang Liliang rolling on the ground, Wu Anping looked at Su Chen gratefully. Liu Mingchuan and others hurried forward and helped Kang Liliang up from the ground. Kang Liliang was sweating profusely, his face was pale, and he was shaking all over. Quick, call my dad. Let him come and save me. Kang Liliang said anxiously. Liu Mingchuan was confused and stammered. I don't know my uncle's phone number. You are using my phone to call. Kang Liliang roared. Liu Mingchuan tremblingly took out the mobile phone from Kang Liliang, found Kang Zuantang's phone number, and dialed it. Then, he carefully put the phone to Kang Liliang's ear. The call was quickly connected. Kang Liliang burst into tears. Dad, please come and save me. I'm in Bishu Villa, and I've been hit by a poison needle that cuts off my veins. On the side, Wu Anping secretly thought that he was lucky. This bastard actually used this hidden weapon that everyone in the martial arts world despised. Fortunately, Mr. Su saved himself. Kang Lilian roughly told the story and hung up the phone quickly. You sons of bitches, if you have the guts to wait here for my dad, I'll see how you die. He stared at Wu Anping and the others viciously. Su Chen said indifferently, don't worry, we won't leave. We'll just wait for your dad to come. I have to see if there is really no justice in the Tiger Guards. Okay, you wait. Kang Lilian gritted his teeth and trembled all over. On the side, Wu Anping whispered, Mr. Su, why don't I stay here by myself? You, Taozi and Leo Niu should go first. Niu Hao said angrily. Wu Anping, am I the kind of person who is afraid of death? Zhang Huatao looked ugly, and he sighed. If we want to go, we will go together. If we want to stay, we will stay together. If we want to die, we will die together. Su Chen said indifferently, even if there are people who want to die, it won't be us. Niu Hao and Zhang Huatao looked at Su Chen and sighed in their hearts that this buddy has a good psychological quality. At this time, ding-ling-ling, Su Chen's mobile phone rang. He answered it casually, and Leading Guan's voice came from the other side. Mr. Su, where are you now? Leading Guan's voice was quite excited. Su Chen replied, I'm at Bishu Villa. What can I do for you? Congratulations, Mr. Su. The case of the 1,000-mile wind chasing immortal Dan Hualong has been closed, and your reward has come. Leading Guan smiled. You won't leave Bishu Villa for a while, right? I want to send it to you now. Su Chen said lightly, I don't think he will leave. Someone here said that they want to watch me die. I'm waiting. Leading Guan was stunned, and then said in a cold tone, which bastard is so bold? Mr. Su, if you need anything, you can act in my name as the leader of the Chen Lang group of the Tiger Guards. Haha. Su Chen smiled. No need. I also want to see how much weight the other party has. Leading Guan thought of Su Chen's martial arts skills, and he was immediately relieved. Okay. I'll be there right away. Wait for me. The phone was hung up. Leading Guan's face was slightly ugly. He hurried out and got in the car. Before leaving, Leading Guan took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Check for me, who Mr. Su Chen has had a conflict with in Bishu Villa, Bincheng. If you can't find it, ask the people from the Shenhao group. They are carrying out missions in Bincheng recently, and they should have more spies. Give me news as soon as possible. After hanging up the phone, Leading Guan stepped on the accelerator. The car quickly drove towards Bishu Villa. Not long after driving, Leading Guan's cell phone suddenly rang. He looked down and saw that it was a call from Pei Zhenshang, the leader of the Shenhao group. The call was connected. Pei Zhenshang's anxious voice came. Leading Guan, are you going to Bishu Villa now? Leading Guan immediately understood what Pei Zhenshang meant, and he replied, yes. Wait for me. Let's go together. Pei Zhenshang said. Leading Guan smiled and said, don't talk nonsense to me. If you want to please Mr. Su, you have to line up behind me. Fuck you. Pei Zhenshang cursed. What's wrong with you waiting for me? No. Leading Guan said, and then hung up the phone directly. Then, he pushed hard with his feet, and the car drove towards Bishu Villa at a faster speed. At this time, in Bishu Villa, a camouflaged helicopter fell from the sky. Before the helicopter landed, a thin figure jumped out of the cabin door. Bang! Dust splashed on the ground. Spider web-like cracks appeared on the ground. Before the dust settled, the thin figure rushed out and went straight to the restaurant building. In Su Chen's box, Su Chen and Liu were bored. Wu Anping and others on the side were beating their hearts. On the opposite side, Kang Lilian was full of resentment and stared at several people. At this moment, bang! The door of the box shattered directly. Countless wood chips and fragments flew. The next second, a thin man walked in. This man was in his 50s, with half grey and half white hair, and a shriveled face. He was 5 points similar to Kang Lilian. It was Kang Lilian's father, Kang Zuantong, the backbone of the Tiger Guard Rat team and the candidate for deputy team leader. At the dinner table, Wu Anping, Niu Hao and the other two became nervous instantly. When Kang Lilian saw Kang Zuantong, he burst into tears, as if he had seen a savior. Dad, I was hit by the poison needle that cuts off my meridians. My meridians are all destroyed. Save me. Kang Zuantong's face was gloomy, and he flashed to Kang Lilian's side. Sun Mingchuan just opened his mouth. Uncle Kang, Brother Liang's injury. Get out of the way. Kong Zuantang waved his hand casually, and a huge mysterious force directly knocked Sun Mingqiu into the ground. He rolled twice, before getting up in a mess, but he dared not say anything. Kong Zuantang grabbed Kong Liliang's wrist, and a mysterious force flowed into Kong Liliang's meridians to check. Not long after, Kong Zuantang put down his hand. His face was so gloomy that water could drip. He quickly took out his cell phone, dialed the number and shouted, "Help me contact the young genius Dr. Zhang Ke and ask her to come to Bishu Villa. My son was shot by a vein-breaking poison needle." Kong Liliang looked at Kong Zuantang with fear and expectation. "Dad, the young genius doctor will definitely be able to cure me, right?" Kong Zuantang looked at his son and nodded heavily. Then, he turned his head suddenly and swept his cold eyes over Wu Anping and others. "Who is it? You shot my son with a vein-breaking poison needle. You dare to use such a vicious hidden weapon on my son. You are so bold." Kong Zuantang's eyes were red, like a beast ready to eat someone. Su Chen was about to speak, but Wu Anping on the side said first, "Mr. Kong, this vein-breaking poison needle belongs to your son. He wanted to use it to attack me but failed, and instead hurt himself. That's the fact." Kong Zuantang's eyes glared like copper bells, quibbling. Who would shoot a poison needle at himself? "I think the murderer must be you. Die." The next second, Kong Zuantang grabbed Wu Anping. Zhou Wanqiu was surging, and the sound of sonic boom exploded. If this grab was successful, Wu Anping would probably die on the spot. However, just when Kong Zuantang's hand was about to grab Wu Anping, Su Chen punched out. Bang! Kong Zuantang was struck by lightning. The whole person turned around in the air, before landing in embarrassment. He looked at Su Chen in shock. This young man, who he had never paid attention to, almost injured him with a punch. "Who are you? Are you the new worshipper invited by Wu Anping?" Kong Zuantang said cautiously. "I'm Kong Zuantang, the candidate for deputy leader of the Tiger Guard rat group. If you give me a favor and promise not to get involved in this matter, I'm willing to recommend you to join the Tiger Guard." Hearing this promise, everyone looked at Su Chen. Such an opportunity is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If the Tiger Guard is full of people like you who abuse power for personal gain and bend the law for personal gain, I will be desperate to enter this garbage dump. Su Chen's mocking voice sounded in the box. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Kong Zuantang's face suddenly became ugly. Arrogant. "Boy, do you think you are invincible in the world just because you have some martial arts skills? Today, I will let you know that there is always someone better than you." God-killing fist. Kong Zuantang shouted and punched out. In an instant, a strong wind blew in the box. Countless mysterious forces condensed on Kong Zuantang's fist. "Go to hell." He punched out. A stream of profound energy rushed straight towards Su Chen like a long rainbow piercing the sun. Su Chen sat in his original position, his body motionless. The overwhelming spiritual power turned into fist intention and pressed towards Kong Zuantang. Divine fist. In an instant, Kong Zuantang felt that his profound energy was broken inch by inch. The whole world disappeared in an instant, and he was left alone, facing that amazing punch alone. Boom. A huge fist mark appeared on Kong Zuantang's body. His body flew backwards and slammed hard against the wall of the box. Puff. Kong Zuantang spurted out a mouthful of blood. The whole person's breath was extremely weak. Everyone was stunned. Niu Hao even murmured, "Damn, brother Su Chen, it's too fierce." This Kong Zuantang is a mid-stage Zhuanjin cultivator. No wonder brother Su Chen is so confident. His martial arts cultivation is probably even higher. Zhang Huatao looked worried, but no matter how high the cultivation is, it is not invincible. Kong Zuantang is a tiger catching guard. I guess he will use his identity to suppress Su Chen. You. Poof. Kong Zuantang spurted out another mouthful of blood, and the whole person almost fell to the ground. He stood firm against the wall, looking at Su Chen with fear and shock, and a lot of resentment. "Arsehole boy, you dare to attack the tiger catching guard, I will definitely put you on the wanted list. From now on, there will be no place for you to hide in the world." Kong Zuantang gritted his teeth and roared. Su Chen said coldly, "The whole story, everything will be judged by justice. I don't believe that you can cover the sky with one hand. In the tiger catching guard, I can cover the sky with one hand. Kong Xuantang's mouth was bleeding, like a ghost. You son of a bitch, I'll let you know that your martial arts skills are just a joke. In the future, you will be trapped in endless pursuit. If the Zhuanjin master doesn't work, there will be an innate master. If the innate master doesn't work, there will be a land immortal to kill you. You're dead. Kong Xuantang smiled grimly. At this moment, a cold shout came. Kong Xuantang, what you said doesn't work. As soon as the voice fell, leading Guan appeared. Chapter 222, Grandmaster cannot be insulted. Everyone in the box turned their heads to look. Leading Guan came over with a gloomy face. Kong Xuantang frowned slightly when he saw Leading Guan. He had met the leader of the Chenlong team with his team leader Gao Pengfei. Team leader Li, why are you here? What do you mean? Kong Xuantang looked at Leading Guan. However, Leading Guan ignored Kong Xuantang at all, but walked straight to Su Chen. Hello, Mr. Su. Leading Guan saluted respectfully. Su Chen did not put on airs and politely returned the salute. Hello, Team Leader Li. After such greetings, Leading Guan turned around and looked at Kong Xuantang. At this time, Leading Guan's disregard for Kong Xuantang had already made Kong Xuantang's anger soar. Team Leader Li, what do you mean by this? Kong Xuantang stared at Leading Guan. Leading Guan glanced at Kong Xuantang and said lightly, it's nothing. I just want to tell you that your words, Kong Xuantang, cannot represent the entire Kinhu Guard, and Mr. Su Chen will always be my Kinhu Guard's good friend. As soon as these words came out, Wu Anping and others were overjoyed, and Niu Hao was even more excited. Damn. No wonder brother Su Chen is so calm. It turns out that he has a friend at the level of a team leader in Kinhu Guard. Zhang Huatao breathed a sigh of relief, with Leading Guan, the leader of the Chenlong team of Kinhu Guard. Kong Xuantang is only a candidate for deputy team leader now. Even if he is really a deputy team leader, he can't rely on his status to suppress Su Chen. On the opposite side, Liu Mingchuan and others looked extremely ugly. Originally, they thought that, after joining Kong Liliang, they had Kong Liliang's father in Kinhu Guard, so they could be regarded as holding a thigh. As a result, Wu Anping now knows the friend of the leader of Kinhu Guard. Moreover, Leading Guan seems to respect Su Chen very much. Kong Liliang was very anxious when he saw this. He yelled, Dad, you have to avenge me. Kong Xuantang stared at Leading Guan and said in a deep voice, Team Leader Li, are you determined to go against me and protect Su Chen? Leading Guan said coldly, first of all, Mr. Su doesn't need my protection. Secondly, there is no question of going against you. You don't deserve it. You. Kong Xuantang's face was extremely ugly. Leading Guan, I respect you as the leader of the Chenlong team, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Besides, I will soon become the deputy leader of the rat team, and you can't control me. At this moment, another cold shout rang out. Kong Xuantang, you can't become the deputy leader of the rat team. Everyone looked at the sound and saw another middle-aged man appearing at the door of the box. It was Pei Zhenshang, the leader of the Shenhao team of the Tiger Guard. Team leader Pei. Kong Xuantang almost cried out. He never thought that there would be two leaders of the Tiger Guard coming here. Pei Zhenshang walked in and took the lead to walk towards Su Chen, bowing respectfully to Su Chen. Compared with Leading Guan, Pei Zhenshang had offended Su Chen before and had his life saved by Su Chen. Therefore, his attitude was more respectful. Seeing this scene, everyone in the box felt more complicated. Wu Anping and others were even more excited. Liu Mingchuan and others were getting more and more flustered. Kong Xuantang's expression was the most unnatural. He never thought that Su Chen in front of him actually had a friendship with the two leaders of the Tiger Guard. If he wanted to deal with him again, it would probably be unlikely to succeed. Moreover, Pei Zhenshang seemed to be targeting him in the matter of the deputy leader. Thinking of this, Kong Xuantang's heart slowly sank to the bottom. He suddenly regretted offending Su Chen without finding out his identity in advance. Pei Zhenshang turned his head. He looked at Kong Xuantang coldly and said indifferently, Kong Xuantang, the candidate for deputy leader of the rat group, right? You can choose to give up. At the formal appointment meeting, Leading Guan and I will vote against it. Kong Xuantang was shocked. The promotion of deputy leaders of each group of the Tiger Guard will not be successful if 2 or more leaders oppose it. However, unless some people have a particularly bad reputation, other group leaders will generally not jump out to oppose it. After all, it's not the deputy leader of your own group, so why offend people for nothing? However, now, Kong Zuantang has encountered it. Team leader Pei, you choose to target me just because of this person? Kong Zuantang pointed at Su Chen. He was furious. I was appointed as the deputy leader by our team leader Gao. Are you sure you want to ruin this? Pei Zhenshang said coldly. Don't use Gao Pengfei to pressure me. Even if he is here today, if he dares to be rude to Mr. Su, I will not forgive him. Kong Zuantang looked at Su Chen with a dazed look. He could never have imagined that Su Chen's status in Pei Zhenshang's eyes was so high. This time, he might have really hit a wall. Kong Zuantang's mind was spinning rapidly, and he said, but, Team Leader Pei, Team Leader Li, this Su Chen used the vein-breaking poison needle to cut off my son's martial arts path. Shouldn't this be punished? Pei Zhenshang looked cold and looked at Li Dingyuan. Li Dingyuan also looked puzzled. The 2 of them only knew that it was Kong Zuantang's son who had a conflict with Su Chen in Bishu Villa, but they didn't know the details. At this moment, after hearing Kong Zuantang's words, they all frowned. If Su Chen really did this, it would be hard to cover it up. At this time, Wu Anping said angrily, this vein-breaking poison needle belongs to Kang Liliang. He wanted to sneak attack me, and Mr. Su saved me, so he let him suffer the consequences. Nonsense. Kong Zuantang glared. How can anyone shoot a poison needle into himself? You are clearly quibbling. Wu Anping was so angry that he was speechless. At this time, Su Chen said lightly, 2 team leaders, you can check Kang Liliang's waist and you will know the result. As soon as these words came out, Kang Liliang and Kong Zuantang's faces changed drastically. Pei Zhenshang moved the fastest, stepped forward and grabbed Kang Liliang. Kong Zuantang hurriedly stepped forward to block Pei Zhenshang. Team leader Pei, my son is injured. Let me check it. On the other side, Li Dingyuan's figure flashed. Kong Zuantang, you'd better avoid suspicion. I will be careful. Kong Zuantang looked panicked and wanted to step forward to stop him. As a result, Pei Zhenshang blocked him. Kong Zuantang's face was ugly. In the blink of an eye, Li Dingyuan was already beside Kang Liliang. Reaching out, Li Dingyuan took out a needle bag from behind his waist. With a casual pull, several vein-breaking poison needles with a black glow appeared in Li Dingyuan's hand. Kong Zuantang, what else do you have to say? Li Dingyuan glared. Kong Zuantang's face flushed, and his fists kept clenching and unclenching. It seemed that he wanted to take action, but he didn't dare. Pei Zhenshang sneered and went forward to pick up Kang Liliang. Kong Zuantang, your son used the broken veins poison needle, and the evidence is irrefutable. I will take him back to the Tiger Guard for interrogation now. Kang Liliang's face changed drastically, and he shouted for help. Dad, please save me. I don't want to be interrogated by the Tiger Guard. Please save me. Hearing his son's cry for help, Kong Zuantang's eyes turned red and stared at Pei Zhenshang. However, he didn't dare to make any move. Because the broken veins poison needle is a sinister hidden weapon banned in the martial arts world, anyone who uses it will be strictly investigated. Pei Zhenshang's behavior is reasonable and well-founded, and even he can't find fault with it. However, in the past, he used the identity and rules of the Tiger Guard to deal with others. Now the board falls on his head, and this feeling makes him extremely uncomfortable. Dad, please save me. Kang Liliang is still shouting. Pei Zhenshang hit Kang Liliang's mute point with one finger, and instantly he could no longer make any sound. Don't worry. I will personally send you to the Tiger Guard. Even your father can't save you. Pei Zhenshang said coldly. Kang Liliang was so scared that tears came out. Kong Zuantang on the opposite side was trembling all over and closed his eyes in pain. Team leader Pei, Team leader Li, do you really want to do it so ruthlessly? Kong Zuantang's eyes were red, staring at the 2 of them. Li Dingyuan said coldly, you are the one who wants to do it. Just before, didn't you want to put Mr. Su on the wanted list of the Tiger Guard? And let the strong men in the God realm go to hunt down Mr. Su, didn't you? Kong Zuantang was speechless for a moment. Just now, he said those words, but he didn't expect that Su Chen could be protected by the 2 team leaders. Good. Kong Zuantang sighed viciously. His eyes swept over leading Guan and Pei Zhenchang, and then looked at Su Chen fiercely, as if he wanted to engrave the appearance of the three people in his heart. I, Kong Zuantang, will remember what happened today. We will never let it go. HMPH. Kong Zuantang said harshly, and turned to leave. At this time, Su Chen said lightly, did I let you go? Kong Zuantang turned, and looked at Su Chen, and said in a bad tone, what else do you want to do? Su Chen looked at leading Guan and Pei Zhenchang and asked, two team leaders, I want to know one thing. Can members of the Tiger Guards frame others at will? Can they humiliate a Yuan-Ki master at will? If someone does this, can I use my fists to tell him that the master cannot be humiliated? Leading Guan clasped his fists and bowed, saying, if it is true, as long as you don't beat him to death, it's okay. Kong Zuantang's face changed. Are you a Yuan-Ki master? In the martial arts world, a martial artist at the Zhuanjin level can only be called a master, and a strong man in the Xianshan realm is called a Yuan-Ki master. Even if they are from the Tiger Guards, they must be treated politely, because this kind of martial arts cultivator can already establish a sect and must not be humiliated lightly. Just now, when Su Chen and Kong Zuantang fought, they didn't use much vitality at all, and the Shenai fist also emphasizes intention over form. Kong Zuantang didn't realize that his son had offended a master of vitality. Su Chen stood up and said lightly, aren't you going to fight with me? I'll give you a punch. If you want to retaliate in the future, just come to me directly. As he spoke, Su Chen punched again. This time, the overwhelming mental power surged out. The blazing flame vitality swept out, like a raging sea and waves covering Kong Zuantang. Kong Zuantang's face changed drastically, and he tried his best to mobilize the mysterious power to resist. As a result, it was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Bang! Kong Zuantang's body was blown away directly, and the whole person fell to the ground. Dust rose up, and gravel splashed. A deep pit was smashed directly on the ground. It took a long time for Kong Zuantang to climb out of the pit. He was in a mess and was dying. Just as he stood firm. Puff. Another mouthful of blood spit out, and the whole person staggered. This time, Kong Zuantang didn't dare to say anything. He turned around and ran, not even caring about his son. Chapter 223 Zhou Wanqiu and Wind and Thunder Force. Kong Zuantang fled in a hurry without saying a single harsh word. Today, Su Chen has proven his master status. A master cannot be insulted. This is the unspoken rule of the martial arts world. With his accusations and insults against Su Chen can accept it, as long as he doesn't beat him to death. Even if he is a tiger catching guard, it is still the same. Kong Lilian was completely desperate when he saw Kong Zuantang running away. His greatest reliance is now in danger. Kong Lilian can only accept his fate. Liu Mingchuan and others on the side were even more embarrassed. They used to be younger brothers with Wu Anping. As soon as Wu Anping got into trouble, they immediately turned to Kong Lilian, Wu Anping's mortal enemy. Now, not only Kong Lilian has fallen, Kong Zuantang is basically finished, but Wu Anping has made friends with the next big man. This makes these people regret it so much. Brother Ping, Brother Niu, Brother Zhang, I was actually forced. It was that Kong Lilian. Liu Mingchuan approached Wu Anping and the other two and was about to speak. Niu Hao interrupted him and yelled, shut up. Get out. You are a bunch of fence sitters. Wu Anping and Zhang Huatao also watched coldly. Liu Mingchuan and others blushed and quickly shut their mouths and left in disgrace. In a moment, in the box, apart from Su Chen and the other four, only leading Guan and Pei Zhenchang, who was carrying Kong Lilian, were left. Wu Anping and the others were also smart people, and they could naturally see that leading Guan must have something else to do with Su Chen. Thank you, Team Leader Li and Team Leader Pei, for being fair. Wu Anping thanked the two first. Then, he turned around and said to Su Chen, Mr. Su, I don't need to thank you for your kindness. If you need me in the future, just say it. It's too polite to say thank you. Su Chen smiled. Wu Anping nodded. Okay. Then you are busy. Lao Niu, Taozi and I will take our leave first. Okay. Su Chen did not try to keep him. After all, everything that needed to be said had been discussed at the dinner table. Niu Hao laughed and patted Su Chen on the shoulder. Brother Su Chen, there are not many people I really admire, but you are definitely one of them. You have good medical skills, strong connections, and your martial arts skills are amazing. Really awesome. When you have time, contact me, and I will take you to a good place in Bincheng to have some fun. Don't worry that I will lead you astray. Niu, will never reconcile with drugs and gambling. As he spoke, Niu Hao also blinked at Su Chen with an expression of you know what I mean. Fuck you. Zhang Huatao cursed and pushed Niu Hao. Then, he bowed to Su Chen and said, Mr. Su, if there is anything you need me to do in the future, just tell me. Su Chen responded with a smile one by one. The three of them said goodbye and left. Leading Guan and Pei Zhenshang looked at Wu Anping and the other two with some envy. They could see that Su Chen really regarded these three as friends. Although they had a good relationship with Su Chen, it was definitely not to this extent. Especially Pei Zhenshang, who had offended Su Chen before, knew that he still had a long way to go to make friends with Su Chen. However, now is a good start. Thinking of this, Pei Zhenshang carried Kang Lilian forward. Kang Lilian was held in his hand, just like a little chicken. Mr. Su, since there is nothing to do here, I will take Kang Lilian back to Qinhuai. Don't worry, I will definitely treat him well. Pei Zhenshang said with a smile. Kang Lilian was so scared when he heard this that his face turned pale and he even peed a few drops. Su Chen smiled and said, thank you, Team Leader Pei. Just follow the rules and handle it impartially. Pei Zhenshang smiled. Okay, I understand. If you have anything, just let me know. See you later. As he said that, he left very tactfully. Su Chen, Liu and Leading Guan were the only ones left in the box. Su Chen joked, thank you, Team Leader Li, for coming in time. Otherwise, I would have been on your unit's wanted list. Leading Guan looked a little embarrassed. Alas. Mr. Su, I'm really sorry. The members of the Tiger Guard are complex, and it is easy for good and bad to be mixed. Especially some young members. After joining the Tiger Guard, they feel superior to others and often bully others by taking advantage of their power. Sometimes I don't like it, but there is nothing I can do. Although we are all members of the Tiger Guard, we are divided into different groups. As the team leader, I can only manage the Chenlan group, and I can't do anything about other groups. Alas. Su Chen nodded. He also felt that the members of Leading Guan's Chenlan group were relatively down to earth and not too arrogant. Members like Liu Dalang worked hard, struggled and sacrificed. But the organization and discipline of Pei Zhenshang's monkey group were much worse. Especially young people like Shan Guang. They were indeed quite arrogant. And Kang Zuantang of the rat group was so domineering when he was not yet the deputy team leader. I think the atmosphere in their group would not be too good. There are only 3 groups, and so many problems have been exposed. I'm afraid that the other 9 groups in Dongzhou province may not be much better. However, Leading Guan still said, although there are a few bad apples, most of the Tiger Guards are still working diligently. I hope you don't misunderstand the Tiger Guards because of these few people. Su Chen nodded. As long as they don't mess with me, I don't bother to care about them. Thank you, Mr. Su. Leading Guan thanked. By the way, suddenly, Leading Guan seemed to remember something. Mr. Su, I have something to tell you. Kang Zuantang's team leader, Gao Pengfei, the leader of the rat team, has a hot temper and is more protective of his shortcomings. If he causes trouble for you, just contact me directly. Su Chen nodded nonchalantly. At this time, Leading Guan took out a wooden box from his arms and said with a smile, Mr. Su, you killed the heavy criminal Dong Hualong, the 1,000-mile chasing wind fairy, who was on the wanted list of the Tiger Guards, and your reward has also come. As he spoke, he handed the wooden box to Su Chen. Su Chen was stunned. I also get a reward. Leading Guan smiled. Of course. After all, they are criminals on the wanted list. No matter who they are, there will be rewards. However, if you are a member of Qinhuai, in addition to the rewards, you can also get some military merits. Su Chen smiled. This is a pleasant surprise. He took the wooden box. There was a special seal on it, as if to prevent others from secretly opening it. Li Dingyuan smiled and said, you can see clearly that this seal is still intact, and the seal of Qin Hui is still very clear. I haven't opened it. Su Chen smiled and did not hesitate to tear off the seal and open the wooden box without any taboos about Li Dingyuan being beside him. A thin booklet appeared in front of Su Chen. There were 5 big characters on it, Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Luijin. Su Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly took out the booklet and flipped through it. The more he looked, the more surprised Su Chen was. This booklet turned out to be a high-level practice that could make Yuan Qi evolve into wind and thunder attributes. Wind attribute energy can make a person as light as a swallow and astonishingly fast. And thunder attribute energy is an attacking weapon, unstoppable. Su Chen looked at Li Dingyuan. This technique is similar to Dong Hua Lang. Li Dingyuan smiled and said, yes. This is the technique that Dong Hua Lang practiced. We found this technique on Dong Hua Lang. In the end, the higher-ups decided to give you this technique as a reward. You should be able to see that this technique is actually very advanced. But Mr. Su, you saved our 2 team leaders and a lot of members of the Tiger Guard. This is such a great contribution that the organization made up its mind to give you this secret book. Su Chen smiled. By the way, this technique is so powerful, why is Dong Hua Lang only astonishingly fast, and his attack seems to be just average? Su Chen asked. Li Dingyuan smiled and said, I know this. It is said that this book Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Luijin is divided into 2 parts, wind and thunder. The wind part is a simple part and is easier to practice. And the thunder part not only requires a special environment, but also seems to be dangerous. Therefore, Dong Hua Lang has never been involved. I hope Mr. Su will be more careful when practicing. Su Chen nodded. Okay, thank you for reminding me. Ding-ling-ling. Li Dingyuan's cell phone suddenly rang. He did not avoid Su Chen and answered the call directly. I'm Li Dingyuan. What? Old man Jinguang. What is he doing? Coming back from outside the province, passing by Bincheng? Okay, try not to conflict with him. Soon, Li Dingyuan hung up the phone with a very cautious look. On the side, Su Chen heard the name Old Man Jinguang and a light flashed in his eyes. Before, Zhou Changling, the richest man in Bincheng, fought against the Zhou family, but was defeated by Su Chen in the end. Later, Zhou Changling's brother Zhou Changshan and his senior brother Chendoru went to Bincheng for revenge, but they all died in Su Chen's hands. These 2 people are the direct disciples of Jinguang, the old man of Jindao sect in the provincial capital. Now that Jinguang has returned, if he hears about the death of the 2, he will definitely avenge them. Mr. Su, there is still an urgent matter at the Qinhu Guards, so I will leave first. Li Dingyuan said. Su Chen did not try to keep him and said goodbye to him. After Li Dingyuan left, Su Chen thought secretly in his heart. Jinguang is coming. He also needs to prepare early. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Yang Wuming's Reward. Su Chen pondered for a moment. It seems that he has to prepare to leave Bincheng and return to Bincheng. Otherwise, if the old man Jinguang comes to the door, he might attack the Zhou family. However, the old man Jinguang is from the Jindao sect in the provincial capital. He will most likely return to the provincial capital first, so there is no need to rush back now. I just don't know what the specific strength of this old man Jinguang is. Su Chen thought secretly. At this time, Liu on the side said, Brother Su, it's late now, why don't you rest at Bishu Villa tonight? That Uncle Wang Zong has arranged a room for me, you can sleep there. Su Chen glanced at Liu. Liu lowered her head and her pretty face flushed. Su Chen knew that after Liu took over Bishu Villa, she followed Wang Zong to learn how to manage Lao Zhenjiang's industry. For convenience, Wang Zong arranged a place for her to live in Bishu Villa. However, what Liu said now, sleep at her place, has a deeper meaning. Su Chen smiled and patted her shoulder. Thank you. No need, I have booked a hotel outside. Tomorrow, I will probably go back to Bincheng. If you have any trouble in the future, just call me directly. Brother Su, Liu's face flushed, a little anxious. Su Chen smiled and said, okay, you call me Brother Su, so I will naturally treat you as my sister. Don't be afraid to trouble me, just come to me if you have any problems. Hearing this, Liu's face froze. Okay, Brother Su. Then I'll go back to the hotel first. You study hard. I hope that next time I come to Bincheng, I can see you become another business queen besides Zhou Wanqiu. Su Chen smiled, then turned and left. Liu was the only one left in the box, with a lost expression on his face. Brother Su, I will work hard. A weak but firm voice sounded. Su Chen walked out of the box. Wang Zhang had been waiting at the door for a long time and sent Su Chen to the door of Bishu Villa. Su Chen turned around and looked at Wang Zhang. Mr. Wang, you are also an old man in Bishu Villa. Liu is my sister. I hope nothing will happen to embarrass her, otherwise you will know my temper and methods. Wang Zhang trembled all over and said quickly, Mr. Su, don't worry, I will definitely cooperate with Miss Liu to manage these industries in Lao Zhenjiang. Su Chen nodded and got on a taxi. A gust of evening breeze blew, and Wang Zhang's back felt cold. He realized that his clothes were soaked. Su Chen sat in the back seat of the taxi and drove towards the hotel that Yeo Nana had booked. The scene of his acquaintance with Liu kept appearing in his mind. How could Su Chen not understand what Liu meant just now? However, he didn't have such thoughts now. Besides, Su Chen felt that Liu's current idea of dedicating herself was not simply because of love between men and women. To a large extent, it was because of Su Chen's gratitude for saving Liu Dazzling, curing her face, and saving her at rooming advertising company. This kind of emotion was too impulsive, and he felt that Liu was like a sister to him. While Su Chen was daydreaming, the taxi had arrived at the hotel. Yeo Nana had also returned from Helila's house. As soon as Su Chen got off the taxi, Yeo Nana came to greet him at the hotel in trance. Ah, busy man, you are too busy. You go out for a whole day and no one is seen. If I didn't know you well, I would have thought you had a mistress in Bincheng. Yeo Nana complained. Su Chen laughed and scolded. Nonsense. Tomorrow, we should be able to go back to Bincheng. Really? Yeo Nana asked with a raised eyebrow. Su Chen nodded. We have to go back. I guess there will be some trouble. It will come to our door. Hearing this, Yeo Nana's face became serious. If Su Chen said it was a bit troublesome, it seemed that it was not a trivial matter. After thinking for a while, Yeo Nana said, can we set off again tomorrow at noon? Su Chen was stunned. What's wrong? Do you have anything to do in the morning? Yeo Nana said, I don't have anything to do. I want you to go to Sister He's company tomorrow to have a look. Sister He's company? Su Chen was a little puzzled. Yeo Nana smiled and said, what's wrong with your brain? Have you forgotten that Feng Zhongsheng compensated Sister He with a real estate agency? Oh, I almost forgot. Su Chen slapped his forehead. Is there any problem with her company? Yeo Nana said, I don't know the specific situation. It's just that today, I saw Sister He go to the company at her house, and she didn't look very good when she came back. Su Chen nodded. Okay. Then let's go and have a look together tomorrow. If there is any problem, solve it thoroughly before leaving. Okay. The two chatted and walked back to the hotel. When they arrived at the door of their room, Su Chen left a simple see you tomorrow and swiped his card to enter. Yeo Nana, who originally wanted to sit in Su Chen's room, was directly locked outside the door. This piece of wood. Yeo Nana cursed inwardly and returned to her room angrily. On the other side, Su Chen returned to the room, washed up, and sat cross-legged on the bed. He took out the book Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Legion and read it carefully. The more Su Chen read, the more surprised he was. This book of Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Legion can condense the dual attribute key of wind and thunder, which is extraordinary. The wind attribute key can make the practitioner's body as fast as the wind and can condense wind blades. Deng Hualong only mastered the wind character formula, but he has already achieved the reputation of Qianli Zufengsen, making the tiger catching guards unable to do anything to him. And the thunder character formula, if it can condense thunder power, the attack will be unstoppable and the offensive will be extremely fierce. However, the training conditions are very harsh and extremely dangerous. The more Su Chen read, the more itchy he felt. After a while, he opened the door and walked out. Su Chen found a small park not far from the hotel. There were not many people around, and Su Chen felt quiet, which was just convenient for him to try to practice. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse, and the evening breeze was gentle. Su Chen followed the wind character formula of Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Luijin and slowly circulated the vital energy in his body, and his body began to sway. Soon, Su Chen's figure was swaying back and forth like the evening breeze. Under the moonlight, a figure flashed back and forth, with an astonishing speed, like a ghost. Fortunately, there was no one in the park now, otherwise someone might be scared. It's great. After a series of figures flashed, Su Chen finally stopped with a smile on his face. This skill has a very powerful effect on speed. He has basically mastered the wind character formula. If he were to face Dan Hualong again now, Su Chen felt that his speed would not be much worse than his. Su Chen was just about to study the thunder character formula again. Suddenly, ding-ling-ling, the phone rang, and Su Chen answered it. It was Liu Yuantang's call. "Mr. Su, where are you now?" Liu Yuantang asked. Su Chen directly told Liu Yuantang the name of the small park. "Wait for me there for a while, I have something to talk to you about," Liu Yuantang said. The two hung up the phone, and Su Chen continued to study Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Luijin. Not long after, a light call came. "Mr. Su, I'm here." Su Chen went over and saw the energetic Liu Yuantang at a glance. Today, Liu Yuantang's face was ruddy, his eyes were shining, and the whole person had an inexplicable oppression. This is a manifestation of strong mental power. In fact, if Su Chen completely released his mental power, the pressure would be even greater, and people would even dare not look directly at him. However, his control over mental power far exceeded Liu Yuantang, and he could completely restrain it. Su Chen saw Liu Yuantang's current state and nodded secretly. It seems that after Liu Yuantang began to practice concentration technique, his mental power has become much stronger, and it is not the dry state before. The consumption of Shenai fist on him is already within the tolerable range. Moreover, there is a strong fist intention in his whole body. Su Chen bowed and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Liu. Now that you have recovered from your injuries, your strength has reached a new level." Ha ha ha. Liu Yuantang laughed, clasped his fists and bowed, saying, "Thank you Mr. Su for your help. Your book The Art of Concentrating the Mind solved my big problem." Su Chen looked at the strong fist intention on Liu Yuantang's body, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. "Mr. Liu, how about we use the Shenai fist to exchange?" Su Chen suggested. Liu Yuantang's eyes lit up. Since he practiced the Shenai fist, he has never met an opponent with the same skills. If he can communicate and verify with a genius like Su Chen, he will definitely gain a lot. "I wish for it." Liu Yuantang laughed. Immediately, the two of them opened their positions. Liu Yuantang shouted coldly, "Mr. Su, be careful." In an instant, the smile on Liu Yuantang's face was instantly restrained. A fist intention that was condensed to the extreme suddenly broke out. Su Chen lost his perception of the surroundings in an instant. A fist condensed with surging vitality seemed to fall from the sky. Before arriving, there was a feeling of a collapse of Mount Te, which made people unable to resist. "Come on!" Su Chen shouted secretly. The strong mental power surged from his Niwen palace and merged with Su Chen's vitality. Boom! A fist intention that shook the world pierced the sky. Crack! A sound of shattering came. Liu Yuantang's fist intention that originally suppressed Su Chen was instantly shattered. Su Chen's fist of vitality, carrying the fist intention that enveloped the world, pressed towards Liu Yuantang. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yuantang only felt that the world he originally controlled was taken away in an instant. His fist intention was forced to retreat step by Su Chen. Bang! The two fists collided with a bang. Liu Yuantang only felt a hot vitality that enveloped him. Thump thump thump. Liu Yuantang retreated one after another. Su Chen's figure also floated back, like a fallen leaf. This is the skill of Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Luijin. "Mr. Su is awesome, I admit defeat." Liu Yuantang was horrified and clasped his fists respectfully. He never thought that Su Chen had mastered the Shenai fist to this extent after just coming into contact with it. Su Chen smiled. Why should you be so modest, Mr. Liu? You are more proficient in Shenai Fist, and I'm just slightly better in mental strength. Liu Yuantang smiled bitterly. He knew that Su Chen was just being modest. By the way, Mr. Liu, you came to me in a hurry this time. Is there something? Su Chen asked. Liu Yuantang slapped his head. Look at my brain. I almost forgot. As he spoke, Liu Yuantang took something out of his arms. I came to you to give you something. You killed Yang Wuming, and the Qinhu guard sent a reward. Su Chen heard this, and his eyes lit up. Chapter 225 Waiting for the Thunder. Su Chen said politely, Mr. Liu, the reward from the Tiger Guard should be given to you. Liu Yuantang waved his hand and said, Mr. Su, you are embarrassing me. Others don't know what happened, but we both know very well that the person who killed Yang Wuming was you. You killed Yang Wuming and saved my family. I'm already grateful. How dare I claim your credit again? Please accept it quickly. Su Chen smiled and did not refuse. Last time, leading Guan sent him the reward from the Tiger Guard and let him get the Zuanian Feng Legion. So, he also expected the reward this time. When Su Chen tore open the seal and opened the file bag, a touch of disappointment flashed in his eyes. Because there was only an anonymous bank card in the file bag. Liu Yuantang smiled and said, this card contains a 10 billion bonus. You can withdraw it at any time. Su Chen checked the file bag again and finally found that there was indeed nothing else. He had to put the bank card away in dissatisfaction. Seeing Su Chen's performance, Liu Yuantang asked in confusion, Mr. Su, this is 1 billion. Are you not satisfied with this reward? Su Chen smiled, not knowing how to explain. If he had just left the village, he might be very excited about the 1 billion. However, now he has a lot of cash in his card, and Lao Zhenjiang's industry can be cashed in at any time. It can be said that Su Chen is not short of money at all. If it is a technique or natural treasures, spiritual roots and spiritual medicines, he will be happier. It's okay. Su Chen smiled. In fact, Su Chen can understand it. The last time he won the reward of Zuanian Feng Legion, Su Chen's greater contribution was to save the two team leaders leading Guan and Pei Zhenchang, as well as a bunch of members of the Qinhu Guard. And this time, the 10 billion cash reward is just a reward for him to kill Yang Wuming. On second thought, 10 billion is not a small amount, and it can also buy a similar spiritual medicine. Su Chen is satisfied to comfort himself in this way. However, Liu Yuantang can see that Su Chen is a little uninterested. He could only secretly sigh in his heart. The big guys are really good. They don't care about a billion. Mr. Su, Yang Wuming is Yang Wudi's younger brother. Although the two have a bad relationship, he might avenge his brother. Liu Yuantang looked worried. Yang Wudi is known as the Invincible Fist. Since his debut, he has never been defeated. It can be said that he is a legend in the martial arts world of Dongzhou province. If he knew the news of Yang Wuming's death, he would definitely not let it go. Su Chen said calmly, if he really comes, old Liu, you should tell him the truth, that I killed Yang Wuming to avoid being implicated. Liu Yuantang looked embarrassed. Su Chen advised, it's nothing, just tell the truth. You are a family, and I'm alone, and have no worries. In addition, Yang Wudi's disciple Iron Fist Feng Dao also died in my hands. Sooner or later, we will have a fight. One sheep is also driven, and two sheep are also let go. Haha. Liu Yuantang was silent for a while and said, let's talk about it later. Su Chen smiled. This Liu Yuantang is still a man who cares about his reputation. Su Chen suddenly remembered something and asked, by the way, old Liu, have you heard of Jingguang Zhenren? Liu Yuantang was stunned, then nodded. I have heard of him. He is the leader of Jindao sect in the provincial capital. How is his cultivation? Su Chen asked. Liu Yuantang thought for a while and said, old Jingguang became famous relatively early. Although I have never had contact with him, I have heard some legends about him. He is at least a congenital strongman. He has Zhengjin energy and amazing attack power. He is also good at Jinshu Palm, which can attack and defend, and is very terrifying. Su Chen nodded. He remembered that he used Jinshu Palm when he killed Chendoru, the disciple of Jingguang. Liu Yuantang continued. Besides this, it is said that the Zhengjin energy of old Jinguang can spread all over the body, forming an unbeatable golden body. It is difficult for masters of the same level to break it, except for the peerless genius like Yang Wudi. Unbeatable golden body? Su Chen was stunned and quite interested. You said that apart from Yang Wudi, it is impossible to break through the same level. Did Yang Wudi fight against old man Jinguang? Su Chen asked. Liu Yuantang nodded. Although old man Jinguang is not young, he is also a martial arts fanatic. He not only likes to look for martial arts everywhere, but also likes to challenge people. Especially after he cultivated the undefeated golden body, he even challenged people everywhere to test the flaws of his martial arts. Although Yang Wudi became famous later than him, old man Jinguang also challenged him after he achieved the innate state. Su Chen asked curiously, what was the result? Liu Yuantang said lightly, Yang Wudi broke the golden body with 100 punches. However, although Yang Wudi won, he also believed that old man Jinguang was a real strong man in the innate realm. Now, many years have passed. Both of them are probably stronger and may even step into the divine realm. I just don't know who is more powerful now. Su Chen was silent for a while. It was indeed a tough opponent. Old Liu, how strong is old man Jinguang's undefeated golden body? Su Chen asked. Liu Yuantang thought for a moment. It should be the level that an ordinary innate strongman can attack with all his strength without any damage. Su Chen asked, if I use the divine will fist, can it have an impact on him? Liu Yuantang was stunned, not quite understanding why Su Chen wanted to compare him with the old man Jinguang. However, he still thought about it carefully. The divine will fist won't work. Although your divine will fist is progressing very quickly, it can't completely shock the mind of an innate strongman. And the vitality of the old man Jinguang is extremely condensed. You only need to defend with all your strength to resist the invasion of the fist. Therefore, it can only be broken by force from external forces. Su Chen nodded. Old Liu, what if it is this kind of attack? Su Chen said, raising his palm. The next second, a stream of vitality emitting scorching temperature burst out. In the huge flame vitality, the red vitality flame rolled. Go. Su Chen turned his palm, and the terrifying vitality suddenly blasted out. The huge palm print blasted straight into the lake beside. Boom. With a loud bang, the entire small lake was instantly stirred up by a 10-meter high wave. A huge deep pit exploded in the middle. The water waves rolled around. After a few seconds, the big pit in the lake was filled up again. Liu Yuantang was stunned. He never thought that Su Chen's vitality level was so high and his power was so strong. This. Liu Yuantang hesitated for a moment, and finally said, if it is based on the strength of the old man Jinguang and Yang Wudi in the battle a few years ago, this attack should be able to break his undefeated golden body. However, so many years have passed now. The undefeated golden body of the old man Jinguang is probably more perfect. This palm is probably lacking. Su Chen was quite helpless. His flame vitality has been improving very fast since he cultivated it. The color of the vitality flame has achieved 3 consecutive jumps from white to yellow, and then to the current red. If you want to cultivate purple and black flames in a short period of time, the conditions are still lacking. On the side, Liu Yuantang asked curiously, Mr. Su, do you have a grudge against the old man Jinguang? Su Chen has been comparing himself with the old man Jinguang, so Liu Yuantang naturally has some guesses. That's right. Su Chen admitted directly, I killed the 2 disciples of the old man Jinguang, Chendoru and Zhou Changshan. He should not let me go. Liu Yuantang's eyes widened, and he was stunned on the spot. Mr. Su, you have caused a big disaster. Liu Yuantang sighed. The old man Jinguang has an invincible golden body, so he is already invincible. If you can't break his golden body, offending him is like offending an iron turtle, who will exhaust you alive. Su Chen thought about it and asked, then is there any good way to break the invincible golden body? Liu Yuantang shook his head and said, I don't know about this. I will go back to help you find out, and if there is any news, I will inform you as soon as possible. Su Chen nodded and thanked Liu Yuantang. The two parted. Su Chen thought about it. He took out his mobile phone and dialed leading Guan's number. Leading Yuan is the leader of the Tiger Guards, and he may have access to more intelligence. When the call was connected, Leading Yuan was very confused. Mr. Su, what can I do for you? Su Chen smiled and said, Team Leader Li, I want to ask you something. If I want to break the invincible golden body, what method is the most suitable? Leading Yuan was slightly stunned, and then answered honestly, the invincible golden body is round, and has no flaws. If you want to break it, it is best to break it with a point. And in this regard, the most suitable is the thunder system or vitality. By the way, Mr. Su, don't you have the Zhou Wanqiu and wind and thunder force in your hand? I guess the thunder character formula may have miraculous effect. Su Chen suddenly realized and smiled bitterly. It turned out that he had a treasure mountain in his hands, but he didn't realize it. Team Leader Li, thank you for the news. Su Chen thanked him. The two chatted for a few more words before hanging up the phone. Leading Yuan was a little confused. Several thoughts flashed through his mind, but he didn't think clearly. On the other side, Su Chen thought to himself, to cultivate thunder attribute vitality, it is best to have thunder attribute treasures, or to attract thunder. It is not very reliable to find thunder attribute treasures now, so we can only rely on thunder. Thinking of this, Su Chen also had a headache. The risk is too great. Looking at the weather forecast, there will be thunderstorms tonight. A trace of entanglement flashed across Su Chen's face. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. He gritted his teeth and ran towards a nearby mountain. In the mountain, the night wind blew. Su Chen was like a monkey, climbing up among the rocks. As he continued to rise, Su Chen felt that his understanding of the wind character formula was getting deeper and deeper, and he started to operate unconsciously. The next second, his speed increased rapidly. Not long after, he reached the top of the mountain. Su Chen suddenly stopped his body, and a trace of joy appeared on his face. His speed increased again. Su Chen found a huge rock, sat cross-legged, and silently waited for the thunder tonight. If he could cultivate the thunder key of Zhou Wanqiu and Feng Lei Jin today, perhaps he would no longer need to worry about old man Jingguang. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.